Hello, Neo. Do you want to learn the secrets of the Matrix? Hey, I got a question. Is the blue pill like a roofie? Like I'm not trying to make this like about anything else. I'm actually like asking about the Matrix. Like, okay, so that red pill in the Matrix disrupts your input-output carrier waves while you're connected to the Matrix so they can pinpoint your location, right? What the hell does the blue pill do? That's just like straight up knocks you out for a long time. Like, that's weird. I want to learn the secrets of the plumbing aisle. Well, I got you. What happens if you take both pills at the same time? Well, that's reserved for the people that like to party. Interesting cars. Like, and I remember when the Animatrix came out, but I wasn't really interested. I was playing Star Wars Galaxies or something when that came out. Here's a good question for you. Speaking of, you guys want a good World of Engineering question today? Here, before we start, look. This is from World of Engineering. Solve. $70? You forgot you made this? You made this? Well, it's not 50 because of the 20. Yeah. So what is it? 20 is half the distance. 30 is the same distance. So you half 20, right? Half 20, add over here. Because it's half the distance. Half 20, 10 plus 30 is 40. That's 40 over there. That was an easy one. That was an easy one. That was easy. That was an easy one. That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. The airplane one from those guys was sucky. What is this, RJ? Let me see. It's not loading. Let me click on it again. I remember this. I remember when you made that. That was fun. Could we do one of those every day? Yeah, here's another one. Here's another logic test. Wait, oh no, that's just a meme. That's just a meme. Hang on. Here, I got this one. Here you go. I got this one. Oh, that's just a good picture. Damn. Everyone's bullying Hubble now. Hubble is derived from a spy satellite, right? What if James Webb is derived from a spy? Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Okay, let me get Kerbal loaded up. Good morning. I did a car show yesterday. Oh. Oh. What if Louvoir's design is derived from a spy satellite? Well, Louvoir's design is derived from James Webb.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
See dims. See DMs. See the dims. No. Come here. Come here, you little meat. Oh. Nah. Truck. Very nice. Very nice. You have the cojones to link this. I see what I did there? Alright, anyway. Love Eagle, hey, thanks, man. Okay, come on. Whenever Kerbal loads, it just has to keep the mouse on this monitor. No, it has to stay there. All right. Okay. Let's see. Let's see the cojones. The cojones link. Oh. Oh, that's. Wait a minute. Wait. Why would someone do this? That's a Super Duty bed with an extension with an OBS cab. What? None of the lines line up. Why would you do this? Why would someone do this? Just get rid of this part. Why would you do? Hey, Mercury Marauder. Why would you do that? Why would you? Who did this? No. Now, Thomas, see, this truck right here, this isn't a compensation truck. You don't buy this to compensate. You buy this to pull stuff. Yeah, this is a I move things truck. This is not a compensation truck. Compensation trucks are the ones that have low profile rims. That's the really, really, really easy way to spot it. This thing actually gets used. You can tell because it's got the same stupid dust all over the freaking thing that Tough Enough has. It's all the see the caked in dust everywhere. That means it gets used. Oh, Gobra. A Ranchero, huh? Oh, nice Ferd. See this right here? Not a compensation truck. That's an off-road vehicle. All right, see? That's not a compensator. No, not at all. See how it looks right? It doesn't look like it's compensating for something. Not a compensator. Not at all. See this? Oh, nice. Tough Enough's grandpa. Very nice. I like that truck. I like that truck a lot. Doge, 3/4 ton Doge, very nice. Roadrunner, nice. It's got 440 in it, very nice. 833, the Rally Dash, nice, very good, very good. Ooh, a flat fender, cool. You see any bro lifts in Boston? No, not really. See the Bronco back there with the slot mags? Not a compensator truck. That's just a lifted truck. That's just a truck that's designed to go off-roading. But it's a little bit too clean for my taste, but hey, whatever. I don't hate that. Yeah, 65 Chevelle. Very, very nice. They have to remind you that it's a Chevelle by writing it on the air cleaner. Nice. That's really nice. Oh, very nice. Was that a 442? Where? No. No, it's not a 442, I don't think. Board bet in this. That's in the Chevelle, huh? Oh, very nice. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love. Yeah. That's nice. What are slot mags? The rims. Slot mags. It's a rim. They're rims with holes that look like kidney beans. Slot mags. It's an old way to say it. They're just nice rims. Very nice. Looks like the guy's got spray-on foam insulation in there. Nice, very nice. See, this is getting... I like this truck. This is getting borderline here. See the beadlock rims? You don't off-road this thing. They're not beadlock. They got the three-piece. You don't off-road this. You don't off-road this. The Jeep guy behind you off. You don't off-road that truck. Come on now. Come on. Come on now. Don't be silly. Ooh, a Tornado. Wow. Dude, that OBS does look nice, though. I will admit. That OBS does look really nice. That's a really nice truck. I'd put the regular rims back on, though. But look at that Jeep. That XJ is mint. Yeah, see? Look at this thing. Front wheel drive on that car, fellas. Yeah, also, also that 65, this is a 65 Mustang, I think. Yeah, this is front wheel drive. Yeah, Tornado, Shaw, yeah. It's front wheel drive. Front wheel drive with a 7-liter engine. Actually, it's a 7.4. It would have came with a 455. Front wheel drive. I don't know why. They just thought that was a good idea. Oh. That's a lot of Broncos. Oh, see, I like this. I like this a lot. Yeah, that's really nice. I like this a lot, too. There's a lot of trucks at this thing. Ooh, a Falcon. Nice. Very, very good. Very good. El Camino. Dude, that's a Falcon Sprint. So, this is a Falcon Sprint. That means, unless this is a rebadge, right? That means that this thing came from the factory with a V8 in it. See the V8 logo? Anytime you see Falcon Sprint, that was their highest level trim. That was Ford's highest level trim for the first gen Falcon. V8. They would have put a 289 in it, so it would have been just as fast as a Mustang. Yeah, that's a nice car. Thomas, this is a car that you could actually drive down the road and not, like, get stuck somewhere. The Falcon was the compact car. Yeah, the Kragers. Kragers are nice, yeah. Oh, look at this, a Vega. Cool. Oh, no, Nova, excuse me. That's not a Vega, that's a Nova. It says it on the side. That's like a 75 Nova or something, 76 Nova, somewhere around there. Cool. Oh, Ranchero, 68. It's like a 68 or 69 Ranchero. It's got a ram air on it. Okay. 351. Oh, it's got a Cleveland in it with a 4-valve. Ooh, that's a really nice car. We'll get into Kerbal in a second. Sorry. Factory air conditioning. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Ugh. Whoa, that's okay. Blown Hemi. Okay. Whoa. It's a blown Hemi that's running off 6 volt. That's weird. It's got a generator on it, fellas. Look, generator. Not an alternator. Generator. 6 volt system. With a Hemi. Okay. Okay. Could be 24. I don't know of any generators or cars, Murdoch, that run off 24. Could be wrong, though. Why 6 volt? 6 volt was the factory standard, Shaw, until like the 50s. Oh, yeah. Every car was 6 volt for the longest time. Once they started adding more electronic stuff into cars, they switched to 12 volt and switched to an alternator. So the alternator makes AC, and it has to go to an inverter or a voltage regulator. Dude, I wired this all up on the car, or on the truck. I know how all that works. I can tell you, dude, wiring a car taught me so much about electrical engineering. It's not even funny. It was like that turning point that you get when you're trying to learn something. And it just clicked. I understand how electricity works now. It never clicked in my head until I wired the truck up. And I'm like, oh, okay, I get it now. If I recall correctly, you can buy alternators that look like old generators. Nice, Flykin, that's cool. See here, look at the valve cover. That's a blown 56-354 Hemi. With a 725 Hillborn injection, 671 Littlefield blower. 1.12 boosted board, 6,000 silver. Stroke 0.378 to 403 cubic inch. Wow. 6-1 pitches, 620 lift, 6-1 piston, Snyder's 620 lift camshaft, 330 duration. Roller cam ported heads, 2.2. Yo, there's like 10 grand worth of work done to that motor. This thing must scream. Old Hemis never die, they just get blown. That's terrible. That's cool, Ernok. This thing is really cool. See what I mean? It's a Hemi from the 50s, so it would run off 6 volt. That's just very interesting that they chose a 6 volt system. Either that or it's designed to look like what you said, Hellfish. It's designed to look like it. See, this guy, I would talk to this guy. I would go up and start asking questions. Because that's cool. That's what you do at a car show. Believe me, everyone at a car show wants to talk about their car. So car shows are like really good times to go and learn things. You go to a car show, you just start asking questions. Oh man, that's cool. Is that a generator on there? Oh no, I'm running. And then the old timers will talk your ear off, and you learn tons. That's what I do. That's what I did for the longest time when I was younger. Just go and talk. I like this. I like that a lot. Yeah. Yeah, and oh, absolutely. Oh, people love talking about it, dude. That's a wicked nice truck. Oh, man. I love that F-150. That thing is sick. See that, guys? That's not a compensation truck, okay? None of these trucks that I'm seeing here are brodozers. These are just cool trucks. They're just trucks with a mild lift with some all-terrain tires. And, dude, that guy has a hell of a skid plate, which is really cool. That's a nice truck. See, that's tastefully done. That looks right. It looks correct, okay? I like that. Those aren't compensator trucks. It's very, very different. Hey. That's exactly what I'm saying. I did see the truck behind it, yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying, Shaw. Low-profile rims are the dead giveaway. You see big, thick boy tires on it, that's like for the uninitiated. You see big, thick boy tires like that, like those TAs, BFG TAs, those are fine. That's not a compensation truck. Not even that's a compensation truck. That's a purpose-built pre-runner right there. These are just off-road. These are just people that make their trucks go off-road and stuff. And I'll tell you what, I can tell that this guy off-roads this truck despite the truck being so clean. There's a very, very dead giveaway here. Look. So this truck's been repainted. Pretty obvious. Look at the panels. See how it's not exactly aligned? That means this truck gets used. That means it gets used a lot. See how it's not perfect? That means that means this truck gets used a lot. It's not exact. The paint, see how the texture on the paint isn't completely uniform? That means this was just a easy not like a spray can job, but this repaint was just something that the guy did to freaking get the thing looking nice. This thing gets used. That's how you can tell. Look at all the bugs on the windshield. This thing gets driven. That's a cool truck. See? I like that. That's really cool. I want to buy an OBS F-150 to go with my F-250 and make that work. Bet it's rock climbing? That Jeep back there is a rock climber. This thing could rock climb, though. He's got the skid plate for it. He's got the skid plate, and he's running... Huh. 4x2. So it's two-wheel drive. Twin eyes. It's probably not going to off-road very well. Ooh. Oh, check out that 4x4. One day, Chad, you and I take that up to the lake. No, not you and I. See, it's the 4x4. It's an 85 SR5. Hilux. Cool. I like that 55 Chevy over there. And that 71 Monty right there, too. 69 Camaro. No? You don't want to? All right, fine. What's that to the right of the red car? That's a 55 Chevy. It's a Tri-5, 55. So the 1955 Chevy has a straight wheel well on the back, like that. See that? That's how you can tell it's a 55. 56 goes up and over. 57 has this big honking fin quarter panel, which is cool. That's a 69 Camaro. Z28, nice. That's a nice car. It's got a 305 in it, or 302, which is funny. Chevy tried to make a 5-liter engine like Ford didn't. Oh, 66. That's a 66. Yeah, 66. Mm-hmm. Convertible. Very nice. I wonder if that's a real Z28. The DZ302s, yeah, it's definitely got some work done to it, man. That's a lot of work right there. Look at all that. It's got braided lines. External oil filter. That's not stock. Look at that. Look at that, Hellfish. External oil. Yo, somebody put some real work into this thing. Wow. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. 70 Camaro. Very nice. Yeah. Oh, dude, you gotta... Oh, man. Why does everybody in San Diego have really, really tastefully lifted F-250s? I don't understand. What is this? What? Oh, look at it. Dude, it's even got the toolbox on the side. In the 70s, Ford, on these dent side trucks, Ford put a toolbox in the bed. It's cool, man. Ooh. Ooh, what's that? Okay. Triple Webers. You can get one of those side draft carburetors in my summer car. You could put that on the car in MSC. Those things. Yeah, MG. I think that's an MG. I can't really see. There's no pictures of the dang thing. Yeah, that dent side is money, dude. Yeah, it could be a Triumph. It's a Triumph or no? Yeah. It's like, what is that? It's got to be a TR6. Nice car. That's nice. Dude, this was a pretty good turnout. Not bad for a main drag car show. It's pretty good turnout. Difficult to set up the mixture. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's tough. Serious question. It's always bad getting anything but air and gas into the intake of an engine, hence air filters and radial filters, etc. Why do people use trumpet intakes then? Do they have a mesh or something between the trumpet and the manifold? Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes people don't want air constriction and then run the risk. Or not, great show. Seems like fun. Okay. What are these other things? Oh, a lot of SRV stuff, huh? NASA Northrop Grumman will perform a full-scale static test of an SLS solid rocket motor on the 21st in order to support the Artemis missions. Oh, ooh, a 5-seg. Very nice. They do that every Wednesday during the summer? Cool. Today I found out the P-120C is the largest and most powerful single-piece SRB to fly. To fly. Yes, not tested. The P-120C for Kuiper missions will be even bigger. Nice. Phil, did I tell you? I forgot to tell you guys this story because COVID. But the judges at the Spaceport America Cup, the judges were all Aerojet engineers from West Palm Beach. The Aerojet Rocketdyne engineers from West Palm, right? And I was talking to them, and after we interviewed them, I was just shooting a crap with them, right? And I go, so when are we gonna go get that 260 out of the ground and fire it again? And two of them were younger kids, and one of them was an older dude, right? And the two younger kids were like, what? And the old guy was like, yes! Nice! The old dude was like, you know about that? I'm like, yeah, man, let's go. Come on, big SRB, let's do it. The other two judges were like, I don't understand what that means. You told that when you came back. Well, now you know. All right. Yes. Oh, ooh, that's nice. Whoa, there's so many freaking pictures, dude. I think that's the Ariane 6 core for combined tests. You could tell that because of the way it is. Oh, wow, this is great. You know what makes me happy? And believe me, I don't like saying nice about you Europeans. You guys are weird. Kidding. I'm happy to see that the ESA got their balls back, because there was a time where I was like, guys, can you launch a rocket and actually have it work, please? Ever since Webb, they pulled their head out of their tail, and I do appreciate it. You got Vega C going, you got Ariane 6 going, you Space Rider, like, dude, I'm in. Let's go. Let's do this. This is great. We know, we have Eurovision. Like, I mean this in a good way. It's good to see that people are figuring it out. Oh crap, you got to do this. You got to do this is you'll get left in the dust if you don't adapt. I like that. I really like that. Look at this thing. This is great. Nice. This thing is gonna frickin' pop. So, fellas, that Vega C launch that we watched yesterday, the one that had 2.0 TWR off the pad, Ariane 6 has 4 Vega C first stages attached to the side. It can have up to 4. It's either 2 or 4. Think about that for a second. Those are 2 of those things. The Vega C first stage, the thing that had 2.0 TWR off the pad. Ariane 6 is gonna go, and it's gonna go big. It's gonna be pretty sweet. I'm in. That's a good idea. This seems fun. Oh, this seems fun. Yep. We got to figure out something like this for MLV. We should do that today. We should do the ground transporter equipment. Yeah, they must have gotten some British engineers in there. I'm pretty sure they They don't. That was a joke, Tessa. Yeah, they definitely do, but this is great. This is great. Oh, look at that. That's money, dude. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like this, Alex. If we're gonna go with an expendable launch vehicle, this is a pretty good idea. Pretty good design. I'm pretty big fan. That's not. Oh, dude, look at the freaking SRBs. The P120Cs are as big as the core stage. You know how fast this thing's gonna go off the pad? It's a freaking monster. Look at the size of the freaking solids. All right, dude. How much TWR do you want? Yes. Open cycle Hydrolox 4-stage 427 off the pad is nuts. It's great design. Yeah, almost a shuttle engine. Nah, this is good. This is good. This is good. Good for you guys. I'm happy to see this freaking rolling, dude. Like I said, I noticed a paradigm shift. Like, after Webb, the Europeans started smiling after the mission. It was so weird watching Ariane 5 launches back, like, even 5 years ago. They'd complete the mission and be like, good job. Good job. All right, back to work. Now they're like, hey, we did it. I'm like, hey, yes, you're happy. Oh my gosh. Okay. Just no more road to space, please. So yesterday someone linked this to me. Didn't know the shuttle Centaur umbilical was on the pad already. Dude, shuttle Centaur was ready to go, man. Shuttle Centaur was all but, dude, flight hardware had been made. Ugh. We already have a tendency to cancel programs. If we hire Brits, it's going to get worse. We are going to do that. Wrecked. Yep. Dude, Thomas, Discovery, when it rolled out from the factory, had the shuttle Centaur umbilicals attached to it, installed in it already. Are the Brits still in the ESA? They contribute. Yep. It was gonna happen. Shuttle Centaur dude, can you imagine? Shuttle Centaur would have been like Block 1, SLS Block 1 capability from the shuttle. Finally getting some groove back, and Ariane 6 is not even that much of a step. If anything, it's a continuation of the Ariane 5. But if some of these old programs would get updated a bit, looking at you, Prometheus, it'd finally put us into the 2020s. Yeah, you guys are making progress. Progress is better than nothing. It should have happened. Yeah, you're telling me it should have happened. Here. The freaking stage is finished. It's sitting. Look, there it is. It's at the Space and Rocket Center.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They had the stage and the payload dispenser ready to go. It's stupid. Stupid that they didn't do that. Hey, Mac. 1 year. Oh my gosh, 1 year. It's strange because my sub time slightly matches up to the time I've been working at NASA. You're doing great, buddy. Keep up the good work. Right on, man. Let's get into Kerbal. Let's go. Let's design our own equipment, and then we'll fly it. See, you could say that because MLV gets, because with the mobile launch vehicle or with the medium launch vehicle, because we get our first stage back, you could say that we're saving. But since we're launching, we're also doing. You could say that we have more saving and more doing. Not sponsored by Home Depot. And Blue, I'm with you on that one. Yeah, no. We can't. We're strapped to the external tank. No. We can't put more hydrogen into payload bay. That's where we draw the line. It's just like it. Okay. Home Depot. You want to sponsor me? I'm in. Let's do it. I got a house that I need to fix. Well, not that I need to fix, that I'm going to need to fix is the right way to say that. Alright, dudes. Let's go. So this is where we left off. Using Clydesdales for the gantry crane. I had to find this. They started singing when they called mission success yesterday.
Confirmation from the flight director.
Séparation des CubeSats.
Yes,
And there
we
he
have
was.
the confirmation. So also the CubeSats have been released, and then there is huge celebration.
I mean, genuinely, the whole place is rocking now.
Yes,
The white
like
stripes?
For the rocket. There is vibration here.
Yeah, there's lots of singing. It's like being at a football match.
Is that the white stripes? Okay. Okay. I mean, it's weird, but alright. It's a common football chant. The white stripes is a. I don't know. Copy strike. Shh. We French sing it every time we win anything in sports. That's strange. Okay. Alright. So this is where we left off. With the upgraded gantry crane. Come on, the engineers are happy. Let them be happy. Alright. I'm just trying to think, where did we leave off? I don't think this gantry crane is tested at all. But we did figure out a huge way to reduce the part count by using Clydesdales. Yeah, Blue, that was cool. So, if you're wondering, I know the launch pad's pointed in the wrong direction. But I don't have a building... If only we had a building where we could move the camera around that was tall. I've never seen a happy engineer. PY, those are... See, that's the thing, though. Those aren't engineers. Those are the flight directors. The engineers always sit there and talk like this. And it doesn't matter the country. It doesn't matter. Like, look at... What's that guy's name? Alex Borshenko. He just sits there and talks about the rocket all day. What are you going to do to the rocket? Well, the first thing we're going to do is light the engines. And then the next thing that we're going to do is leave the pad. And then after we leave the pad, we're going to fly up into space. It doesn't matter. They're engineers. They're not good at dealing with customers, I'm telling you. Well, the first thing we're going to do is light the engines, and then we're going to launch. Whoa! Calm the heck down. I mean, look at Gary. Gary, did you see that launch? Oh, man, that was great. Yeah, I'm ecstatic. I'm really happy right now. Gary, calm down. Hey, Neville, how are you? You have the sales department for that. Engineers are not good at dealing with customers. What would you say you do here, chat? Look, I deal with the customers so the engineers don't have to. I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Don't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people? S tier deadpan. Gary, you just got back from space. How did it feel? It was satisfactory. I'm going to slap you for talking like that. It is too close. No. I just understand engineer. I can speak. I'm not fluent in engineer, Mac. But I can get by. I can fool people. But I'm not fluent in engineer. I'm getting there, though. I'm getting there. Oh, that reminds me, dude. I got some new recreational reading. Modern engineering for design of liquid propellant rocket engines. Just got some nice recreational reading. This book is awesome. I started reading it last night. It's really cool. There's a lot of good stuff in here. I am very happy. I'm telling you, PY. Alex Borshenko. He's one of Roscosmos' engineers, like chief engineers. Watch him talk. He's just, yeah, we're gonna launch and then we're gonna fly and it's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna be really happy about this. Это хорошо. It's pretty funny, man. See? Good book. Goes through all kinds of stuff. I'm gonna learn all kinds of things from that. How do you know when an engineer likes you? They stare at your shoes. Nice. Alright, so we were working with the gantry crane. We gotta do some stuff with the crane here. What would you say you do here? But I think we can make some progress here. What else do we need to do? So going with this Clydesdale design, we knocked off probably about 150 parts from the gantry crane. So this is actually going to be useful here. Not only do we have a gantry crane that's the tallest gantry crane that I've ever built, it's 70 meters tall. 70 meters in Kerbal is big. Very big. I mean, look at the Kerbals compared to this design. It's freaking huge, right? So, well, that's good. We have to do a lot of other extensions to the gantry crane, and then I have to finish the base plate here of prefamulated amulite. But I mean, we're really making some good freaking progress here, dude. This is nice. My stapler. Oh, damn, you said it. That's right. Alright, so I think we're good. I'm just thinking about how we're gonna make the base plates here. Because once again, okay, so if you're wondering, like, if you're looking at this and you're like, EJ, that's not a rocket. What are you doing? Max, what are you doing, Max? Anyway, if you're wondering what are you doing? So this rocket is designed for a save where I have very specific rules. The specific rules call for you to engineer the entire launch pad. Because I want to reuse rockets, and if you want to reuse a rocket, a vertical takeoff rocket, you're going to need to reuse the launch pad. You need a reusable launch pad. Nice, social. Nice. Anyway, so I have all these pictures that I got from NASA's archives of just different Saturn V footage. Hey, those two guys though. That guy and that guy. Those guys are pretty cool. They did some pretty cool things. Anyway, so here we go. See that red thing? I'm trying to make that red thing in Kerbal. Hybrid tech gantry. The gantry already used hybrid tech to an extent. Oh no, but yeah. So I was thinking about making a shuttle pad. Why can't you hold the shuttle up with the external tank? thought it was 41C. It's not 41C. It's 51C. All right, so when you're going to build a shuttle pad, RJ, the shuttle does a very specific thing. And it's very hard to get this right. This is not, don't get me wrong, you could figure it out. It's more the docking port vessel hierarchy that's going to screw it up. We definitely looked into this, but okay. So first of all, headphone users, this gets loud. No, I'm not turning it down. All right, watch. What do you see here? Watch the stack. Headphone users, headphone users, headphone users, you've been warned. Wow. Ooh, that's nice. That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. It wasn't too loud. Okay, so what did you see from that? We're gonna turn the sound down. Now watch. So RJ, when the shuttle started its 3 main engines, because they're engines that are on the side of the center of mass, it creates leverage. You create a fulcrum. The entire stack moves. The entire stack needs to be able to pivot off of the SRBs to an extent. Don't get me wrong, there's not a pivot down there or anything. The whole stack bends a little bit, and then it comes back into alignment. I cannot stress enough how important that is. Now, why? Why would that be important? Because if the rocket's pointing that way, you're not going to go in the right direction. Fun fact, the rocket needs to be pointed straight up. If it's not pointed straight up, you're going to have some problems. So you need to be able to get that pivot done correctly. And if you attach via the external tank, you're not going to be able to get that pivot because you're not pivoting around the right spot. Understand? Does that make sense? Now, don't get me wrong. There's a way to figure this out. You'd have to put an extender on the external tank down somewhere over here. That's doable. It's doable. You could get it done. But it's still hard to figure out the vessel hierarchy here. Like, how do you get the SRBs to work? Because when they assembled shuttle stacks, they stacked the SRBs first. And then they quite literally hang the external tank on the SRBs and then attach the shuttle to the ET, which is hanging on the SRBs. It's hard to replicate that. Now, don't get me wrong. Once again, we could fudge it. That's what we figured out from doing all those trade studies a couple of months ago for the shuttle pad. This can be done. It can be done. I know it can be done. But it'd be hard to mimic the exact dynamics of the shuttle stack. Now, what does that mean? If I'm going to build a shuttle, I want my shuttle to work like that shuttle, at least theoretically. In operating principle, I want it to work the same. You see how the shuttle does that little slew off the pad, RJ? Like, watch it in. Let me speed it up. I'll show you in fast motion. Look. The shuttle stack is moving that way off the pad. It slews off the pad a little bit. If you're not pointed straight up and you go to slew off the pad like that, because that's going to happen no matter what, because you have engines pointing this way, the shuttle engines, right? The thing will do this. It will go up, over, and go into the ground. Ask me how I know. I spent a great deal of time figuring out a way to get the dynamics of the stack to work correctly. The shuttle stack is bending and flexing all over the place when they go to launch. It looks like it's staying nice and strong and rigid, but it's not. All this stuff is you're allowed play. For multiple reasons. One, you have cryogenic propellants, so there has to be some thermal expansion, in this case, contraction. So all this stuff is designed to pivot and flex a little bit. I tried to mimic those dynamics when I made my shuttle. And it does work in Kerbal if you get it done right. But in order to do that, in order to mimic those dynamics correctly, I had to build the shuttle stack in a very certain way that's kind of at odds with integration. Because you have to stack the SRBs first and then hang the external tank. How do you know? Well, I've crashed many a shuttle in Kerbal. Oh, that's so rad. That's about right there, guys. You know what's crazy? You play this in 2x speed. That's about right. That's about This footage is slowed down. That's about correct. Yeah, that's about right. It gets going. The shuttle really gets going. 1.3 to 1.4 off the pad. Very, very fast. And you can really see the dynamics of the stack when you speed this footage up. Look at how much that thing pivots. Look at all the ice that gets crumpled off of the ground umbilical carrier plate. See right there? That's a HAZGAS line, a hazardous gas line. It's called the GUP, ground umbilical carrier plate, which is attached to the ground umbilical carrier plate assembly. This is designed to evac hydrogen away and down to the flare stack. Look at it bend when the shuttle engines fire. I mean, look at the difference from here to here. See what I'm talking about? Look right there. Watch this. See? See the pivot? That is essential. If you don't get that pivot right, your shuttle stack is going to do something weird off the pad. That's what I've come to figure out. It has to be right. In fact, the shuttle engine, the shuttle's computers will not fire the SRBs unless that stack is pointed straight up. It won't do it. There's a thing in the shuttle's auto sequencer, the onboard computers, that won't allow it to launch unless it's pointed straight up. Fun fact right there. It'll go into an RSLS abort if it's not pointed upright. Because think about it. If the thing didn't do that pivot correctly, that means you're not getting the thrust from the shuttle engines. It means the shuttle engines are not working. There's been a couple RSLS aborts because the shuttle engines didn't work, or they had a problem on the pad, or they shut down, where they went to fire the engines and then nothing happened because the computer said nope. Yeah, it's called, in the shuttle program, it was called an RSLS abort, a redundant set launch sequencer abort. Basically meaning the computer saw something they didn't like. It was exactly the same thing as Vega yesterday. Ensemble de lancement. I'm not saying it right, sorry. It basically means launch pad. The auto sequencer saw something it doesn't like. So, RJ, you got to get all that stuff correct. It's a balancing act for sure, and it is difficult, but it is doable. That's the thing. I could do this. It would be very difficult. The problem with this is that if I was going to, and this is the conclusion that I came to, if I was going to use the shuttle in mission mode, I could do it. I would have to put the stacks together off of stream, because putting a shuttle stack together would take hours. It would take a long time. It would really take a long time. And I probably would like do it once on stream to show that it gets done, and then just keep building the stacks and go from there. I know, Spacephobic, I know you guys would watch it, but yeah, I mean, it does take a little bit of time. The center of thrust and the center of gravity are not in line, so the slew will happen. Maverick, that's half right. The shuttle engines are actually pointed through the center of mass. So we're getting into trigonometry here, okay? So this is trig. So anybody who likes trigonometry, I think trig is cool. So look at the engines, all right? The shuttle engines are pointed over here somewhere, okay? But they are pointed through the center of mass. That is important to understand. They're pointing through the COM of the stack. Now, the shuttle engines being so far off the center line of the SRBs, they're pointed outright like this. So the SRBs are pointed this way, and the shuttle engines are pointed here. I'll do it backwards so it's mimicking the stack. So it's doing this. Those engines are pointing through the COM. However, they're angled, right? The nozzles are angled out. You can see them being angled out right there. I mean, they are gimbaling down slightly. If they're gimbaling down slightly like that, that means the shuttle was carrying a heavier payload. Because if the engines are pointed more towards the shuttle's payload bay, it means the shuttle's carrying a heavier payload. That's why the RS-25s have such crazy gimbal. 10.5 degrees of gimbal in every direction. The gimbal is there to compensate for differential payload mass, because you guys ever notice that the shuttle could launch? You could put a school bus in the payload bay, or you could put a smart car in the payload bay, and the thing can still get into space. That's a lot of differential mass here. That's why the shuttle engines have the gimbal, to compensate. Now, that's just a side note. Now, if you look, we're getting into trig here, okay? So what function of trigonometry are we using? Well, cosine. You ever wonder, like, you ever be in high school trig and you wonder, like, oh, man, sine, cosine, and tangent, when the hell am I ever going to use this? Well, here you go. Here's one. Rocket science uses a lot of trigonometry. Absolutely. Actually, if you really want to know. So because those engines, they are pointing through the center of mass, but they're pointed out this way. You have a cosine thrust loss, meaning that because the engines are pointing through the center of mass, but they're slightly pointed out, that means, well, if you do cosine of the angle that they're at, you're going to figure out how much thrust from those engines is being used to go up. Spoiler alert, it's like 80, 85, 90%. Once again, they're pointed through the center of mass, and they're almost pointed straight up, tangent to gravity, right? Or parallel with gravity, not tangent to it, right? There's another trig function right there. They're pointed out a little bit, but they are pointed through the center of mass. So the shuttle engines, when the shuttle lifts off, 80 to 90% of the liftoff thrust is being used to push up. The other 10 to 15% pushes you to the side. Like that. See? That's a cosine thrust loss right there. Now, don't get me wrong. It only happens for a second. The reason why it only happens for a second is because there's probably a 5 to 10 second window when a rocket launches where it's very, very unstable, literally balancing a pencil on your finger, right? And that area of instability is because you're literally relying straight up on the engines to make you go in the right direction. Why? Well, you're not going fast enough for aerodynamics to really matter. That's why for the shuttle, it's more of a 5-second thing. And in that 5-second window, the shuttle slews off the pad. But the shuttle has this thing. Space Shuttle had these things on the side. See these things? These little winglings right there? Yeah. They lift badly, but they do generate lift. The aerodynamics of the stack, the aerodynamic forces induced by drag on the stack, after it starts going fast enough where the aero makes a difference, is easily enough to cancel out the forces applied from the cosine thrust loss of the engine. What does that mean? The wings generate more force than the engines pushing this way. So the wings basically stabilize it out. That's the easy way to say it. It'll start flying straight, so to speak, when the wings and the stack start moving fast. Most rockets are susceptible to this. Well, not most. Every single one of them is susceptible to this. That's why some rockets get off the pad a little faster than others. Vega C is a good example of that. Some rockets need to get off the pad quick for stabilization. That's why at Spaceport America, they were launching on launch rails, because they have fins. A lot of these rockets, a lot of high-powered rockets have fins on them. That's called a passive stabilization system. Basically, the fins are fixed, and they make it so the rocket flies in the right direction. But you still have that area of instability there. Now, if you do all that in reverse, SpaceX is looking at those same problems with this thing. You have that area of instability when you're landing. Same idea. When you go slow enough, the grid fins on Falcon 9 don't do anything, and you're relying solely on gimbal to fly correctly. That's where catching a booster, for instance, is going to be a little bit difficult. But RJ, all those dynamics, going back to it, all those dynamics are really hard to get right in KSP. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure somebody could throw together a shuttle stack with some boosters on the side with a tank and a shuttle and get it to fly good enough. But if I'm going to do a shuttle stack, right, if we're going to make a shuttle stack in mission mode, I want it to be right. I want it to be exact. I wanted to do the shuttle justice, you know what I mean? Hey Shirley, what's going on? Can you explain the shuttle's ascent trajectory, like draw it in paint? Yeah, yeah, Ordon, there you go. What do you mean the shuttle's ascent trajectory? It's a very... What is this, shuttle source? It's pretty much in line with most other rockets. Yeah, here. STS-68. Oh, hang on.
Endeavour's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions.
Let's see. What a badass looking stack, dude. Straight up. That thing looks awesome.
T-minus 15.
It looks so right.
12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. We have a go for main engine start. We have 3 main engines running. 3, 2, 1. And have main engine cut off. GLS safing is in progress.
Path 101, DFS loaded to 102, LDB shows 1.
Yeah, look at, did you see it rock? See the stack rocking back and forth?
We have a go for main engine start. We have 3 main engines running. 3, 2, 1. And
Nope, didn't like it.
have main engine cut off.
You see the thing rock? Isn't that crazy? You have to be able to mimic those dynamics in Kerbal if you really want to make your shuttle work correctly. Your shuttle won't fly correctly off the pad. It will not go straight up unless you're pointing straight up. And if you go to the side, your shuttle will slew like this. The slew gets exacerbated huge if you're not pointed straight up. You see the thing rock? That's scary, man. It's not, I mean, it's not scary, but like you look at it, you're like, that's not right. Look at her rock. Oh, there's people on that too. Yo, yeah. Oh dear. Yep. You go through an RSLS abort, the first thing that happens is the crew access arm pops back into position. And yep, there it is. Look at that, dude. Isn't that cool? I mean, it's not cool that it's scrubbed, but you see how fast it's moving? Look, the shuttle stack is still rocking in that picture. You see how fast the CAA moved back into position? Because the crew is powering down the vehicle right on board, but they're also making sure that they can get the frick away from it if there's like a hydrogen leak or something. The end of the video really shows it, okay? Look at, she's still rocking back and forth. Is that crazy or what?
CMPS, third L8 topping in lines range, sequence 29.
Alright, the last one you said? Actually, let me look. I've never actually...
Then return back to their crew quarter, treat the main engine, did their function weld. Best experience when we've had situations like this, and this has occurred 4 times before, that the normal operation is to treat the main engines as if they have flown, therefore having to go in and replace them before we can fly Endeavour. The timeline is somewhat nebulous right now. We're not sure exactly how long.
Something went weird with the gimbal on this engine when it started, with the top engine right there. Something, I mean, I don't know if that was the cause for abort, but yeah, see it move around? Yeah, something is strange with that top engine. Now, the nozzles do oscillate. That does happen. That's normal. But that thing shouldn't be moving around that much. I've watched way too much shuttle footage to know that it should, like, the shuttle engine should be all pointed out like this, right? If this is the 3 engines, they should be pointed out when they start, and then they power them up, and then they kind of focus in like that. If there's any, like, extra movement, yeah, the good thing the computer found it. Oh, what's going on over there? Oh, it was a shutdown. Yeah, redundant set sequencer shutdown. Redundant set launch sequencer. It's an RSLS. You see it shuts down the engine? Look at that. It shut the engine down, and then it unfocused it. And then it's going to shut, the computer will shut that engine down, and that engine will gimbal out this way, and then it'll shut that one down, and that engine will gimbal out towards the rudder. See? Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, it'll shut this one in a second. Yep. See the shock cone? Or the Mach diamond? See it disperse? Oh, that's cool. I mean, it sucks that this was a scrub. I mean, but whatever. The SDS-68 was a very long time ago. So, it's okay. And Endeavour still exists, so that's good. It's cool to see the Mach diamond retract. I agree. So crack and drive is on hold. I said I would work on the MLV today, Kick. Maybe we'll do more crack and drive a little bit later. I don't know. So, fellas, like I said, I was talking about this with Booster 7 the other day. When you're using fully cryogenic propellants, it's really important to have those sparkers. Because think about how disastrous it would be if they went to fire these shuttle engines and it popped, it had that det wave like Booster 7 did. Think about how bad that would be for the shuttle. That's why those sparkers are there. They're there to prevent that from happening. And SpaceX learned the hard way why those sparkers need to be there. Because think about it. These engines are powering down. Think about it. There's hydrogen left inside of the engines when they shut them off. There's hydrogen left inside, and they see all the hydrogen burning off even after the engines are shut down. These orange clouds. That's how you can tell that it's hydrogen. The orange clouds right here. Hydrogen burns this really, really, really intense orange. Not like hypergol orange. It's a little bit different. I wonder how SpaceX will come up with a reusable version. Sparkers. You can have reusable sparkers. Knowing SpaceX Hellfish, they'll probably take some rock and roll show sparkers and install them in the pad. Knowing them, they'll probably do that. Hypergolic orange hypersonic is like, it's not like, see how this is like washed out orange, but you can still tell it's orange? This is, hypergol orange is like deep orange, like the skin of a very ripe orange. That color. It's not blood red, but you're right. It's very saturated. This is hydrogen. That's hydrogen burning off. Notice that they have a suppression system on the pad. They're literally shooting water at the shuttle engines here, because during an abort sequence like this, I mean, look at all the hydrogen and stuff that's floating around out here. You do not want a det underneath the shuttle engines, especially with people on board. It's very, like, that's no good. Whoa. Dude, I've never watched this footage before. Can I see this one more time? Watch the number 2. Watch this engine. What the heck is that thing doing? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Yo. In KSP, did you try to make a pad that holds the shuttle down by the ET? I only did trade studies into it, RJ. I never tried it because you're not going to be able to get the dynamics right. It's tough to, it'd be hard to do. I never bothered to go and try and make it, because if I did try to make it, that would be 6 months of work. Easily 6 months of work. It took me 6 months to make the shuttle's external tank correctly. Now, what the hell happened to that engine? Oh my goodness. I think that might be the engine gimbaling in and then the aborter pushing it back out. I don't think there's anything wrong with the gimbal, but... See that right? It was like a 6-inch launch. Well, Tessa, we're talking about vehicle dynamics. If you're going to build a shuttle pad, you need the entire stack to be able to pivot like that. Yeah, that's the computer doing that. The computer tried to dial the engine in, and then it said, nah, no way. I'm going to try, but I need to make a stick rocket pad just to learn about it. Yeah, RJ, I will warn you, all right? Dude, I'm not saying don't do it. Building launch pads in KSP, I do it because I want to show people how cool it is. But I warn you, it is a very hard thing to do. It's a very... You got to remember that, like, the shuttle program is like the product of thousands of, freaking hundreds of thousands of people's work. All right? One person trying to engineer all the dynamics, even with Kerbal. Like, Kerbal does all your prop for you because your rocket engines work every time, right? It's a tough thing to do. It's really tough to get it all done correctly. But it is extremely rewarding. Guys, it's going to sound stupid, all right? And I don't I'm not I don't go around saying this to people, but learning how to build pads in KSP taught me so much about how rockets are put together, more than any textbook. I have hands-on experience and hands-on experience into just a tiny bit of insight as to how this stuff actually works. You have to be sure. You have to be absolutely sure. That's what it taught me the most. You can't be like, meh, maybe it's fine. No, maybe it's fine means crack and strike. And in real life, it means explosion. I see you repping Smith. What about the other all-American firearms company? Colt? Yeah, I mean, Excessive, I got a Smith shirt on because my dad gave it to me. Because he's a machinist. And he's done work with them in the past. Yeah, Ruger's good. The new SIGs, though. You seen the new SIGs? Kind of want a SIG. Kind of want a SIG. SIGs. Ruger's good too, though. I like Ruger. My Saturn V replica made me want to really nail the shuttle because the capability is insane. I just downloaded KSP. I'm trying to attach a tank to a pod. It ain't easy at all. Yep. Building pads is one of the hardest things that you can do in KSP. Building pads on other planets is even more difficult. But I can't, dude, that exercise, if you try to do it right and you try to mimic it, that's part of the reason why I did it, guys. I didn't just do it for good content in KSP. Some of you guys would argue that it's terrible content for KSP. Like, I spend 90% of the time on the ground. I get it. So do real space programs. Right? I understand that. But I didn't just do it for content. I did it to learn. I did it to... That's part of the reason why I like building pads and why I like going through all this. I did it to learn. And it's taught me... That experience into the systems engineering process has brought me knowledge I never thought I would have had. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I used Kerbal to learn rocket science. No. Kerbal is much better at teaching you processes. It's better for systems engineering. It's better for this, not so much this. If you want to learn systems engineering, Kerbal is extremely good for learning it. Like, because you can take the ideas from systems engineering and you can implement them in Kerbal. Because systems engineering is more of a macro look at things. It's more of the overall thing. That's what SE is all about. It's not micromanaging. It's the whole program. And that's something that you can explain, that I can do in KSP, and I can explain correctly. Now, propulsion and stuff, that's not something you can learn from KSP. Because what do you know with propulsion in KSP? You hit the space bar and the rocket engine turns on, and that's about it. It's macro management. You got to learn how to read first. I saw you teaching her how to read. You never taught me how to read, which is why I still don't know how to read. So Kerbal is really good at teaching systems engineering. I've used it to teach myself how space programs go together, and that makes me a better analyst when we go and look at SpaceX's footage, right? Like, look at Booster 7 the other day. What is the first thing that I said with Booster 7 when I looked at that pop? People are like, oh, is the booster okay? And the first thing I said is, I don't know. You're gonna have to. I would inspect everything on that pad and the booster. I would inspect all of it. Elon went out there the next day, right? That was the day after it popped. Elon went out there later that day, right? And he said he looked at it at a flashlight and everything looked good, but what is SpaceX doing right now? Right now, they're lifting Booster 7 off of the pad, and they're going to bring it back to the high bay to inspect it. Because a pop like that, I know good and well, a pop like that, all it needs to do is undo one bolt, burn up one line somewhere, and then the next time you go to fire Booster 7, it blows up. You have to be sure. That's the first thing that I said, and that was right. And that's exactly what SpaceX is doing. See what I mean? Like, you understand this stuff over time. And Kerbal is really good at teaching SE in that regard. It's very good. And I use it to learn. And, you know, if you guys can learn something along the way with me, that's fine. And also that, I use it to teach what I've learned. Go figure. Yeah, Maverick, exactly. Gotta nuke him from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Yep, pretty much. Anyway. So, I'm not building a shuttle pad. Maybe we'll do that for fun. What I'm doing is trying to build something more conventional. Like this Saturn 1 pad at Complex 34. I'm trying to make that. See it right here? That's what my crane is supposed to be. So we got to work on the base plates of prefamulated emulate right now. And we're going to get that done today. Either that or we can work on the GSE stuff too. Either one. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to finish up the crane, or do we want to work on the transport vehicles for the rocket? We can work on either one. Both of those things need to get done. And both of them are of equal importance. We're not going to transport stuff like that, but we could. You want to blow some stuff up? Okay. Transport vehicles, ground systems. Okay, done. You can do that. Hey, Tri-5 Chevy. Very nice. Okay, just this picture. Quick fun fact about this picture. See how that's a Juno rocket over there, and that's a Saturn 1? A Saturn 1 is a Juno rocket. There's a Juno rocket in the center. And then it's wrapped, it has 8 Jupiter C tanks wrapped around a Juno core stage. True story. Yeah, those vehicles are directly related. That's why they're both on the same test stand. Fun fact. You think I'm kidding? Look, see? Jupiter core stage. See it right there? With Juno tanks Juno core stage with Jupiter tanks wrapped around the side. That's what a Saturn 1B is. It's literally a Kerbal rocket. Just wrap fuel tanks around it. You want to make a bigger rocket. Cool, huh? Alright, anyway, you guys want to work on transport vehicles, so that's fine. Project Ares here. Oh, we can delete the NG craft file. We don't need that. That's in the wrong folder anyway. So, let's go to the first stage here. Is this the most updated first stage? It's not. That is not the most updated one because it doesn't have the umbilical on it. Hold on, I gotta go find it. Kerbal really likes to change your save directory back to root directory if you're using these folders I found, which is annoying, but it is what it is. I figured the names were kind of a giveaway. Jupiter, Juno. Jupiter and Juno make Saturn, though. Alright. I think this is the updated one. I don't know if I can find it, though. There it is. Yeah, see? This has the downward-facing umbilical instead of the radial umbilical. So that's the one that's designed to go with our updated pad.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Nick. What's going on? 41-monther. Alright. So, I'm going to make sure we save this in the Project Ares folder. And now we have to figure out how to move this. So, let me just make sure that it has no fuel in it. Okay, so you guys want to work on a transport vehicle today. That's fine. So we have the MLV first stage, alright? Now, let's look into a little bit of how stages are transported, huh? So, I'm not so much looking at, you know, how to transport stuff like, here we go. So let's look at Atlas for a second. We gotta look into how real rockets are transported, see if we can get some inspiration from here. That's RS rocket ship. right? RS rocket ship is how ULA moves Atlas, Delta, and Vulcan stages around. And if we go back and look here, they have a FIRD, and they're pulling an Atlas this way. So the Atlas rocket is integral. It has integral structure. So what does that mean? Integral structure means that you can when you transport the booster, you could basically, the booster is strong enough to be able to stand sideways and have a fifth wheel attached to the front and have wheels attached to the back, and it'll work just fine. Now, if you look at this one right here, that's a Centaur upper stage. Centaur is not integral. So Centaur needs this cradle to roll around in, or else if you tried to carry it like that, it'd literally buckle. Because the Centaur tank walls are about as thick as a soda can. True story. Also, FIRD. So you see how Centaur has the trailer. So that's how Atlas is moved for the most part. They have, because the first stage is an integral structure, they can use the first stage as the trailer deck and just attach wheels to the back and attach a fifth wheel to the front, and you're good to go. German or US soda can. Toto, 0.5 millimeter tank wall thickness on Centaur. 0.5 millimeter. That's 20 thousandths of an inch for everybody else. Nothing. Literally soda can. I don't know whose soda can, but it's also made out of stainless steel, which is cool. I didn't know that Germans have a different thickness of soda can. Yep. Well, Toto, you should be proud. Centaur stages were the product of a German immigrant. Kraft Erich is the guy's name. He went to work for Convair after World War II. And he was a German rocket scientist. His name's Kraft Erich. And he's the one that came up with the idea for balloon tanks. Yeah, he invented the Centaur. It's a German idea, believe it or not. Everything in the US is bigger. It's a bigger country, stuff should be bigger. It's pretty straightforward stuff. The scale that we're working with is different than your scale, dude. Except where I'm from, Toto. Where I'm from in New England, the scale is on par with a European city because Europeans built this city. Originally. About 2.5 times smaller than the gap on a typical spark plug. Yeah, Cynerd, it's nothing. Dude, if Centaur was unpressurized and I had a screwdriver, I could punch a hole through it, no problem. No problem. Like, tinfoil. It's tinfoil thickness almost. It's nothing. Now, that's how Atlas is moved. Delta is a little bit different. Delta has these transportation stands. The transportation stands right here have a little kind of clear area underneath them. Delta has a transport stand at the front and a transport stand at the back. And they have a specialized transport vehicle that's made by CAMAG that drives underneath the booster. And this thing is like a purpose-built, self-propelled modular transporter. It's not modular, it's just a self-propelled transport. It drives under, lifts the stage up, and then moves it around. Now, we could use Delta. We could use that way of doing things. I could build that, no problem. Now, let's go over here. See? Yeah, see, there's two of them. Actually, I think there's three of these things. One of them says CAMAG on it, and the other one says ULA on it. CAMAZ. No. Not CAMAZ. A little different. Nice dodge. But you see, it's a huge self-propelled transporter right there. It's using similar parts to an SPMT, but all it does is lift up these brackets. All they have is a stand that they put Delta on, and that stand has a processing ring on it. And then they just pick the whole dang thing up and move it. Fun fact, when they're putting a Delta together, right? Oh, dude, that's cool. You see the transport stands? The transporter can move the wheels 180 degrees. All wheels. You have all wheel steering, so watch it. It just translates to the left here. Ready? Watch, all the wheels go zzz. That's cool. We could do that. I can make that happen. There's Atlas. FIRD. See, the Atlas is just a trailer. It can crab. It definitely can. Yeah. What the hell? Did you see that? It did a spinala. Isn't that cool? Yep, they go up the Tennessee River from Decatur. They actually travel north up through Kentucky to southern Illinois at the confluence right there, and then they go down the Mississippi and out. Mattia, is that you? Yeah, and then if it's going to Vandenberg, they got to go through Panama Canal, and then they go up past Baja to Vandenberg. Pretty crazy, right? Now, we don't need to make the boat part. Oh, hang on. I got a message. Might be important. Smart pack. Yep. So, here's the thing. We could do this. I could do this way if we really wanted to. But Delta uses an erector. So, they assemble the Delta booster, right? And then they move it on this transport truck to the pad. And then on the pad, they set those transport stands down on an erector and they bolt it to the erector and it turns Delta upright. It's not horizontal integration, but it's not vertical integration either. Delta is capable of doing either one. That is good capability, but I'll be honest with you fellas, we don't need to have both vertical and horizontal capability. It really doesn't matter in Kerbal. It doesn't matter how you integrate payloads, because I'll be honest with you, we don't have to move sensitive equipment with a really sensitive mirror into space that requires vertical integration. It doesn't really matter in KSP. So we need to go for the integration that's the easiest. And vertical integration, believe it or not, is the easiest. I always thought that horizontal in Kerbal would be easier, but when they added the hydraulics, nah, the horizontal is harder because you have to balance things perfectly when you go to attach them, and Kerbal doesn't understand that too well, especially with how docking ports attach. So it's better to. I'm not sure if Delta, the way that the Delta booster is moved, is the right idea. That is a cool vehicle, and it would be fun to make it. But I'm not sure that that's the correct avenue. I think, or the correct pathway, not the correct avenue. I think that, man, that thing is cool. I think that doing something more like Atlas would be a better solution. Boat. Man, this footage is old. 2013, 9 years ago. Dude, look at the Atlas. Wow. Oh, there you go, Toto. Danke. Jeez. Oh, Delta 4 medium. What a great launch vehicle. Heavy. Oh. Hi, Heavy. How are you? Alright, so I'm thinking something like Atlas might be more in line with what we're trying to do. So let me go over to my Atlas 5 research pictures. See, we could probably move the booster like this. Ferd. Hey guys, oversized load, you think? We could probably do this. But there is one more thing that we could check out if you guys want to see it. We could look at Falcon 9, the way the Falcon 9 moves. Falcon 9 is actually, I mean, it is horizontally integrated there, you can see that. Let me see if I have any pictures of the transport truck in here. There is a lot of cool pictures, like that one in here. And that one. And that one. And that one. And that one. Ancient history, am I right? Man, we have some really nice pictures in here. There's the iroses. Yeah, that's a pretty good picture. I don't think I have any pictures of the transport trailer in here. Big boom. Yeah, I don't think we have any pictures of the transporter in here. Great picture from Maxa right there, if I do say so myself. Someone say history. Yeah, we gotta do this trade study, man. We gotta figure this stuff out. Look at this ancient RGV logo. Unreal, Thomas. Absolutely unreal. That is an awesome picture. Where did we even find this? This has got to be off SpaceX's Flickr. Unbelievable. There's Jetty Park. I remember that. There was the artist that was doing anime spacecraft, which is pretty cool. I like that picture a lot. Yeah, see, this stuff is hard to do, man. Horizontal integration like that is tough. Trade study gasm, duh. I'm trying to find pictures of the Falcon 9 transport. We're gonna have to do this way. So, what SpaceX does is they shrink wrap the boosters and they move them on a trailer, and the trailer has 2 fifth wheels. There's no pictures of it here because I didn't Google the right thing. It has to be trailer. There it is, right there. So, Falcon 9's, a lot of people don't know. You ever notice that Falcon 9 is very tall and very skinny compared to other rockets? Part of the reason why it has a 3.7 meter core is so it's skinny enough to make it under bridges, and it can be transported by truck. That's one of the ways that SpaceX keeps the cost down with Falcon 9. Or that was one of the ways that they did it back in the day. They don't need a boat to move this thing around, which is ironic because they need a boat to get one back. That's weird. Anyway, those are the trailers right there. That's the trailers for moving the thing around. Oh, Thomas, there's a sweet picture from Teslarati. You know what? I'm putting these in my, I'm putting it in my research folder for research purposes. Yeah, see? So check this out. So the truck has a 5th wheel attached to it, right? Obviously the truck has a 5th wheel. But the trailer has a 5th wheel, and that 5th wheel is holding the top of the LOX tank right there. See that? It's cradling the top of the LOX tank. And then Falcon 9 is also integral like Atlas V, so you can use it as the trailer deck. And then there's the trailer wheels also have a 5th wheel. So you have a 5th wheel, you have a 6th wheel, and you have a 7th wheel on this. That's how they move Falcon around. I don't think we need to do this. I don't think we need to do that either. I think that's too complicated. Now, good for getting into those hard to reach places. It needs to be able to travel on the roads, Synerd. All federal highways are engineered to a certain standard where there's no tight corners on purpose unless there absolutely has to be, right? So these articulation points are designed to get around what the minimum radius of a highway is. And SpaceX literally just takes these things, wraps them up in Hawthorne, and then gets this thing on I-10 and just ships them across the country. They do use barges now to get the boosters from the port of Long Beach to Vandenberg, where they offload at the ET dock. What ship are they using for that, Thomas? And where did you hear that? Yeah, it's a research folder, Lithuanian. Yeah, research. Research. It's for teaching purposes. What is that Kohler thing on the truck? Kohler makes air conditioners and generators and toilets, believe it or not. That is HVAC system. This is how I found out. Let me see. Thanks to high-resolution satellite imagery taken on May 24, 22, it appears that a booster is now horizontal in the barge in preparation to be shipped back to Vandenberg. Huh. Okay. Interesting, Thomas. I suppose it makes sense. Dude, I'll tell you. Thomas, I've made that trip from basically Hawthorne, California to Vandenberg. There's a lot of tight corners. It would be I'll tell you, it would be a real pain in the butt to get that thing up there. Yeah. They wouldn't be able to use PCH. You'd have to go up I-5. There's no way you could use PCH. It's way too narrow. Anyway. So, there's another way to transport the vehicles. We have an integral trailer right there, right? We have Atlas's fifth wheel design, which does work. But I don't know if Atlas would be the best idea for us because... Hang on, I'm going to turn down the music just a tiny... Oh wait, no, I have this turned up. I don't know if this is the best idea for us because we have an interstage design. Atlas 5 Core does not use an interstage. The interstage rides with Centaur for structure. So, I don't know if transporting like this is a good idea. I don't think we should do that. Delta's way does work, but it might not be the best idea because the Delta is designed to be more or less horizontally integrated and then vertically integrated at the pad, which means we would need an erector. I'm thinking making something like this might be the right move. Yeah, I agree, Maverick. Yeah. PCH is not light traffic. Yeah, I mean, I drove the F-250 up those roads. Light traffic all day. That question I asked you yesterday about Sea Dragon versus Falcon 9. I wasn't happy with it, so I want to rephrase. Okay. Sea Dragon could carry 550 tons of payload to Leo. Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy can do like 60. Falcon 9 can do 22 in expendable. Those are both expendable. But yeah. So if Sea Dragon had been continued and used, do you think SpaceX would have had Falcon 9 do heavier payloads and still have reusability? Uncapping, I understand what you're trying to say. But consider this. The response that I was trying to tell you yesterday was that, dude, if Sea Dragon had become a thing and if Sea Dragon had existed, I highly doubt that SpaceX would even be a thing. The whole reason why Elon started SpaceX in the first place was because he looked at the space shuttle and he said, this is a dumb idea. Why aren't we going further in space? That was the whole... Well, that's not the whole premise. The whole premise is that he wanted to buy a rocket to send a greenhouse to Mars for you know, to grow plants on Mars, right? That was the idea. And he went to Russia and he tried to get an ICBM from Russia to do this mission, and the Russians told him to frick off because he didn't like the price. And then he said, frick you, I can do it better, right? I mean, he wasn't kidding. That's why the Russians don't like Elon. At least the freaking guy that runs the space program doesn't. But that's another story. So, it's very possible that if Sea Dragon existed, that SpaceX wouldn't have even been a thing. We would have gotten way further into space with 550-ton to low Earth orbit payload capacity. I personally think Sea Dragon is a very good idea. A big dumb rocket like that is not a bad way to do things. That's not a bad idea, man. It really isn't. Building rockets in shipyards, and I've always said, Uncapping, that you can make a sustainable space program with expendable rockets, even though I know Sea Dragon would be reusable. As long as your launch cadence is high, you can have good sustainability with expendable rockets. You just need to make sure your manufacturing process is very inexpensive, i.e., building a rocket in a shipyard as opposed to building it in a highly engineered, clean room environment. A big dumb rocket like that, and that's Truex's words. It was just supposed to be a big dumb pressure-fed rocket. It's not a bad idea. It really isn't. I'm surprised nobody else has ever tried to go down that avenue, because it's a smart move. My only problem with Sea Dragon is that having a single chamber engine of such a colossal size is just asking for it to get torn apart by combustion instability. Well, the way they were going to get around that is pressure feeds. That's the only way to get around that, because you ain't getting a turbo pump that big. No way. It has to be pressure fed. Shipyard. Have you ever considered a tent? Well, bam, that was one of the things when we first saw Starship getting made. When we first saw Starship getting put together, I was really impressed that they were just building it out in tents and building it out of steel. Because it's something that I've always kind of thought in the back of my head. And don't get me wrong, this isn't my independent idea. Robert Truex and Sea Dragon was the original idea for this. The idea is that, it might be easier to engineer a bigger rocket out of not such exotic materials. Like, if you make a rocket out of steel, obviously the steel is going to be... It's going to be not as efficient, right, as an aluminum rocket, right? But if you make it out of steel, steel is way easier to work with. So it's easier to manufacture a bigger rocket, right? So because it's easier to manufacture, right? You can make a bigger rocket, and you don't necessarily need to worry about, you don't necessarily need to worry about it taking a long time for it to get made. Like Starship, they built it out in a field. They still put those things together outside because Elon did it better and is using stainless steel, so you don't have to worry about it rusting. It's smart. Using cheaper materials to make the rocket and then just making a bigger rocket is not necessarily a bad idea. Now, don't get me wrong, just like any other good idea, it's a hard thing to do, right? But it's possible. And that's what I like about SpaceX, because it is possible. You could do it. Sure, why not? Anyway. The use of the barge to transport eliminates the removal of landing legs and grid fins, which is needed to be removed for transport on the road to make turnaround quicker. Yep. Are those parts on the bottom of that landing legs or air brakes? They're landing legs, Gore-Tex. Yeah, hybrid tech landing legs. Want to see what they do? Here, I'll show you. So this is my MLV, the Medium Launch Vehicle's first stage. We'll just do a quick demonstration here. I'm about to mess with your crane that's on Kerbal X. Go ahead. That gantry too, RJ. That gantry crane design has helped many of people build launch pads, dude. Lavi used it to make hers. A bunch of other people have downloaded it to be like, look, I used your gantry crane to make my own rocket. The crane was the hard part, dude. All right. AG isn't working, guys. The action group isn't working. I'm just gonna set her down here for a second. This is something that you should never do. Real rockets can't do that. They would have fried the engines. Oh. Alright, let's try it now. Nope, still didn't do it. I'm just gonna turn on Infiniprop. I gotta figure out why this isn't working. Why aren't we playing the leg controller? Oh. It erased my cal controller. Did it erase my separator? No, the separator controller still works. Yeah, Gore-Tex, actually, I am. It erased one of my cal control. It erased my landing leg deployer. Wow. Thanks, man. That would have really sucked to put one of these together and have it get all the way back to the pad and not have the landing legs deploy. That would have been a problem. Yeah. You helped me squash a bug with Kerbal here. I don't know. Oh man, see, this sucks because I don't know where or when this was deleted. Oh, there was very specific timing for that too. Damn. Oh, that took forever to get right. And now this is my master craft file. We got the UAP figured out. Umbilical attachment point. GSC integration is what we need to figure out. That's why you need a catch arm as a backup, EJB. Oh man, I really wish I'd known when that happened. I probably should have checked. Damn. Okay. Yeah, I had that thing dialed in, dude, which is really cool. Here, I'm going to merge the full stack prototype here. This is the one that we were testing with. Let's see if the cal controller has it here. Nope. Well, that's discouraging. Well, that's the first problem of the day to fix. Damn. So, my landing legs have a very, very specific sequencer to them. They have to deploy, there's 3 or 4 robotic parts that have to work very much in conjunction with each other, or else the landing legs will bind up. Now, the landing legs on this rocket, Gore-Tex, are very similar to Falcon 9. They are Falcon 9's landing legs. They're as close as you can get to Falcon 9's landing legs in KSP, without yeah, like downloading a mod or something. Let's check to see if this first stage here in the root folder has what we're looking for. I doubt it. I don't think it does, because that was the copied file there. Nope. That's... this is annoying. Okay. The L-0 weather forecast showing 30% probability of violation for the CRS-25 launch. Okay. Catch arm's not a bad idea. I've made it. I made Mechazilla in this game. The only real way that I could get Mechazilla working reliably in this game is, first of all, it's hybrid. Hybrid tech would really help. I made Mechazilla with no hybrid tech, and it does work, but it bends a little bit. The second part of that is I would need to have a first stage that's like drastically over-engineered, so I have plenty of propellant to be able to steer the booster in precisely and land it. Project Ares MLV first stage leg 2. Let's check this craft file. Does this craft file have the right stuff in it? Oh, it does. See what I mean? Look at all that. All that stuff needs to... What did I hear yesterday? All this stuff needs to be done in the right order, or else it's not going to work correctly. Dude, the crane is idiot-proof. I love it. I spent a month getting that crane right, dude. That's what I mean, RJ. Like, dude, look, you see the... Like, I'm not trying to brag, dude. Like, it's not... This is what happens when you have 15,000 hours in KSP. I can make whatever. I can make whatever work. I know enough about KSP to know what works and what doesn't. Right? Like, unless we're trying something new, like with the Kraken drives, the hybrid tech stabilized Kraken drives. That's a new thing. I don't know necessarily what's going to happen, but we mess with it by trial and error, right? But when it comes to building conventional stuff, pads, cranes, stuff like that, I know what works and what doesn't. I can build whatever. It really doesn't matter. I just got to decide what I want to build. A lot of more experienced Kerbal players have this problem. It's a problem that you run into. It's not that you couldn't build anything. It's not that I couldn't build a rocket that goes to Joule right now. I could easily build one that goes to Joule. I could build a single stage to orbit rocket that goes to Joule. No problem. Easy. That's too easy. I don't like it. That's no fun. I don't like doing that. I want to build complicated, more complicated stuff, because this is the stuff that's cool. I mean, look at this thing. This thing isn't the biggest rocket I've ever made. It's no way. Not even close. Neptune is like way bigger than this. Neptune's like twice the size of this thing. But MLV is really freaking cool. It's a really cool rocket. So sometimes, you know, something like I could do it. We could build a shuttle pad, for instance. I could do that. It would just take a long time. It just takes time. That's all. Like, I could build whatever. It's just going to take it's just going to take time. But I have to find the balance between boring people to death and you know, these complicated projects. Hey, Tozzle, what's going on? How was Metroid last night? I had to dip out. I was like falling asleep at my desk. So, this has the action groups. It's Mazel Tozzle. So, Gore-Tex, this is the first stage craft file, and I know that this works. So what I'm going to do right here is we're going to reroute. To be honest, I want you to use the shuttle again. I know what you mean, man. All right, get rid of that. All right, Gore-Tex, I'll show you what this thing does here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Flow priority, set that to 6, or not flow priority, set the fuel to 648. All right, here. This should work now. Let me make sure that what I just did doesn't delete that doesn't erase the cow controller. Nope. We're good. All right. How's Babbo? Babbo is good. He's got 2 teeth now. What? Who's Babbo? I don't know who that is because I'm a moron. I wonder what did it to delete the inputs. I don't know. Maybe subassembling it, rerouting it. Here, let me show you what this thing does here. Tazzle became a Mazel. Oh, Mazel Tazzle Tob. Wait, never mind. All right, so shut the thrust limiters out there on the outside engines. All right, so Gore, let's just move this off of the pad here for a moment. Keep an eye on the burn time. Oh, we got plenty of time. We're good. Mazel is my mom, but Grab started calling me Mazel. Well, are you a Mazel or not? I'm confused. Because of Babbo. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, see that, Tazzle, that means, see, now that makes more sense. Alright. Watch this, Gore. Ready? Boop. Yeah, sorry, backstory provided. See, Tazzle, I have this problem. I don't know, like, it's gonna sound dumb, but I don't know too much about, like other streamers. You know why I don't know too much about other streamers? It's a first world streamer problem to have. I'm streaming all the time, so I don't get the chance to watch really talented streamers. See what I did there? I don't get to watch other streams too much. It really sucks. But it's first world streamer problems, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, I don't know, so like, if I have, like, questions that are like, how do you know this? Like why don't you know this, EJ? It's like, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get so far up my own tail trying to engineer this stuff, I have no idea what's going on. So, as an American, this is one of the only times you're ever going to hear me say sorry about something. But yeah, no, that's cool. Well, now I know. Thanks for filling me in. You don't want to say sorry, bud, though. That's insulting. If you just say, oh, sorry, that's like, that's sincere, right? Is that how that works? Oh, sorry, bud. That's an insult. Sorry. Babbo's napping currently, so I get to pop by. Oh, that's cool. Tazzle, when did that happen? If you don't mind me asking. Like, when did this happen? When did Babbo become a thing? Sorry, bud. Not enough maple syrup in that accent. Oh, I very much disagree with you, bud. October 2021. Well, hey, congratulations. That's awesome. It's so cool. Like, Taz, my sister had a kid in February, and like, I've never been like this close to somebody having a kid, right? Like, I'm a freaking uncle, which is just weird. Wait, am I the crazy? I'm the crazy uncle, aren't I? Oh, crap. And then I was gone until around February, March. Well, if my sister and her kid is any indication, yeah, it's kind of a full-time job for a little while, isn't it? Uncle EJ! Oh dear. But you get the fun job, that's awesome. Well, no, I'm not trying to make this about me. I asked you, but yeah. So like, when my sister first had a kid, she had a kid in February, right? I was holding the kid, I was holding her in my arms, and I'm just like, I'm having trouble here, and everyone's like, well, no, you're doing just fine. I'm like, no, I'm having trouble parsing that a person came out of you. Like, and don't get me wrong, like, I'm not saying like, oh, that's weird. Like, I know the mechanics involved, right? Like, I understand. I get it. Right? But it's just, it's ridiculous. That's crazy. We can make people. That's cool. I think that's really cool. That's really neat. That's really neat. I really like it. That's really cool. Like, yeah. Like, my sister's like, what do you mean? What do you mean you can't figure it? What do you mean? I'm like, I'm having trouble parsing that this came out of you. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, no, it's not. I'm not trying to be a dick. I swear, I'm not trying to be a dick. It's just, that's just, you made a freaking person. What the hell? How did this happen? Like, it's mind-blowing. Oh, it's so goddamn cool. That's awesome, Taz. That's really cool. Really freaking cool. I'm getting choked up over it. I'm dead serious. It blew my freaking mind. I was like speechless. I'm like, how is Babby formed? Like, it's freaking beautiful. That's awesome. That's really cool, Taz. I really wish I could have kept up to date, you know? That's freaking sweet. And now that makes sense, because you were gone for a little while. And I was like, where did Tozzle go? Oh, Babbo. That's awesome. You know, you said congratulations to me, but I should be saying congratulations to you. That's really freaking cool. Repost so you don't have to scroll. If that kid's first words aren't endeavor or discovery, you failed as an uncle. Well, Grab Shark, what I do when I'm holding my sister's kid, I hold her up underneath her arms, right? And like on the coffee table, I go, you want to walk on the moon? That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. And she puts her legs down, walks around like Neil Armstrong because yeah. No, I'm dead serious. I do that. Yeah, no, I'm not. That's not a joke. I'm not even kidding. She created consciousness. It's wild, Lunprod. It is an insane thing, dude. It like, not insane, like, I mean, like, insane, like, no, don't get me wrong, like, I understand what's going on, but, like, then you actually see it, and you're like, wow, this is a person. What the hell? How does this even happen? I bought Babbo rocket socks. Nice. It's crazy in a good way, yep. RJ saying I don't do that already? Jeez. Yeah, no, it's wild stuff. But anyway, Babbo's in good hands. Rocket socks. Why don't I have rocket socks? I have rocket socks. You don't get to see my socks every day. Not only is that a person, but they let her walk out of the hospital with it. Yeah, that's what my sister was telling me. She's like, you let me leave with this. This is a person. You let me leave with this? This is a person, and you're trusting me with this person? What the hell? Anyway. It's funny. Like, yeah, no, it's just, that's cool stuff, Taz. Awesome. Super happy for you. Anyway, Gore-Tex, that's what the landing legs do. Like I said, they're just, it's literally a copy of Falcon 9's landing legs. Complete with crush core and everything. You have a NASA onesie, boom, roasted. Okay. Anyway, let's get back into the nerd stuff, huh? Not the biology stuff, the nerd rocket science stuff. Am I right? Okay. Anyway, so Gore-Tex, we found that craft file problem, and now I'm wondering, like, we got to change some things. Got to change some things because, yeah, this is the I don't. So we can either do two things from here. The first thing that we could do is go into our master craft file and reprogram this. Or I could try to just copy this file and then update it with all the changes that we made to this thing. Sorry, hijacked it with wrong science. Hey, we like all forms of science here. We do not discriminate. We like all forms of science. Biology is just something I don't get into too much. Shut up. I'm getting back to... No. No. I'm getting... Rockets. Rocket. No, no, not those... Damn it! Back to the nerd stuff. Back to the nerd stuff. Let's... Craft files. Craft files. It just works. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Shut up, Hibbit. Shut up. Here. Yeah, no, Thomas, that's a good idea. Here, we'll look at this. Just look. See? Isn't that nice? Wait, what rocket? What are we looking at here? ABL stage 2. Nice. Man, what the heck are they doing with their second stage here? Look at all this stuff. Oh. Huh. Oh, dude, the cable management. The cable management is money. Oh, that's so nice. There's a lot. There's a lot going on here. Tazo, is it bad if I look at this and I'm dumb enough to try and look at this stuff and figure out how it works? Like, there's no way you're gonna figure out how all this stuff works. But I can tell you that they are using pneumatic actuators for their separator. See? Pneumatics. Why? Hydraulics don't work too well in space. Especially if air gets caught in them, so they're usually a pneumatic system. But then again, those lines are a little big for that to be a pneumatic system. But then again, you wouldn't use a hydraulic separation mechanism up here. That doesn't make any sense. No, but you have to try it. That's right. Bottom of stage 1. Wow. That's oh, that's nice. Firework, I'm not sure, judging by the plumbing and everything here, that there's a center engine. I think it's 9 engines around the outside. Round the outside, round the outside. Look at the braided. See, they have braided lines here for flex because of flex joints. Why would you want these pipes to flex? Anybody? That's an easy one. Come on, you guys know this. Thermal expansion or contraction because you're moving cold propellants, am I right? Yeah, baby. Yeah. Firework, yeah, look at this thrust structure. 9 engines on the circumference. There's no center engine on this. Oh, dude, look at that manifold. That's, see, there's your infill. That's your fill valve. This is where the stuff comes in from the pad, right? So your umbilical's up there, your umbilical attaches up there, and then, oh, look at that. Look at the manifold. That's pretty. I thought the flex was for the ladies. I mean, we ain't talking about biology anymore. Very interesting. Come on. Why? I did good yesterday. Come on. Stop coughing. See that? Six pneumatic separators here. ABL is expendable, Thomas, aren't they? Recolor. Yeah, no center engine. They're expendable. I'm wondering why opt for a pneumatic system like this if you're going expendable. Why would you do that? That's just extra weight. Now I'm just generally curious. Like, I'm not saying I know better, because I absolutely don't. I'm sure this system fits exactly what they're trying to do. I'm curious as to why you'd opt for a pneumatic separator system over an explosive bolt. Especially if ABL is opting for an expendable system. Block 2 reuse? Yeah, maybe they have reuse planned in the future, Hibbit. I don't think ABL does, though. ABL, fellas, for the people that don't know, is designed... What they're really trying to do is... You know how I actually talked about it when we were talking about Sea Dragon a little bit earlier. You can have a sustainable program with low-cost, expendable rockets. If you find a way to make rockets faster and cheaper than everybody else, it can be expendable. It doesn't matter. You know, you can have a sustainable program. Soyuz is a great example of this. So the Soyuz is expendable, but it's one of the cheapest rockets flying because they make a lot of them. But yeah, just interesting. Interesting that they'd opt for that type of separator mechanism with an expendable rocket. I'm sure there's a good reason for it, and that reason I don't know because I'm not an engineer, but it is interesting to see it. Anyway, also I have an idea. Could you use landing gear compression to make really stable launch mounts? Like have two legs pushing onto a grip pad on top of your launch mounts? Yeah, Thomas. Yeah, ABL's cool. They're doing a lot of cool stuff. RJ, I had an idea. Could you use landing gear? Could you use landing gear compression to make a really stable launch mounts? I have two legs pushing into a grip pad on top of your launch mounts. RJ, I've found that the only thing that landing legs are good for in this game, and landing gear, they're good for two things. Landing things, in the case of landing gear, it's actually three. So, you know, rolling a plane down the runway, taking off, and landing, or landing on a celestial body. So, landing gear and landing legs are good for landing and takeoff, and Kraken drives, and that's about it. I don't like having anything on a launch pad be under sprung weight. I don't think that's a good idea. You need to see this. I've seen this before, Bree. Yeah. Big boy toys. Big boy toys. You know what? I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. I like playing with trucks as a kid. Now I like playing with trucks as an adult. The only thing that's changed is the size of the equipment. That's just guy things, or stereotypical guy things, I should say. If I had a cat excavator and a junk airplane like that, I would do that. I'm not even ashamed. I would you know me. I would absolutely do that. I'd probably be making the noise with it too. All this stuff is just big toys. With your buddy in the cockpit. Yeah, no, I'd be like, dude, I'm gonna sit in this thing. You hold it in place, and we're gonna fly around. I just need this guy to chop the front off so I can take it and make a flight simulator out of it. I think I have more of the toys I wanted as a kid as an adult. Yeah. Yeah, Tozla. And don't get me wrong, it's not just a guy thing, right? Like, this is just... when you grow up, you never stop playing with toys. Like... you know, like this is still a toy. It's just bigger, and it's a toy that can kill you, so you have to be a little bit more safe, right? But just toys. They're just toys. Just toy. Yeah, I would. Of course, I would do that. Why wouldn't I? I'd chop it up and then I'd take it for parts, though, and I'd make a flight simulator out of it. It is what it is. Anyway, I think I'm gonna take this craft file and see if we can transfer it over. So let's, Gore-Tex, if you're still here, let's try and figure out, go through the process and see if the CAL controller gets deleted at any point and what function would make it do that. So all right, save this, and then we'll switch over here. Switch to the SPH. Now take this, save it in the Project Ares folder. It's no different than trains. Trains are just big toys that move things around. The thing is that it's useful to move them, or like to play with toys all day. All right, so the AGs are still there, which is good. So now what I'm going to attempt to do is rename the craft file. Quick disconnect arm is swinging out of the way, and the catch arms are slowly going up for possible Booster 7 removal. Okay. Thomas, is this going to be one of those days where we get nothing done? I really need to get this stuff done. I really want to go back into mission mode and get this stuff working. All right, so PA MLV first stage. It's PA dash, okay. PA dash MLV first stage. Master craft file. Alright, so let's save it and overwrite it. So I just overwrote the one with the updated umbilical. So now we need to go back and update the umbilical here. Let's see if renaming it screwed it up. Okay, no, the CAL controller is still there. We don't have to watch it as standard procedure, only for SN24 testing, yeah. Did you strut the launch mounts on MLV? The launch mounts? No. No, they're physics-less. They don't need to be strutted. They don't drift, remember? Those are just attached directly to the fairing. That panel right there is just to make it look like it's not floating in space. That panel, it doesn't serve any purpose. It's just a visual thing. You know what's happening with Booster 7? They're taking it back to the build site for inspection. Okay. So now I need to update the umbilical. So let's go in here like this. Okay, we're shroud on the center engine here. I really wish I would stop coughing, but it's worse today than it was in the past, which is annoying, but whatever. Did merging those craft files screw this thing up? Nope, it didn't. Okay. Just get rid of the fuel line. We don't need that necessarily. Now, if we absolute snap this into position like that, there. Now she's aligned. Now we change the fairing to no mouse over. And then we got to rotate the entire thing. 1, 2. Rotate the entire thing. That's a 30-degree rotation. And I just got to make sure that we do exactly what we did to get this umbilical lined up, to make sure that, because we've already tested it, I have to make sure that it's exactly the same. Okay, so what I'm adjusting right here, guys, is the fuel transfer umbilical. So that the rocket's physically held into the pad with these RCS balls. I use physics-less parts for the hold down points because they don't move. Physics-less parts don't bend. So it's a really strong part to use, believe it or not. I could get the whole vehicle to stand up on 4 RCS balls that are sitting on grip pads. Very, very useful. But it still needs to dock, and it still needs to dock to the pad, and it needs to be able to transfer fuel. That's what that port is for. That's the umbilical for it. So what I'm going to do now is go into arrow. I don't want the docking port to just sit there like that, floating in 3D space. That's really weird. Why is the root part of the MLV the small docking port on the first stage? Right here? Because that's the part that's going to... Okay, alright. That's a good question, RJ. It's a little complicated. Give me 1 second. I will answer that momentarily, okay? Okay. Let me finish just making sure that this is all updated and working correctly. Save. Okay, everything is still there. Dude, I have no idea. I have no idea why it deleted that cow controller. I don't know what function I did, because that was exactly what I did with the first stage before to make this master craft file. So it was updated on July 14th. Oh, come on. All right, I'm gonna go get a cough drop, dudes. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm still coughing, dudes. Two weeks after. Still coughing. I mean, I'm fine. I'm not sick. No runny nose, no nothing. Just still cough. Arms are closing. You could try steaming yourself out in the shower later. Oh, Taz, that's what I do. Yeah, when I first had COVID like 2 weeks ago, I couldn't, like, dude, it's so congested. I went into the shower and I cranked the thing to full. This was after I took the shower that I thought was a cold shower, but it wasn't. Turns out fever does weird things for your motor skills. But yeah, taking a warm shower like that, oh yeah. I turn it up to like maximum and just have the water run against the wall or something and just sit there and breathe. Cleans you right out every time. Are they going to lift the booster? That seems to be what's going on. In fact, medication for hypertension can induce recurrent coughing. I don't have hypertension, Gannett, so that's not what's going on. Yep, steam yourself out, Dawes. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah? Hey, Peck. Been a little busy with EE undergrad research. Can't catch you every day, but always love the streams. Thanks, dude. It's the first D stack with the arms? I think so, Balk, yeah. You don't even touch the cold water knob. So, what I do, guys, like a regular shower for me, Dink, I turn the heat up. I like taking a really warm shower, but there's a caveat to that. I'll turn it to cold right before I get out of the shower. It'll wake you up, like, instantly. Like, I didn't do that when we covered Vegas Sea the other day, and I was groggy for like an hour. I jumpstart the system. It's probably not good for you, but it works. I want to see them lift this, guys, if you don't mind. I'm just going to take a quick little detour from KSP. But actually, before we do that, let's, I just want to make sure that this has everything we need. I want to do a test with this. They do that kind of stuff at fancy spas, hot then cold. It shocks the system. It wakes you up, like, real quick. Your body gets the adrenaline going. Yeah, that's what happens. Like I said, that and a cup of coffee, I'm good to go. You know? Closed up the pores. Yeah, there you go. I like going really, really hot with the shower and then really, really cold for like 5 seconds and then get out of the shower. NASA Kennedy just tweeted a throwback picture of Dragon 1 on top of Falcon 9 to announce tonight's launch. Nice. I know what you meant, Coder. Yeah, Toothless, yeah, if you just slowly turn it down. I usually don't have the time for that. I just go ice cold for like 5 seconds and it's like, oh! But, yeah, you wake up. Alright. Let's see if this works. Ready? Get her up in the air. Perfect. Yep. Very good. Can a Gerbil still walk under the nozzles? Yeah, of course, Jim. Yep. No problem. Yeah, see. Lockout functions. Yeah. Ursa, yeah, it's a good system. I spent a good amount of time on these landing legs. And they should be able to do this. I said should. Nah, we'd have to pick the booster up to get the legs to fold back up, but they can do it. I'm just going to pull the thermal bearings off the MLV and use them for your launch mount. Alright? Alright, well, this thing is working as intended, so... Alright. Now, what I wanted to do was... Actually, let me make sure the top separator controller is working correctly too. Yeah, of course it is. Okay. Cool. Okay, so we need to figure out a way to transport the first stage, but I want to watch that booster. Speaking of transporting first stages, I didn't... Guys, I was in New Mexico when they lifted it. I've never seen this thing get lifted before. I'm just curious to see what happens here. Going on a tangent. 2401. Penitent Tangent. Good name. Nice name, dude. Good reference. I am 2401 Penitent Tangent. I am the monitor of installation 05. Say what? I want to see them lift this thing. Strenuous, watching this game is incredibly entertaining. What, Kerbal? Yeah. This is Human Space Program, but there's no directory for Human Space Program on Twitch. We only have Kerbal, so this is, you know, Kerbal's the closest thing. Ever played Halo Infinity? No. No, Bauxy, I'm never buying another Halo product or supporting any part of that brand monetarily after the atrocity that was Halo 4 and 5. I won't buy another Halo. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, Kerbal, I prefer watching them playing. That's totally cool. First time someone caught the reference. Dude, so, like, Bauxy, I won't touch anything that 343 did. I gave Halo 4 a chance, and it was terrible. And then I gave Halo 5 a chance, and it was even more terrible. So, yeah, no, I'm not supporting any Halo product that they put out. Sorry, it's not happening. But, with that being said, I do know, I've read all the Halo books up until Ghost of Onyx. So, Fall of Reach, First Strike, The Flood, Ghost of Onyx, and then Contact Harvest was chronologically the first one. I've read all those books. They're good books. But I won't support any new Halo product. Sorry, not happening. They ruined the franchise pretty badly. And yeah, I get it. I'm being a gatekeeping Halo, you know, one of those guys like, "Oh, you don't know how to do it." Yeah, I get it. I'm being that guy. I understand. I have to do it with something, you know, like a sympathetic Mass Effect fan. Yep. I concur, Halo 5 was terrible, but Halo 4 wasn't that bad. If you've read the books, Halo 4 will... I'm not doing this. Blue, I'm not doing this. If you've read the books, Halo 4 is horrible. The story is terrible. I'm surprised the arms are fully functioning after the explosion. They can take a beating. Grits, yeah. Guys, it's a theory that I've said, that I've had for a little while with this pad. This pad should be able to take a beating. Think about it. If you're going to engineer a pad to be able to catch that thing, this thing, I'm pointing at it, super heavy, and catch that thing, well, look, this stuff is very, very... very big, very heavy, very hard to do. It's the first time they try it is most likely going to result in some type of explosion, right? Or they could catch it on the first try and just, because frick the haters, that would be cool. However, look, you can't be 100% sure that you're going to catch every booster every time for like the first couple of missions. And if Starship is up on orbit and Super Heavy misses and it you know, it misses and blows up, well, Starship's got to come down in a couple of days. So this pad better be good enough to be able to withstand the blast. What I'm trying to tell you is that this pad should be way over-engineered. It should be able to take a direct hit from Super Heavy and not really give a frick about it. Because why? Why wouldn't you engineer the pad that way? Booster 7, you know, popping out the bottom with the most legendary backfire in history the other day, in rocket history. It basically burping out the bottom and not really causing too much damage to the pad. I mean, they still got to inspect the booster, but compare that to like if Delta IV Heavy did that. If Delta IV Heavy did that, the rocket would obliterate itself. The thing basically withstood a detonation down here, and it was fine. My theory is that this pad can take a hit. It can take a couple of licks, no problem. Because if they didn't engineer the pad to be able to take, like, to be able to withstand like a low yield, like nuclear blast, right? Then the first time they go to catch something, if it blows up and misses and damages the pad, then you're down for a long period of time. That doesn't sound like SpaceX to me. Something like that, Paul. Yep. Do you know what time the Firefly Alpha launch will happen? No, I don't. It also needs to be tough enough to do all that after baking in the heat of 33 engines. Bingo. Let's see. All right, I'm going to go back into KSP. You guys, you know what? I'll put this on the other monitor. The second they start lifting that thing, we'll flip back over, okay? Alright, so we need to figure out a trailer mechanism for this. Oh, and also the RCS, that was something that we changed. I set the actuator control for the RCS. So having doubles like this, you know what? I wonder if we could. Ooh, that's pretty neat. That looks cool. I like that. Just a little more style in that way. Let's just move it down so it's not creeping onto the inner stage right there. Very nice. Alright, so when the booster's coming back in, I need this RCS right here, actuation toggle. That one needs to be set for just pitch. This one right here needs to be set for just pitch. And then we need to go down to the bottom of the stage and do the same thing. Something is wrong here. Oh, interesting. They weren't in symmetry. I wonder why I would do that. Alright, Ursi. Lurk away, my guy. Interesting that they weren't set in sim. I don't know why. I think I maybe just did that because raisins. Alright, so set that to pitch. This one needs to be set for a pitch actuation. So does this one right here. And so does that one right there. Okay, so now, this one right here, the top ones, I'm going to set the top one to roll. That one needs to be set to roll. And then this one needs to be set to roll as well. Show actuation. That one's set to roll. Okay. 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 Cool. Now this one right here on the side, that one needs to be set to yaw. This should give me better control of the booster because I have dedicated thrusters for yaw, pitch, and roll. Before, I had one thruster here that was controlling pitch and roll, or yaw and roll, and then that one thruster was controlling pitch. Now I have 2 thrusters for pitch, 2 thrusters for yaw, 2 thrusters for roll. Should make the booster a lot easier to control, especially during landing. Bingo. Okay, cool. Save the MLV first stage mastercraft file there. There we go. All right. So, Now that we have our mastercraft file unified, that's everything that we did. That's all the changes that we did. Double grid fins. Separator mechanism is good. Was there anything else that I did to this thing? I don't think so. I think that's everything. Alright, so let me get the fuel out and make sure that the vehicle is saved. Okay, vehicle is safe. And then I want to make sure that there is a, a crossfeed flag on that docking port right there. Anyway, RJ, are you still here, buddy? RJ, you asked a question about why the root part is that docking port. When we launch the rocket and we go to undock the first stage, so stage separation, right? Because vessel hierarchy, the second stage will be, when we separate, the second stage will be the part that we're controlling from. So like when we go to separate, when I hit the command to separate the rocket, I'm going to control the second stage. I don't want to separate the second stage and then default control to the first stage. Because that was the point of separation for the first stage during staging, that becomes the root part anyway. It reroutes when you undock and dock sometimes. It does change your root part. If I set that to root part, that means my hierarchy doesn't change even through staging. That's why I need, you know, I wanted to finish all that and I wanted to make sure we had a dedicated, it needs some dedicated time to explain it. It's vessel hierarchy. That's why I set the docking port for root part. Because it's going to be the root part anyway. Maybe a dumb question, but why aren't air brakes used on landing rockets and why don't you use them? That's not a dumb question at all, Fruity. That's a really good question. Just let me catch up with chat here. Yeah, Dead Crew. It is, right? That's weird, right? Anyway, Fruity, that's not a dumb question at all. Why don't they use air brakes? Because when a rocket comes back down, right? So, well, I say when a rocket. The only two rockets that are going to do this are New Shepard and Falcon. Falcon more than New Shepard because Falcon comes in a lot faster, all right? But when the rocket's coming back down, the weird part of this is that you really don't need air brakes. Why? Wouldn't air brakes be a good idea to slow you down? Well, yeah, of course. That slows you down pretty well, though. And that's already there. The rocket engine. So, like, during the supersonic retropropulsion burn, right? You're slowing down. That slows you down a lot better than an air brake would. And then, obviously, when you go to land, an air brake wouldn't allow you to land correctly unless you had, like, a parachute. Which, I mean, what's a parachute but a gigantic freaking air brake, right? Now, the next thing is, you know, you could, well, okay, they have all that stuff. Why don't you just put air brakes on the top? Wouldn't that help? Well, yeah, of course it would. It would slow you down, but you wouldn't be able to steer with those air brakes very well. Why? Why wouldn't you? Well, long story short is airspeed. Airspeed is the right way to do it. Now, Fruity, we're going to get into aerodynamics here. Very basic aerodynamics. So, air is fluid, right? Air is a fluid. You're flying through a fluid. Not fluid like water. Gas is a fluid as well. And you're flying through it. Now, how fast the air hits these control surfaces really depends on what, how fast the booster goes is going to depend on what kind of control surface you need. So think about it like this. Do the control surfaces on an SR-71 look similar to the control surfaces on a 747? No, they're pretty much completely different. I mean, don't get me wrong, you still have elevators and ailerons and stuff, right? But an SR-71's, control surfaces do not look physically like a 747's in any way, shape, or form. Why is that? Well, an SR-71 goes a little bit faster than a 747, don't you think? So, how does that pertain to air brakes? Well, the thing is that at a certain speed, air brakes don't do anything. They don't do anything. Think about an air brake on a rocket going like Mach 5, coming in at like 6,000 miles an hour, like Falcon 9. think about an air brake on that, Fruity, like if you were in the car and you rolled the window down and you put your hand out. Is your hand going to do anything to slow that car down? No. No, not at all. No way. It's a negligible force. Air brakes do that at high speed. They don't really work. They just don't. The air basically just flies right by the air brake. The airspeed going over that air brake is going too fast for it to deflect it up. It just keeps going. So, like, if you have the side of your rocket like this, and this, now keep in mind, this is real life. This is not Kerbal. This is real life. You have the side of your rocket here, right? And then you have an air brake right here. So this is your air brake. At slower speeds, what is the air going to do? The air will come in here like this, right? And it'll shoot off like that, and you'll get some crazy deflection. That'll cause insanely low pressure right in this area here, right? It'll cause really low pressure right there because the air is deflecting off to the side. And that low pressure right here and that high pressure right here is going to cause a lot of drag, and that drag will slow you down. At high speed, when the air is coming at you a lot faster, it's doing something like this. Oop. Or I could just mouse off the screen. It's not deflecting out there. Because the air is going so fast, there's air up here, right, that's moving also at very high speed. So that air that's moving up here at high speed, when this air gets deflected off the air brake, is just going to bend like that. It's going to do this. And most likely will do that. It'll just go around the air brake. Because the angle of deflection of the air at speed right here is not very high, the air brake basically doesn't work. The air will just go past the air brake. It really will not deflect the air out very well at high speed, Fruity. That's why rockets don't have air brakes. Long story short, they're going way too fast for an air brake. It's like how, like, top fuel dragsters have brakes. They have brakes on them, but the parachute is what slows them down. Ironically, an air brake is what slows them down, because regular brakes, you'd cook them going 300 miles an hour. You try to clamp a caliper going 300, it'll just melt the caliper, right? They don't work. You need something different. So, how does Falcon 9 slow down? Well, when Falcon 9 is coming back and hitting the atmosphere, it uses the atmosphere to slow down. Coming back into higher atmospheric density will slow you down, right? And the rocket engine as well. But SpaceX knew when they went to make this that the air is going to go by so fast that even if you put like a control surface, like if you had a rudder or something, and then the rudder pivots on this axis, right? That kind of control surface is still going to do the exact same thing. You're not going to be able to steer very well, because the air is just going so fast that control surface cannot deflect the air out in the direction that you want to steer the damn thing. It won't work. So SpaceX came up with this. The grid fins. The grid fins do create an insane amount of drag, but they are not air brakes. They're hypersonic control surfaces, so they're designed to be able to control stuff at high speed. So the grid fin, if we look at it, right, it looks like a waffle iron. They knew that with the grid fin, the air would be going at them really, really fast. So what they did is, on one side of the grid fin, if you were looking at the grid fin from the side, it's like this. It's pointy on one side. Fruity, what they did here is that these points on the grid fin actually disrupt the air. The air coming in gets deflected because at that point it'll deflect out. And what it actually ends up doing is it deflects it into the grid spaces. So the air going through is going to deflect like this and then bounce. It's going to bounce like that. But see how it can deflect the air a lot better because it breaks the air like that and it moves off to the side. Similar to what the control surface was doing, but there's a lot of small ones. There's a lot of small air brakes into this design. That's what those points do. They're designed to break the air in such a way that it shoots it through the grid, the lattice structure on the grid fin. That makes it so you can deflect the air at an extremely high speed. Instead of using one big honking control surface, this thing is but a bunch of small control surfaces. And that does provide drag. That does make drag. But any surface that's designed to fly you through the air, control surface on a 747, SR-71, grid fins on Falcon 9, whatever. Any control surface that's designed to go through the air like that is going to make drag in some way, shape, or form. Drag is a byproduct of lift because you have a pressure differential. High pressure next to low pressure. Anytime you have high pressure air and low pressure air near each other, it's going to create some drag. But see, the grid fin actually splits up the air, and that slows it down to get it to work, to get the grid fin to actually move the air in one direction or the other. That does provide some type of braking force. But long story short, the real reason why they don't use air brakes is because you can't. There's no... The air is moving way too fast to use an air brake. And when you get to the point where you're moving the air around slow enough, where the airspeed over the vehicle is slow enough for an air brake to work, you're already slowing down. There's no need for an air brake. That's the short story. There's no need for it. I always love EJ in paint. Best time to drop in on the stream. On the launch mounts, did the RCF ball have same vessel collision on? Yes. So yeah, there's no point. You try to deploy air brakes on something like Falcon 9, they will literally do nothing. It's just wasted mass. The hypersonic grid fin, like I said, that is the only way to be able to control the air at high speed. Because you're not going to... Remember, a control surface, what does a control surface do? It just deflects the air in a different direction. You can't do that when you're going Mach 5. You can't do that... Well, not Mach 5. You can't do that when you're going 5,000 miles an hour. It doesn't work that way. The air will just go by. Like putting your hand out the window on a car. It's not going to do anything. You need the grid fins to break the air in a certain way to be able to steer the thing. Now think about that. Think about the pressure that gets put on those grid fins because they're splitting the air like that. You're creating an insane amount of differential pressure. Now, there's a reason why they made those air brakes out of titanium. Now, one of the reasons is because of re-entry heating, obviously. The second one is that, dude, those things cut through the air in such a way that's going to make a lot of heat. You're going to get a lot of heat as a byproduct. You're going to get heating because of the way they break the air. Oh, yeah. I bet you the front side of that grid fin, when it goes through re-entry, is extremely hot, and the back side is probably really cold. Pretty crazy, right? But yeah, no, you can't use air brakes on a rocket in real life because the air will just go past it. The air will just do a Spaceball 1 and just go past you. It's not gonna, it doesn't work very well. That's why SpaceX has grid fins, you know? And that's why you don't see rockets with like regular control surfaces on them either. New Shepard doesn't have anything like that. It has a toroidal ring up at the top for stabilization, and then SpaceX has the grid fins for steering. They go to plaid. I mean, Falcon 9 does book for what it is, Tazzle. Like, when you think about it, I mean, there's not many things that go faster than a Falcon 9 first stage. The only things I can really think of are any human-rated spacecraft, the space shuttles, and that's about it. And I'm talking in the context of a re-entry vehicle, like a vehicle coming back down and landing. There's not many things that fly through the atmosphere that quick. New Shepard does have the 4 turning wings at the bottom, but they don't do anything until after the air brakes are deployed, and even then, New Shepard is not going nearly. New Shepard is going slow enough to where you can warrant an air brake design. On a first stage, you're coming in way too fast. The Air Force Mini Shuttle? Oh yeah, the X-37. Yeah. Yeah, look at them. Look at how hot the front edge of those grid fins are. Unbelievable, right? Unreal. Look, you know what's super interesting? The spot where the nitrogen thrusters are is really cold. Huh. Look at that. This part's really cold because it's the LOX tank. LOX is cold. I know. Man, that's wild. What about the plane at the beginning of Top Gun Maverick? That was pretty fast. That plane doesn't exist. Does the grip pad have same vessel on? No, it does not. Grip pads will grip things even without same vessel collision on. Or does it? I don't know. I went to launch and the hinge on the side I used to dock was still attached and it pulled a spin launch and went straight into the ground. Yeah, you got to get the sequencing right. That, RJ, there's a reason why I opted for a fixed system like that thing right there, instead of a hinge detachable one, because this will make it so it won't do that as much. Are you sure? I don't know. All right, so we need to lift this sucker up. I was about to say sucker and thing. We need to lift this singer up. All right, so how are we gonna transport this thing? Now, there's some things to figure out. So why am I looking at transporting my first stage? Well, these first stages, obviously, with its landing legs and whatnot, they're designed to be reusable, right? Gotta be reusable. I want to drag this thing back to the pad, and I want to reuse it. I didn't know that you changed it. Can I see the launch mount? Yeah. RJ, it hasn't changed. I've just never had same vessel collision on the grip pads. The grip pads don't need SVI to grip things, believe it or not. They'll just grip things. Grip pad is attached to the main ring with a strut. No same vessel collision on with extreme grip. That has SVI on, and the thermometers have SVI on. I'm sorry. No, you're not. You want to learn. It's fine. I'm just I've tried to go and make the transport vehicle for MLV probably like 4 or 5 times now, and every time I do, somebody's like, "Hey, I have a question," or Super Heavy decides to lift, or or I start coughing. It's ridiculous, man. Not you. It's one of those days, dude. We have days like that where there's just a lot of stuff going on. All right, so I want to drag this booster back to the pad, so I need to make something that can move this thing around pretty easily. So what should we do here? I'm thinking how this should get done. Think we should fifth wheel it, Maverick? Well, I've tried doing that in the past with the interstage design. It doesn't really work too well. Because if we do something like a fifth wheel, right? I'll need something like an adapter, right? A conic adapter right here, and then we need same vessel collision on that cone adapter to butt up against the interstage, and then I need a docking port that's connected here so we can attach the fifth wheel, because that's the fifth wheel attachment point. And what happens is that the thing likes doing this. It likes bending and flexing around. But then again, with our mounting mechanism, that might not happen as much. Well, it should be all good now. Thank you. Yeah, no problem, dude. It's all good. With our mounting mechanism, that might not happen. We have an alignment mechanism and physical parts that prevent that thing from moving around. But that still could mean the docking port could drift. I do want to make an interstage cap like this. I think that would be a good idea. Falcon 9 has something like that, and since we have a Falcon 9 style system, it might be prudent to do something like that. So let's go ahead and figure that one out. That, and I know that this design works. The reason why I know this design works is because we used a similar design for picking up the boosters with the Freedom booster. So I'm gonna go with what I know here. I know that this works, so let me make the cap. Now, my interstage cap here is going to be so the crane can pick it up. I'm gonna basically have a docking port out on the front here that's on a hinge, and the crane can come down, we can attach and then pick the booster up. Mobile Scud launcher then. Would you want to incorporate a landing recovery vehicle with your transport vehicle somehow? No, Oridon, that's the next question, isn't it? So once again, we got to talk about this again. We got to theory craft it out. Do we want that to be the same vehicle? How are we moving this booster to the pad? When a booster lands, what are we doing? Well, how do we get that back to the pad? Do we use the same vehicle? If we use the same vehicle, there's a little bit of a problem. The booster is like this when it lands. It's not on its side, right? So do we make a vehicle that can go and grab the booster like the TDRV from back in the day? Remember the transport vehicle? Do we make something like that? That's going to be high part count. Do we do that? I don't know if that's a good idea. Or do we make something like Octograbber where we can just drive underneath the booster, pick the thing up, attach to its umbilical, and then move the booster SPMT style back to the pad? Do these wings work well for guidance? Yeah, they work just fine. So, yep. I doubled them up because I needed a little more control authority. And to be quite honest with you, I might end up having to put another one. We might end up needing two. I might need one more in the center. Because sometimes I notice that the control authority on these can get overridden by the moment of inertia from the lift from these wings. Basically, if the moment from these are out, if the moment from these wings generate more force than the moment from my control surfaces, well, that means the booster flies wherever it wants to, and I can't really control it. I've noticed that, so we might need to triple it up, but I don't know for sure. I got it. Make a miniature version of the gantry crane, turn it sideways, a U-shaped vehicle. Can pull up with the booster in between. I think you had a vehicle like that in the past. Kind of. I'm thinking, dudes. I'm thinking. What would be the best way to do this? Remember, if I land this booster near the pad, I want to be able to relatively quickly take this thing back over to the pad and put it back onto said pad. Could you make a vehicle like the 9K720 Iskander? I don't know what that is. Oh, that thing. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's just a truck with a transporter erector built into the back. We could do that, but the truck for this thing would be big. It would be very big. I think it would have to be two different vehicles. One for landed and one for new. Well, Ordon, the other thing we got to take into account is that we might want to store these cores when we're not using them. Say I end up landing like 2 or 3 of these cores, right? I don't have 2 or 3 pads to put them on, do I? So it might be a good idea Please hold. True, and you don't want to store them upright. No, not particularly.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Cyborg, 27-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Okay. I agree, Talon. Yeah, you get no argument from me. Hey, MC, what's going on? We don't want to store them upright, or do we? Ordon, I have a stupid question. Is there any particular reason why we couldn't store these things completely upright? They'd be hard to transport around, that's for sure. Why don't we just do a SpaceX and store everything vertically? Slow day at work, so here I am. Where are we with the MLV? We're coming up with first stage transport options. Now, the only problem I can see with that, guys, is if I accidentally land a booster out here somewhere. We landed somewhere out here. And then we have to go grab it. And then we have to transport the vehicle back up onto the pad. The shallowest ramp to get back up onto these tiles, the hexagonal tiles, is that right there. Which means whatever type of transport vehicle we come up with is going to need to have adjustable ride height somehow. That would be hard to make, and that would be a lot of parts. Hey, Warjo. Eve Pivy. Derve. How about this? Two-stage transport. Have something like an octograbber roll off at the transport. Goes under the booster docks, lifts it up, and then the vehicle, which is low, will drive under it, lift it up, and it'll be transporting vertical. It'll be transporting vertical. What if you didn't need a pad to launch and you launch from the landing legs? Just have a fuel truck and a crane to reload the craft. Maverick, we could do that. We could get away with it, I think. I don't think New Shepard comes in too much slower than a Falcon 9 first stage. They're both effectively doing suborbital hops. Falcon 9 even does a burn mid-flight to reduce the speed before hitting. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, no, you're probably right. But you got to remember, New Shepard is a lot lighter, you know, so it's slowing. It slows down a lot quicker, doesn't it? Because of it's the ballistic coefficient, is it not? Or am I not thinking about that right? I mean, Falcon 9 has way more momentum. That's lame. Yeah, PY, I kind of don't want to just put the vehicle vertical and fire it. That wouldn't work in real life. You'd need to put it up on some kind of stand, like the orbital launch mount that SpaceX has. You'd need to do something like that in real life. I don't want to, you know, have people come into the stream and see this and be like, oh, well, EJ launches his rockets right off the ground. Why doesn't that happen in real life? And then I have to go on an explanation as to why, like, oh, it works in Kerbal, but not in real life. That goes against my plausible realism rules. I don't want to do something like that. Kraken Tech Repulsor. And if we were going to make a storage facility for these boosters, like a hangar for them or something in mission mode, it would absolutely need to be, we'd absolutely need to move. I was going to say we absolutely would need to move them horizontally, but do we? It does save a lot of time, PY. But see, like, that's the thing. You know, just fueling the rocket back up, putting another payload on it, and sending it again does take the least amount of time, but that's not very realistic, dude. I want to see if we can find a solution that is plausibly realistic. That won't take a lot of time. I think that's a much better challenge for me. Yeah, maybe knows. Who knows? What was I doing? Ah, dang it, I lost my train of thought. Booster recovery. Okay. My gut's telling me to just make a TDRV. Make something that can grab the booster and bring it horizontal to move it back to the pad. One vehicle that can just grab it and bring it down. That's what my gut's telling me to do. That would be the easiest way to do it. But then again, vertically transporting it would be an easier way to do it as well. But if we transported these boosters vertical all the time, if we had some type of vertical storage facility, which is fine, I could build a high base somewhere and roll it out of render range of the pad, no problem. We can do that. If we were doing something like this, are you designing the pad too? Of course. We need to, there's the slope problem. There's the problem of driving off the hexagonal tiles. Either that or I could just make a vertical storage facility right next to the pad. That could get part count heavy pretty quick. Take the hydraulic system from that. Take the hydraulic system from that, dock it to when it's standing the rocket, and then use that system to lower it horizontal. Can I ask why you're launching on the tiles again? Because launching on the tiles means you're close to where you put vehicles out, so it's easy to put the rocket together quicker. Couldn't we use the SSTO erector, but instead it picks the vehicle up from the ground, rotates it horizontal, and then we drive it to a crane integrated to the pad? Yeah, but that would mean we'd have to integrate an erector to the pad. Like, that's... Yeah, it needs to be simpler than this, guys. It needs to be simpler than that. If the transporter is wide enough, you wouldn't need to worry about keeping level when moving it up to KSC. So it would end up being a lot of parts, Talon, right? Like, is that enough thrust for you, bud? Oh yeah, this is plenty. I'm thinking, guys. Here, I'll think out loud so you guys can hear it. So, I'm trying to think what would be the worst, what would be the most part count. So, okay, let's start here. Say we move this thing vertical all the time. Say we never bring it horizontal. Okay, so what does this look like? We have the vehicle, drive this to the pad. That vehicle is going to need to be, it cannot move fast, can't move fast. Alright, so it has to go slow, what does that vehicle look like? We need to make it have an adjustable height so it can kneel underneath the booster when the landing legs are deployed. It'll drive in like this. We need to, once again, the vehicle needs to be able to lift up into the hold down points. And then we need an umbilical to be able to dock the vehicle. That's a docking function that needs to happen when the landing legs are folded. So no, we wouldn't want to do that. Because you don't want to... I don't want to dock stuff to this thing when the landing legs are open, because the landing legs will be under load. So we'd have to lift the booster up, fold the landing legs, lock them back into position, and then we'd have to dock the thing when the landing legs are in the upright position, because the hybrid tech would prevent them from drifting. But then again, the hybrid tech should prevent them from drifting when they're down too, but they are under load. I don't want to take the chance. I'm speaking out loud, sorry. Not sorry, I just said I would do that in the same sentence. Okay, so we dock that, and now the booster can roll around vertically, right? Do we design a system that just uses the landing legs? Or uses the rover wheels? Do we use the rover wheels? I don't know if that's a good idea. The rover wheels are sprung. Once again, they're on springs. And the springs are not... Springs in Kerbal, as demonstrated from the past couple of Kerbal streams, the springs in Kerbal are very wonky. They get very weird. So I could build a vehicle with regular rover wheels that we could make work. Or we could design an SPMT. But if we design an SPMT, that's going to end up being a lot of parts. But here's the real key. Is that SPMT going to be as, like, our transporter system? Is that going to be something that's as complicated... They're sprunk. Is that transporter system going to be something that's as complicated as, like, a mobile, a transporter vehicle? So something that could, so like, a vehicle that could bring this thing from the vertical position back down to horizontal and then drive it around horizontally. What would end up being more parts? I'm not sure. Yeah, Red. I'm not sure if I made an octo grabber if it would be more parts than just a regular, like the TDRV from back in the day. I'm not sure which one would be more or less parts. I've also noticed that one of those struts is taller than the other. There, now it's even. I seriously just tried to talk and nothing came out. Custom-made tank treads. A lot of parts. We need simple. A mobile TE. If we have a mobile TE, Maverick, why the heck do we need the crane?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sir, this is a Wendy's. Yeah. So if we have a mobile transporter erector, we could theoretically take the first stage and back the TE onto the pad, like someone who was suggesting with the SSTO, just boop, put it right back onto the pad. Done. And then we could use the crane for the second stage, like similar to Delta 4. That's Delta 4's integration. But that's a lot of stuff to make, guys. That's a lot of things to do. It's a lot of things to build. Yeah, Claude Voy, I can make with a rotor. With the rotors... I don't know why it's so bad today, guys. With the rotors and grip pads, we can make wheels. I can make wheels that are, and then if I hybrid tech out those wheels, they're unsprung. That could work. Ah, hairball. Install the second stage on the mobile transporter erector. So that would be, Maverick, that would be favoring a horizontal integration with a TE. Dry air? No, it's just a leftover cough from COVID. Horizontal didn't work well with Condor. I know. Talon, I'll be honest, I could probably make Condor's pad better nowadays because I built Condor's pad without really understanding what vessel hierarchy is and what it does. Now that I understand it a lot better, we could probably make it better. I'm not going to do that. We'll make MLV better instead. But, like, horizontal integration is tough, but I could probably get that done better than the last time. Yeah. You said no strong back. See, yeah, Chief, I did. I said no strong back, but now I'm starting to think that this might be... like, for vertical integration, especially since we're recovering this stupid thing. Horizontal might not be the worst idea. It might actually end up being less parts. My bad pad drawing. Trailer crosses underneath. Trailer comes underneath and attaches to the booster. Yeah, no, yeah, yours has a stabilizer on it, I see. Yeah, that's what I was envisioning. The thing is that thing going to be more parts than a horizontal transporter? It's hard to say. Because, once again, it comes down to our expectations, our stakeholder expectations. We got to make a decision, and we got to do some type of study into the feasibility of, like, can we store these things vertically? Can we store them vertically? Or do we really want to store them horizontally? We could put them vertical. That's really not an issue. What if you build like 10 feet on either side? Building something like that, Zertin, is a little bit more difficult to do. Building like a animatronic foot, if that's what you're asking to do. You do have those ground anchors. Ground anchors are literally useless. They are useless. Ground anchors don't work when the ground moves. Float point error. They're useless. I would rather have something just be able to shift a little bit around on the terrain rather than try to anchor to the ground. Long story short, ground anchors drift just like hydraulics do. They're literally useless. Well, not useless. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that they're useless, but they really... I haven't found an application for what they do exactly. They don't hold stuff to the ground. But then again, the way I used it with my launch pad was a retrofit. I suppose if I designed something around a ground anchor, it might work. Horizontally stored could also be loaded on a plane or a boat if transport is necessary. Chief, that would be difficult, man. So, okay. Say we do a horizontal transport vehicle for storage purposes, right? For storage purposes. And then I have a vertical transport vehicle that's designed for moving this back to the pad, right? It's similar to how Falcon 9 has this, right? Has that for moving the vehicle after it's been taken off of the drone ship or the launch site. And that thing brings you back to the pad. That's different than this thing, which is designed for transport. But then again, that thing is not designed to recover the booster from the vertical position. It's just designed to transport the booster when it's horizontal for over a relatively short distance. The point that I'm trying to get at is that this isn't exactly like what we're trying to do, but my point is that we have a small vehicle that's designed, we could have a smaller short-range vehicle that's designed for moving this back to the pad vertically, and then if we want to store a booster, we can move it horizontally. So, what does that look like then? If we were going to... So, what does that look like? Say we land a booster, right? We land a booster, and that booster needs to be stored. It needs to be put in storage. How do we do that? That sounds good, but the horizontal vehicle should be capable of collecting the vehicle if you land outside the target zone. Yeah. Nice, Claude. Neat, Ren. So, let's talk about this. I have the vehicle vertical. We get our vertical recovery vehicle. We move it back to the pad. How do we take it horizontal? I need the crane to lift it up, and then I need my horizontal vehicle to turn some kind of plate so we can accept the vehicle, and then if we back the vehicle up and just lower the crane, it'll lower it right back into position, right? Is long distance transport part of the con ops? If it is designed around it, design around it. If not, it should be factored into your design process. It's about sticking to requirements you laid out for yourself. Well, Novus, we had a huge stream conversation the other day about, you know, MLV versus HLV pads, right? I was like, I had a problem. Like, am I going to design a pad that uses HLV and MLV? If I do, well, we have a problem because HLV doesn't exist yet. So I decided that MLV for now will have its own pad, and then HLV will have its own pad, similar to Saturn 1 to Saturn 5, right? And then we'll retrofit it so down the road we can have one pad launch everything. That's good architecture, right? Because remember, MLV and HLV are designed to work in tandem, right? So we decided our stakeholder expectations here are that the boosters can be stored, right? We're going to need a way to store the booster. There's no way that I'm just going to have one booster all the time, or we could just have one booster all the time and it's not really a big deal. I haven't really thought too much about how we're going to store these vehicles, like how we're going to store them. I didn't get that far in my analysis, right? What if we take the launch pad mount and throw that on some wheels for recovery? Not a full mobile launcher, though. I know, God. I know. Later down the road in that exact same stream, I figured out that you were right and I was incorrect. Yeah, no, I didn't know if you were here, but I said, yeah, no. Viewers suggested that. You suggested that, and a couple other people suggested that, and I was like, no. I said, no, that's not a good idea, right? Because, you know, we don't want to fall into that trap of saying, we'll do it later. But this is what you were trying to explain to me, and you were absolutely correct. As long as HLV, I have a need for building a heavier launch vehicle, which I do. A 375 fairing for this thing is not going to hold us. A 375 fairing and 20-ton payload capacity is not sustainable for like a Duna program, right? That's good. This thing is good for going to the moon and setting up architecture in low Earth orbit, right? We're going to need a bigger vehicle eventually. And because we have that need, just like the Apollo program, HLV eventually will get made. We should start designing it in parallel. But because it's architecture that's going to be needed to realize our end goal expectations, right? In that context, you're correct. What I was worried about is saying, you know, let's build the rocket and then we'll figure out all the other stuff later. But that's a bad mentality to have. But it's more a mentality to have when you're talking about mission goals. So, once again, dude, you were right. You were absolutely right. I was wrong because I was conflating two different things. If you build a rocket with no mission, then it's a bad habit to get into, we'll do it later. That's what they did during the shuttle program, and that's why it took 30 years to make a space station, right? But with Apollo, the Saturn V was always the end goal, and I think that's what you were trying to explain. Because it's always the end goal, it doesn't really matter if we build it later. As long as we know that it's part of our base architecture, which it is, then it's okay to say, oh yeah, we'll eventually grow into it. Instead of, it's more about architecture, growing into the architecture, not growing into the mission. The mission hasn't changed. Because the mission hasn't changed, it's okay. That's fine. That's what they did during Apollo. You were absolutely right. How precise is your landing specifications? I really want to be able to land it on the tiles. So, God, yeah, I did apologize at the end of that stream if you go and watch the VOD. I don't think you were here, but I'll say it again because you're here now. Yeah, no, you were right. You were absolutely right. I thought about it, and I thought about what you were trying to say a little bit later, and I'm like, oh, man, that's actually a good idea. Yeah, good call. So, building separated pads is how I'm going to roll with it. But, once again, we haven't thought about booster transport and storage. Now, what we could do... Now, Novus, I'd be interested to see what you think of this idea. Just being tongue-in-cheek about it. Well, I kind of said, no, that's a bad habit to get into. No, you're absolutely wrong on stream, and I feel bad because I was wrong. So, I still make mistakes, dude. Like, but, you know, I'm not hesitant to, you know, admit that I'm wrong in that regard. I just needed to figure out that I was wrong. It just took a second. You're going to run into trouble designing a single pad to accommodate two different designs. If they weren't designed with that pad in mind, you'll really need to keep those interfaces in mind. Using heritage hardware comes with its own can of worms if you're not careful about it. And that was the conversation that we had the other day, Novus. It was like 6 hours of theory crafting out stakeholder expectations. Because I had a passing thought. If I make one pad to launch two vehicles, where are we going to store all these stupid things? This vehicle is 400 parts, so if I have two of these being stored next to a pad launching the heavy launch vehicle, right? That's 800 parts in scene already, and that's going to croak the computer. That goes against my 45-minute stakeholder expectation for integration. This needs to be rapidly reusable. And what we figured out, what we kind of came up with is that we need to store these boosters out of render range. They need to be stored out of render range to keep performance up on the pad. And Rocket Guy and I decided that because booster transport is now part of the integration process, we upped our stakeholder expectation requirement to 1 hour for integration instead of 45 minutes to take into account moving these things back and forth. That's where my requirements are at right now. Now, the next point here is how. We decided that offsite storage is the right move. What would be the best application for this? Do we move the vehicles horizontal? Do we move the vehicles vertical? If we move the vehicles horizontally, how do we get them horizontal from the vertical position? Right? How do we do that? We need to come up with an integrated architecture that basically is the easiest way to be able to get one of these boosters from a storage hangar to the pad, onto the pad, and once it's on the pad, we already know how the second stage and payload get put on. That's something that I can reuse from Freedom's architecture. We know that works, right? So now I have this pretty much figured out from getting from the hangar to the pad, right? We could do something like Atlas, where we have a pivot on the back and the crane picks it up and then boop, done. That shouldn't be too hard to do. Should be pretty straightforward stuff. Now, okay, so that solves that problem. Now, okay, the booster comes back down and lands, and now it's vertical next to the pad. How do we, A, if we want to reuse the booster, how do we get that back over to the pad quick? And B, if we don't want to reuse the booster and we want to store it, how do we get it back to the hangar quickly? See what I'm talking about? That's the part I'm trying to figure out. And we're trying to figure out if moving it around Starship style, vertical all the time, would be preferable. But here's the problem with doing that. if I did, I would need to make something like the mobile launcher, and I would need to make something with adjustable ride height, and I would need to make something with adjustable ride height, and I would need it to be able to drive down off of these tiles to a storage facility that'll be over there somewhere, out of render range, away from everything else, right? If we do that. Now, transporting this horizontally would be more favorable because we have a lower center of mass when we transport the booster horizontal. So now, does my recovery vehicle, if I want to land the boosters, every booster I basically want to land right in this square right here. I can do that. I'm accurate enough to be able to do it. I'm confident in my abilities that I can at the very least get it on this tile. Or at least, you know, if it's not on the tile, it's like right here. Now, that's another thing. If the booster lands vertical right here, how do I get that booster up this small hill right here back to the pad, which will be right here? How do we do that? There's a lot of questions here. A lot of questions to be answered. Keeping it vertical will make integration faster too. Yeah, okay. So, Pop Bear, we got that far. So, say I do land the booster here. The pad, say we put the pad right there. So we have that vehicle like what you designed that goes up, grabs the vehicle, just rolls it vertical because it's all flat right here, no problem. Rolls it right back onto the pad. I pick it up off the thing and put it right back on the pad. Done. That figures that problem out. Okay. So we have booster from transport area horizontally figured out to the pad. Crane takes it vertical, vertical on the pad, vertical when it lands. Now, if we want to reuse, we keep the booster vertical and move it right back to the pad. Now we need to figure out the last bit. I land a booster. I want to put it in my storage shed. Where do we put it? How do we get it there? How does it get horizontal? That's the question we need to ask now. What is the biggest diameter booster we can carry by plane? Theoretically, I can carry anything, Chief. Like, I'd say realistically, a 3.75 is probably the biggest. Chief, hold on a second, brother. Take the plane idea and just put it over here. That's not the problem we're trying to solve right now, okay? I know you want to see me build a transport plane that moves the first stage round, and dude, I want to. I absolutely would love it. That would be awesome. But take that idea, just put it over there for a moment. Make a more gradual ramp and keep it vertical. Snow, we could do that. That's no problem, but that's extra parts, and that's parts that are in render range, and that will hamper performance. So that basically defeats the point of storing the boosters off-site in the first place, because I need to make a ramp. I can do that. I can make a ramp out of panels. We know it works. But you still have that problem. And now we have like an extra 250 parts for a ramp that's built correctly, a nice long ramp in render range of the pad. And if that's the case, why don't we just store the boosters here? But then again, you run into that same problem. If we store the boosters here, if we're storing them here, we're screwed by performance because each one of the first stages is 400 parts, right? If we store the boosters in Jebwards, yeah, I could, Chief, but why? That still doesn't solve our vertical to storage problem. You're thinking way too far down the road, dude, for what I'm trying to solve right now. Definitely go with the TE design. Best of both worlds. Store horizontal. When it comes to integration, you can verticate it and make your gantry crane pick it up. Buy a new computer. Could you use the pad gantry to bring it over to horizontal? Yeah. So the main constraints you got are part count, time, and infrastructure pieces. Infrastructure pieces Novus feed into time because of part count. Yes, it's mostly time. Like, time is the expectation here. I don't want to sit here for 8 hours trying to put a launch vehicle together. Even though, honestly, if I was playing Kerbal off stream, that's probably how I would do it. I would probably sit here and have a whole shuttle pad or something ready to go. Switching the landing zone depending on what you're gonna switch the landing zone depending on what you're gonna do with the booster after the mission. That's not a bad idea, kind. That's actually not that's an interesting thing. So if I do that, we still have to solve the problem of bringing the booster from horizontal to from vertical to horizontal. We still have to solve that problem, right? Firework, we talked about vertical storage, but vertical storage could be problematic because we need to roll off the hexagonal tiles. I don't think that's a bad idea. Oh, his name is Chief. I thought you were being condescending. Nah, Chief's a good buddy of mine. Oh, yeah, Chief. That's a really good idea, you moron. Yeah, I see it. Yeah. No, not at all. A mobile ramp? That's just another step, Apollo. I think we might need to test the design to see how it handles the slope. Slap a big fuel tank with a similar COM on the rockets, see if it tips. With a helicopter, you could land the rockets and transport them in the same position. Zertin, transporting a rocket vertically like that with a helicopter can make a pendulum, and it's really easy to get pilot-induced oscillation and then flip the entire thing over and crash. That would be cool. Don't get me wrong. And I can make stuff that's stable enough to be able to grab a docking port, even though that's difficult to do. I could do it. But yeah, that is the cool factor for that is really, really high, but technical feasibility is really low. It's really hard to make that happen. Let's go back over here. See last, okay. Could you make the transporter have an articulating suspension to raise the back end up to keep the rocket level? Well, yeah, of course I could. That's the expectation if we move the thing vertical the entire time. But how many parts is that going to be? It'd be fun to watch. It would usually, yeah, it'd be fun for you guys because it would end in explosions. See what I'm talking about? We got, there's some interesting challenges to solve here. I like this. This is good. The time complexity of managing the leveling system, vertical transfer system will introduce seems like a poor choice. I could figure it out with a Cal controller, Talon. Cal controller should be able to get that done correctly. Should. But then again, I've never seen SPMTs move something up a hill. Yeah, God, the part counts for an SPMT leveling system for moving the booster vertical off the hexagonal tiles. Dude, that thing is going to be... I mean, dude, like, once again, I could make that. Sure. That thing's going to be like 500-600 parts. That means we have an extra 500-600 part vehicle every time we go to take one of these stages and put it vertical. You know? Is the big driver behind time in it? The big driver behind time is the integration of the vehicle. Physically towing the booster doesn't seem like a huge time sink. That's why I changed my 45-minute integration time up to an hour, because it's really not. Transporting the vehicle is the easy part, Novus. It's putting the vehicle together, second stage, payload, vehicle checkout, fueling the pad, etc., etc. That's most of the stakeholder time. That could work. Why would you need multiple stages in storage if you're going to reuse the booster? Because there might be a mission 62 where we need multiple first stages. Alright, let me... Like, say we have a mission that's where we need to launch something and then immediately launch another. Yeah, you know what? That's a good question. Why the heck would I need that? I mean, don't get me wrong. I would like the capacity to do it down the road 62, just in case, like, I build a pad for 2 different types of rockets. I would like that storage capacity down the road, but that's not something we necessarily need all the time. You know what, 62, that's the right question to ask. I think you're right. Like, why do we need that? Why do we need to store it? Why do I need 2 boosters? I mean, because theoretically, if one crashes, I just replace it with another one. And then we just have a horizontal transporter, and then it just stays vertical after we put it on the pad. It goes up, comes back down, lands, and then a vertical transport vehicle should be able to move the thing back to the pad all the time. That shouldn't be an issue. But how to rock? Yeah, that's right. It's a good question to ask, 62. Thanks for that. Yeah, no, that's a good. See, that's what I mean. That's why sometimes I like asking you guys about the theory crafting about this stuff, because, yeah, why do we need that? But see, down the road, maybe we do. Maybe we do need that capability. What about when you're switching between MLV and HLV? Well, Novus, the idea that I have right now is that HLV will use a different complex. I'll just make the complex out of render range of the launch pad, like what I did with the SSTOs. That was the idea. Okay. I think I'm going to have a vertical transport vehicle that's just designed to move the vehicle from on the hexagonal tile, right? On the hexagonal tile back to the launch site. So that's just a vehicle that needs to just go underneath, lift up the vehicle on its hold down points, fold the legs back up, dock to it, and then we move it back to the pad. That shouldn't be too hard. That shouldn't be too hard of a vehicle to make. Honestly. And then, separately, I'll have a vehicle that works like Atlas V. Or the Freedom Rocket, where we just we have a vehicle, a long vehicle that carries the thing underneath. Did you put a Kraken drive in this? No, no. This is for mission mode. This is more conventional stuff. Sun Temple. For what mission? Why design a storage system for a mission that doesn't exist? Bingo. If you're doing it out of render range, don't you run into the same issue of transportation? Yeah. You know what? It's probably better for now. It's probably better for now that we just make a way to get this thing back to the pad. Guys, you know what my mind's kind of defaulting to here? Here comes the coughs again. Where is it? SA1 handling. Here we go. Check this out. So this is the handling integration thing. Integration manual for Saturn 1. Saturn 1 on the test stand used a dual crane. They used the cranes. They used the cranes to take it vertical. They used a twin crane. See? Twin crane design. They just needed one crane to pick it up in the back, and then the gantry crane to pick it up in the front. And then when the gantry, both cranes pick it up and make sure the booster's parallel, and then they turn it vertical, and then they put it on the pad. Hey, Nazalik, what's going on? Oh, nice, killer. Last. I am brainstorming, please see. Yeah. If you land on the hex tiles, it should be quicker for integration than having another booster. Yeah, I agree. He's 62. I want that transport capability, like the storage capability, but I honestly can't think of a reason why we need it. My gut's telling me, though, that we might need it in the future. But you know what? If we might need it in the future, that means it's a thing that we're going to end up needing in the future. So maybe we should design that later down the road. How about we get the booster flying before that? Just a thought. Couldn't it grab the booster and pivot it horizontally? Well, something that's designed to grab horizontally and move it like this, how would you twist it, Chief? I don't really want to do something like that. Are you able to fly 2 of them at once? Negative. We're never going to need to fly 2 of these at once. It's not going to happen. Look at this. This thing is super useful. Ah, here we go. Yeah, see, they bring the thing in from the side. Oh, interesting. You see what the bridge crane is doing? Huh. Picks it up on a triangulation. And then there's a hanging bracket off the front. What if you want to use Boomerang for a sun synchronous launch or a desert retrograde for something, then you would possibly have more than one booster active. So, fellas, the reason why I went and why I'm jetting into this, why we're looking at this right now, is because, okay, so hear me out. We have our vertical transport vehicle that can just move it back to the pad and pick it up. The pad is what would, and then we have our horizontal transport vehicle, right? That we drive the booster to the pad horizontally, and the crane is what brings it vertical. If we want to recover a booster for whatever reason, why don't we just use the crane and just do the reverse of our integration? Or figure out some kind of dual crane system? Oh, there's the wire diagram and the hydraulic diagrams for it. Nice. Why don't we just figure out a dual crane system like Saturn 1? Because our pad is already like Saturn 1. Why don't we just do this? Figure out a way to have the gantry crane take it vertical or horizontal. Any idea when the next mission mode stream will be? Nope. JDG, I have no idea, and I wish I could give you a better answer. I'm moving in a couple of weeks, so I'm just going to try to make as much progress on this right now, and there's probably not going to be any mission mode stuff now that I'm thinking about it till after I move, dude. Like, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news because I don't like admitting stuff like that because that's like a month out. But yeah, you got to bear with me, man. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. Remember that once things are designed in baseline, changing things later means increased time down the road. If you think it'll be a problem, you need at least concept out a solution or it'll bite you. I agree, Novus. Yeah. That's why I'm thinking the gantry crane is not a lot of parts. It's a simple vehicle, and we simplified it even more by using Clydesdales to hold it up. If that's the case, designing a more advanced kind of crane system might not be the worst idea. Novus, think like B2 test stand. Think like that. That's doable. That's very doable. Are you moving horizontally or vertically? Vertical for recovery, horizontal for transport. Novus, you know how the B2 test stand has the has that second crane on the side? Here. I mean, I know you know. There's two cranes on it. There's one right there, and then there's another one up top. Let me think about this for a second. So we have a 2-crane system. If we're going to use a 2-crane system, how would we get this to work in KSP without having a docking port snap go wrong here? The first thing we would need to do is attach that, and then we're docked to the gantry crane, which is what we would need to do anyway. A secondary pivoting crane like this with a second set of hydraulics on it might not be the worst idea, because the booster would be in the horizontal position, and then this crane can swing around, and I could always attach to an aft docking port, and that would serve as a secondary docking port. And then I could use a cow control system to slave both of them together and pick the booster up horizontally. And then we have, if we put a special type of bracket on this, which we're already going to need to do because of the inner stage, we can turn it like that, undo the secondary crane, which doesn't violate docking port hierarchy rules, and then just move the booster in position. Okay, if I was going to do that, what is that going to need? We're going to need a secondary crane on the gantry crane. We need 2 cranes, no problem. That's easy, no worries. We need a second crane, and then we need a bracket, which we would need anyway. Second crane is not going to be more than 100 parts. That's the way to do this. You also got the B1, B2 dual aspect if you're set on doing HLV and then MLV from the same site. Take it from an old man that's moved a lot. If you haven't used it within a year and it's less than 250 bucks, throw it out before you move. Yeah, I know what you mean. Or you can press the little rocket button and it puts it on the pad for you. Ah, sheep. I did that for like 5-6 years straight of playing KSP. Dude, that doesn't do anything for me, man. I know the launch button, right? Like, yeah, that's the easy way to do it. But I like going into crazy detail, dude. You don't get up to 15,000 hours in KSP and just be like, man, all right, go. No, I like getting crazy like this. This is fun. I really, really enjoy it. Even though I look like I'm stressing out over here. These are cool problems to think about, and they teach people, more importantly, they teach you guys about what it takes to put one of these stupid things together. It's more complicated than you might think. It's not just, oh, just pick the rocket up and fill it up with fuel and send it. I mean, SpaceX does do that from time to time, but it sometimes ends in explosions. Kraken strike in real life, right? Caligulard, 78-month resub. How low is the center of mass? That's our COM for the booster when it has no fuel in it. That's where the center is. I didn't even know you could roll out of the VAB yourself, so this is working for me. Right on, man, right on. Dude, yeah, I've been playing Kerbal for like 10 years. When it comes to a point where, like, I want to keep making it more and more challenging, but I also want to make sure that people can see these parts and see that, you know, I don't want to use like a mod to make it more challenging. So these, you know, this is the stuff that I come up with. I come up with these fun challenges, like integration, for instance, putting a booster together. I end up teaching a bunch of people about how integration works, the design process, the design mentality to have, and people learn about space and we get to do cool stuff in Kerbal. Everybody wins. Novus, what's the other thing that you said in there? I saw it. Okay, yeah, no, I'm caught up. You could use ore tanks on the transporter to lower the COM even lower so it won't tip. Yeah. Just send it. Yeah, Papa Bear, the double crane system, that I'm talking about, that I'm describing here on the gantry crane, that, let me think about it here. How would that work with a bridge crane? Where would my secondary crane need to be? Last for the second crane. For the second crane, could you not just hook on to the hold down point so it would only be docked to the gantry? We could do double docking port 62, or we could do a Kraken Tech attachment point. We actually have the ability to do either one. And honestly, dude, we could do both of them, and it would probably end up being less parts than some separate vehicle that can take it from vertical to horizontal, or designing a vehicle that moves it vertically around that's designed to go up and down the slope. The double crane system does add parts to the actual pad complex area, right? But the flip side of that is that our integration vehicles are very, 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 very simple. We just have a vehicle that just can move the booster horizontal, and then we have another vehicle that can move it vertical. And that's it. I actually think that'll end up being less parts than having some type of vehicle that can either load level itself when we're going down the hill, transporting it vertically, or a different type of vehicle where we can grab a booster that's deployed and bring it horizontal and then drive it to storage. It keeps part count down on everything. The downside, though, is that we're incorporating more parts into the pad complex. But once again, a second crane is going to be what? 100 parts? Seriously, 100 parts. That's it. Quick thought after seeing this picture. Is it possible to test fire engines? I could make a test stand, Da Vinci, if we wanted to. I could make that in KSP, no problem. With its crane and everything. We could use that to test boosters if we really want to. Sure, I can make a double test cell like this. Side note, as Novus just said, they use the mobile crane together with one of the cranes on the test stand. Yeah, you could see the crane over here. They did do that. This is for S1Cs, the S1C stages. Because they picked the S1C up directly off of the boat. They were just moving S1Cs outside. See that? You could see the blue vehicle right there? That's the transporter vehicle. Twitch chat ate that link, but I got you. My guess, Novus, is that they needed to use the secondary crane because Pegasus has a cover on it, so you can't really use the other crane. Yep. Same idea, though. It's the same exact idea. Yep, that's what we'll do right there. That's what we'll do. And if we want to take the booster, horizontal, we literally just do the opposite of that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Doing this might make it 2. Hey, Dank, 2-year resub. Thank you. Yeah, that was the Pathfinder footage. So, okay, this is a good idea. The next question is, though, does this work with the bridge crane? Can we do this with a bridge crane? Because we already have the bridge crane kind of engineered and thought out. I don't want to have to go and redesign the gantry crane. But if we have to, we have to. How would we do this? How would we do that without redesigning our bridge crane? So if we go back and look at the SA1 handling PDF. Oh, I already have it open. It's already over there. So if we go back and look at this, how did they do it with that bridge crane? Right? How did they get that done? Well, they got... Bridge crane must be set so the crane hook height is in the retractor position is 160 feet off the ground. See what they did there? What are the benefits of a dual crane system versus one crane in the front and a hinge at the back like what we saw with Ariane 6? Integration vehicle simplification, someone. extend the bridge crane backwards. Put another crane 180 degrees. That way the vehicle still drives straight in.
Go at throttle up.
Extend it out and yeah, okay, hard. Okay, yeah, okay. Defiance entry with a 33-month resub. Sorry, I was combining two statements in my head there. You have a 40-ton block and a 60-ton block. We could do that, but how would that would make integration? I'm thinking. Please hold. This design here, the double crane system, keeps my integration vehicle simple. I don't need to design any weird A-frames or anything on the back of the vehicles at all. You get back the horizontal transport vehicle under the bridge crane and have the pivot point either there or connected to the pad. Then you just need a bridge crane that can either extend very far or just be mobile. It could go to the front and move backwards when lifting it to verticate the rocket. Yeah, but then that second crane would be a second vehicle. That opens up the door for snap docking, dude. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have a crane that's one vehicle connected to a rocket and then have that rocket connected to a second crane that's a second vehicle. So crane, rocket, crane, all is one vehicle. The hierarchy will get mad at you if you do that. Cranes have to be the same vehicle in order for my theory craft, how I'm theory crafting this out to work correctly. I'll bring those back. See what I'm talking about? I can't do this. I can't do a mobile crane like that. Because once again, Kerbal, if I have one crane attached to one side of the rocket and another crane attached to the other side of the rocket, Kerbal will read that as crane attached to rocket attached to crane, not cranes lifting rocket off the ground. That's how Kerbal understands things. For someone, I know you know that. That's for everybody else. So that might not be the best way to do it. And by might not, I mean, yeah, a dual crane system, right, will help us with primary, secondary docking systems, which is what Kerbal is optimized for, right? Primary docking node, secondary docking node. This system, this way will actually eliminate, this way actually could theoretically eliminate, this way could theoretically, I lost my train of thought, dude. Damn it. Eliminate snap docking. We can get away with this for basically no penalty. That's what I was trying to say. Exactly, Hired. Yeah, it'll eliminate the master docking port issue. Because as long as I attach the big crane to the rocket first, and then the second crane, we attach that second, right? The primary docking port will always be over here. Once I get the rocket vertical, I can just undo that crane, move it out of the way, and then use the rest of this for integration. Dang, B2 looking all clean and spiffy back in the day. Yep. No, it really should get somebody out there with a frigging pressure washer. Get somebody out there with a damn pressure washer. Can we pressure wash the damn thing, please? That dude, I don't know about you. That irks the hell out of me. Just get a guy out there with a damn pressure washer. You literally have the cranes there already. You have cranes. Just get a guy up here on a man basket with a damn pressure washer. Pressure wash this stupid thing. It looks ridiculous. It looks like birds have been taking a dump on it, which is, let's be real, that's probably what's going on, but why though? Because it looks like crap. It looks like dookie. This looks terrible. You know, you went through painting all these stupid railings. You went through painting all these stupid railings for safety purposes. You couldn't pressure wash the stupid thing. Ugh. You look like Dookie. Your mom looks like Dookie. Got him. Roasted, LeFleur. You know, they did all this refurbishment to this thing. You didn't even bother pressure washing it? And look, that crane isn't even painted. It's wrong. It's wrong. What a piece of junk. Novus, I'm also not getting off. I'm not getting off the hill that says that we should green run every single SLS core stage. I ain't getting off that hill. I understand the stakeholder expectation for SLS. It requires only one green one. Green run every stage. Put that stupid test stand to use, please. There's also a wasp problem. Wasps love the highest point, and they can nest it apparently. Ugh. My mom resembles that remark. Sorry, Janice. My bad. All right. So, excuse me. Let's work on the transport vehicle. Actually, I'll design the bracket for this today. I know what the bracket needs to look like. The bracket needs to look like this. So get that in here like this. Get that in there like that. Need this. Grandparent strut, 0% docking force with no crossfeed. Now I'm going to need a 375 diameter part. Any 375 part will do, but particularly a plate would be good. The engine plates are my first thing that kind of defaults into my mind that would work, but engine plates, for whatever reason, really like drifting. I don't know what the heck that's about. I find that engine plates really like to do this. They like to bend and flex all the time, so I'm not doing that. I'm going to use a fairing. We'll use a 375 fairing for our fairing cap. Let's go in here like this. I got a good idea. You know what? You know what would be the smart thing to do? 2 gantry cranes would be better, as the motion would be linear instead of having a rotation with a normal crane to the side. Okay. How do I was gonna say, how do we get that as one vehicle, but I see what you're doing there. You know what the funny thing is, 62? You drew this, right? Right? Let me show you something. You'll appreciate this. Let me show you this cross-section of the VAB. This is NASA's VAB, where they built SLS and Saturn V and shuttles. Nice. Oh, well, don't mind if I do. So 62, I think you might be on the right track there. It's almost like it's a good idea. Yeah, no, double gantry cranes, but see, the 250-ton cranes go left-right, and the 175-ton crane goes forward and back in this picture. Because the VAB is designed for sideways. Like Saturn, it's actually, all this is just a bigger version. All that is just a bigger version of that. A much bigger version of that. Even the integration buildings were all derived from this. It all goes back to the bridge crane. The VAB is so large it has its own climate. That's right, Mark. Yeah, the hell with trying to air condition something that big. No way. No. Yeah, if they close the doors, it'll make a big greenhouse. Pretty cool, huh? Doesn't that mean more of a risk of snap docking? If the cranes are all one vehicle, Tape, if both of the cranes are one vehicle, then it's not a big deal. No, we're fine. What I was thinking, 62, is do sideways integration and then have another gantry crane going off the side here. Going off the side of my big bridge crane. I'm not sure if hierarchically that'll be a good idea, but then again, we're not worrying about hierarchy because it's a snap dock. It's not a snap dock. As long as we always dock the big crane first, small crane second, it's not an issue. So literally the B2 test stand has that second crane off of the side with a big platform. I could do that. We could do that. And all we could do is literally just take another one of my bridge cranes. Just put a second one down here. That's it. And just have, that one doesn't even need to go left or right. Just forward and back is fine. Wouldn't your rails get in the way? I mean, Ordon, I could do a pivoting crane. I could see the small crane there? We could make a pivot crane if we really wanted to. We could make it just like this, but instead of that big red and white crane, we just have the bridge crane. We just have a regular gantry crane. It'll work in that regard. It's like taking this mobile crane and putting it right here. It's possible. I could do that. Yeah, see, this is a good way to do this. That means my integration vehicles are basically just a bunch of wagons. Even the vertical transport vehicle is just, all we got to do is make it drive under and lift up, and that's it. That's all we got to make it do. That's really easy. That's really easy to do. That's not too bad. Could you just build a giant transporter erector? Oh, I've done it in the past, Mark. Yeah, TEs get a little bit complicated in Kerbal because the docking ports like to magnetize and snap together even if you have no mag force. I've made it, though. I've done that before. Yeah, I've made something like Falcon 9. Here, look. It should be right here. See? There it is. There it is in the vertical position. See? Yep, I even made it look like SpaceX's. See, there it is. Condor, my beloved. Yeah, and I made a whole gigantic horizontal integration facility with dual gantry cranes so I could pick up front and back of the booster. Pretty much exactly what we're talking about now, but I didn't know that that was a way that we could do things back in the day. I didn't understand vessel hierarchy at the time. Yeah, there it is. Mark, what do you think of that, huh? Put the whole stack together, lift it up, and then the transporter erector moves into position, and then we drop the stack on it, align it, make sure that everything is aligned, first, second stage, then you can move it to the pad, you can do static fires with it. Like I said, I built 39A, a Kerbalized version of it, but we built it. The problem is that it's very, 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 very susceptible to blowing up. Yeah, sometimes the pad just likes to detonate like a nuclear blast hit it or something, because I didn't understand how this all goes together. Not as well as I do now. And it was always 0.3 degrees off. Well, at least it was consistent, man. At least it was consistent. Like I said, I could probably do horizontal integration better nowadays. I could probably do it better. But I like this way. I like the double crane system. That's actually a really good idea. Anyway, here, let's start building out what we know we need. So Saturn has that bracket that gets attached to the front. Give me 1 second. See? There it is right there. It has that thing. See the 60-ton block hook with the erecting beam? We got to make the erecting beam and the holder that holds this thing together. This is actually super freaking useful, Thomas. Thomas linked this the other day. So, all right. For our stage attachment mechanism, I actually got an interesting idea. You know, I was going to sit here and try and design a bracket for this, but it kind of dawned on me that I already have a bracket for it, don't I? Yeah, interesting. The double bridge crane system. That's right, Talon. We already have a bracket. Actually, let me just make sure this gets saved in the right spot. There we go. If I reroute the stage down here, and then we just attach it right here, and then I take that fairing and go over it, and then we basically just get rid of that. There's your cap. And we obviously don't need the engines, we don't need the monoprop thrusters or anything in there. There's our interstage cap. Just make it a different color. Yeah, that one is fine. Does Kerbal 2 have ropes or cables? Not sure. Never staged that thing. But then again, that decoupler should be absolute snapped, so what that means is I should be able to pop this thing off for a moment, get rid of the decoupler, reattach there so we never have to worry about it, and then move this all back into position. And then the alignment dowels are still in position. There we go. And that should line up perfectly. You know what? We'll keep that dark, just like the second stage. It'll look good. Alright. So now, grandparents strut that, right? And then just make sure that that's absolute moved into position. Yep. Okay, it is. Alright. So, save. What I gotta do is go into an action group here and make sure that that has SVI on it. It should already have it. Yeah, okay, it does. All right, cool. Now we need to make the bracket that's gonna lift this thing. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 14, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I'm just tallying out what the part count of this thing will be. No lift yet, but NSF just went live for coverage so soon. Yeah, I still have it up over here. Okay. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to take that same thermal bearing bracket. Or should we use a spectrometer? Spectro would actually not be a bad idea. I'm thinking about this for a moment, chat. Give me a second. You know what? We'll start with the thermal bearings just because they're more compact. Would an alligator hinge on a robotic swivel plate be strong enough? Of course, the robotics would be strong enough, Chris, but I'm hybrid tech reinforcing my brackets so they can be reused. Yeah, it's not going to cost... That's what I was tallying up in my head. How many extra parts would it be to hybrid tech this thing out? It's really not a lot. So, I get a G11 hinge, right? You take the G11 hinge, take all the damping force out, and then align the pivot point of that G11 hinge with our Kraken tech, right? We could even go down with this a little bit more to make it look like it's connected. We could do something like that. And then align that hinge like that. And then whatever the hinge is connected to, right? It needs to be on a bracket that needs to be taller than the booster. So I need an L-shaped bracket that goes up here, and then we need another docking port right there. The reason why I don't want to put the docking port right here is because that L-shape, well, I think, hold on. If we have a bracket with a spreader like this, right? Oh boy, summer storage sale. Okay. I'm thinking out loud again. Yeah, that means the docking port could basically be right here, so the crane attaches there, and then it's the rear bracket that's going to be a little strange. But that shouldn't be. How many MIRVs am I looking for? Multiple impact re-entry vehicles. I'm not making ICBMs here. Are there any spectro-bearing crafts out there? No, but they're not too hard to engineer. Someone just take a thermo bearing and then just line the spectro bearing up with the thermometer. It'll take 2 seconds to make. Is there anything special about the hitbox of the RCS ball? It's using surface or NURBS. For whatever reason, whoever made that RCS ball used NURBS. Used a NURBS sphere, a perfect sphere as a collider. It's a perfect sphere with no geometric edges. The collider is 100% spherical. Let me explain. This will take 2 seconds. So, I'm in Maya, you make a polyagonal sphere, right? You make a polyagonal sphere, like that. That looks pretty smooth, right? It looks pretty smooth. Well, that has surface shaded normal edges, so I'll show you what I mean. In reality, the actual collision, if you were using this as a collider for something, would look like that. It would be just like the tanks in KSP. They're not perfect spheres. It's a straight line, vertice, straight line, vertice, straight line, vertice, straight line, vertice, right? See what I'm talking about? Most objects in Kerbal use a polygonal collider. For whatever reason, and I'm not sure exactly how this works, but the RCS ball is a perfectly spherical collider because they used NURBS. They used the surface model for the hitbox. I don't know how the heck. I didn't even know you could do that. I'm pretty sure you can't. But I'm looking at it, so obviously you can. Now, this is using an approximation of control vertices. It uses control vertices as an approximation and approximation edge, like the spline system in cities. like making roads in cities. It uses that, but it uses that to make a shape. See, I can pull on the control vertex and it approximates the edge. See what I'm talking about? See what I mean? That's the collider for the RCS ball. It is a perfect sphere. There's no bumps on it. Nothing. Because it's approximating edges. Because it's a baked NURB surface. I don't know how that happened. I don't even know you could make surface collider hitboxes for Kerbal, but apparently it works. Either that or it's just a weird glitch. Hey, Tactical 14-month resub. So yes, there is something absolutely special about that. It is a perfect spherical collider. Great for making bearings, which is what we use it for. Yeah, exactly, Tessa. Hey, Ismic, what's going on? Yeah, that's about where I want this to be. Working on the MLV. I'm working on the transport brackets for it, Ismic. So this is the bracket that's going to pick the stage up. So like I'm going to dock the crane to it, and as we take the booster vertical, this will pivot into that position. See what I mean? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, man. And then the coupling will just be a docking port. Absolute snapped into position, no acquisition force, well actually small acquisition force, no crossfeed. And then I'm gonna put this I-beam in here, and I'll make the I-beam look like a load spreader, but it's not gonna be. It's just gonna be kind of for some extra stability. We're not in mirror. Go. So when we go to pick this up with the crane, this is what it'll look like. Perfect. And then if we want this thing to articulate for us, we could just toggle the motor power on that. Okay. The docking port is only attached on a singular attachment node right there. It might be a better idea to do Yeah. Okay. Thinking. I got a better idea. So we're gonna do some trickery here. I'm attaching the struts. Actually, just hold that for a moment. I'm attaching the struts to the docking port. Okay? They're attached directly to the docking port. That'll be better for the hierarchy. It'll understand this better, and it'll be a lot stronger. And I'll attach those there, like that. And then, what we'll do is we turn these, turn them vertical like that, and then grab the other end of the strut. And then we move the docking port back into position, right? And then move the RCS back into the position, the hinges, right? That looks a little weird, right? Now we take this and just... Now, inadvertently, I have the docking port strutted to the RCS ball, which is strutted to that cubic octag. Or not cubic octag, just the octagonal strut. Way stronger this way. Does everybody understand why? Because now the docking port has struts. And now the hinge is attached directly to the docking port. The I-beam is just there for show. We don't need it. It's just there to look nice. And it does look nice. It's a nice I-beam. Say nice things about it, chat. See, like, I can move the I-beam like that. Doesn't change anything. It's just there to look good. It's a nice I-beam. Cutest beam ever. And now it looks like we have a load spreader. This should be extremely freaking strong. Okay, so now you're an octag. Ow. Why? Bender would bend it. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if he'd want to flex on such a nice beam. You know, never mind. He absolutely would. Never mind. I am Bender. Please insert girder. Does snapping stay still even if you move the struts away, not touching the original part? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, Hooded. Gotcha, thank you. Yeah, no problem. Now that strut shouldn't move because of hybrid tech, so we can just kind of keep it there. All right, so save. We got the front bracket figured out. Now the rear bracket. The rear bracket actually shouldn't be too difficult. Now I could come up with some crazy hybrid tech solution here for this, but if the second crane just has a hinge on the end with a docking port, it'll do exactly what we want. So the second one here, where I originally had the port just below the A, is where this is going to end up. Done. So now, let me just kind of model out what we have. Or what I'm thinking. So there's a hinge there, and then there's a crane right there like that. And then we have that on the other side. We take the booster. So the two cranes will lift the booster up. This crane is not going to extend much more than that, right? And this is the bridge crane. Oh, we do this, right? Say we get the booster into this position. We get the booster into that position. Now that one goes back to being straight up. And then the second one is like that. See, we have the space. That's no problem. Isn't docking the same vessel twice dangerous? If my two cranes, Leop, are connected, so the first crane and the second crane are one vehicle, no, it's not a problem. This will just stick. That's all. Yeah, no problem. As long as I don't hit the undock button right there with that crane still attached, we're fine. Because if I do that, that will snap dock. But as long as they're the same vehicle, we're good. That's going to look pretty sweet. Got it, thanks. Yeah, no problem, dude. What if you did some kind of rail structure on the bottom with a little cart or something like that, and it will move the bottom so you don't even need the second crane? Space of Obic, I've done that in the past. We could. But the double crane lift happening. Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Voldemort. 5-month resub. In Space of Obic, I could do that, but that's harder. That is harder to control, believe it or not. Hello. That's harder to control. Like having a pivot point on a cart down there and then lowering the gantry crane. That's tough to control. Using two cranes, because I've done that in the past, using two cranes will allow me to get the booster horizontal, and then I can just lay the booster down onto a cart. Simple as that. That'll be this will basically get me better articulation, or better dexterity, I guess, not articulation necessarily. It looks like some of the skirts popped off there, huh? I've tried to de-integrate boosters like that in the past, Spaceophobic. And like I said, when you drop it down onto the vehicle, especially if the vehicle has like rover wheels, the game likes to freak out. It does work, but I have to switch back to the vehicle. I have to back it up a little bit, then lower the crane, then back it up a little bit, then lower the crane. And also with that style, I have crane attached to rocket, rocket attached to truck. See what I'm talking about? I don't want to do that. That's a weird hierarchy for Kerbal to understand. Crane attached to booster, booster attached to truck. That makes rover wheels freak out and stuff. You don't want to do that. I want to keep the rover wheels out of the equation as much as I can, which is why I think a two crane system is probably a better idea. Okay, so what you're seeing right there is Booster 7 being lifted. Here, let's make sure we're sped up. Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Booster 7 is being lifted up off for inspection after the pop it had the other day. Hang on one second, guys. I'm going to move that over to the other screen. Here we go. Boop. Yeah, see, they lifted 7 up out. Finally, some uplifting news. Boo! And if the wheels aren't touching the ground, that could also work. Yeah, astronaut. Yeah, astronauta. Yeah, that's a good idea. With the dual crane system, the only time I'm setting the booster down onto the truck is at the very end. In which case, I can undock one crane, undock the other. The booster can sit on the vehicle that has rover wheels, and then we can dock the booster. We dock the booster to the vehicle, or the booster could just hold. It could just hold the thing. You don't want to dock too many vehicles together at once like that, especially when you're on the ground. Up in space, in orbit, that's what Kerbal's designed for. You can attach a bunch of things together. Kerbal doesn't care. But on the ground, you got to be careful. So that's why I'm like, oh, no, I don't want to attach this, and this all at the same time, especially if rover wheels are in it, because the Kraken drive showed pretty well the other day why I don't screw with rover wheels unless I absolutely have to. I heard a Falcon will soar overhead tomorrow. Tomorrow? That's in 3 hours, dude. You can get the truck up with pistons on it. Yeah, we could do that, Astro. But that complicates the vehicle. That complicates our transporter cart. Or transport truck. It makes it more complicated than it needs to be. See what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong, the dual crane system is making our pad more complicated, but it's only more complicated by, I don't know, 50, 100 parts at the very most. That's a gross overestimation. That's why I'm choosing to do the dual crane system. The dual crane system might end up being a little bit more complicated. There, she's turning. It might end up being a little bit more complicated than just making a pivot on a truck with rover wheels, right? And then hydraulics to lift the thing up off the ground. It might seem like it's a little more complicated, but it actually ends up being less parts for a slightly more complicated integration. And with the dual crane system, I can take boosters and turn them horizontal and set them back down. Hello. See what I'm saying? It's all about the trade-off, dude. That's why I sit here and I've taken 5 hours today to talk this out, because this stuff needs to be figured out. It has, especially if I'm going to rapidly reuse these boosters in Kerbal and do it on like a daily basis. I really need to make sure that this is all extremely well thought out and very, very well implemented, which is, once again, that's why I take my time. It pays. I mean, speaking of Kerbal, this, you know what's weird? I just had a weird thought, okay? So SpaceX has a pad that is the integration crane, the catch mechanism, and the erector mechanism all built into one. This looks more like something that you'd see in Kerbal. Right? This looks more like something that you'd see in Kerbal, when ironically the pad that we're designing in KSP is something like more analogous to what you'd see on a conventional rocket in real life. I don't know what that says about me, but that's very strange, because this definitely looks like a Kerbal rocket, like especially with the tower that moves it around and stuff. This is some sci-fi stuff that's happening in real life. Yet I'm sitting here with the rocket, with MLV, trying to make it as realistic as possible. Plausible realism has always been, I think, oh, that could work in real life. Oh, that could work. Yeah, this could be a real vehicle, right? That's always been my reasoning for how I design things. Kraken drives notwithstanding. But I think that the irony there is kind of unfounded. Elon is playing Kerbal in real life, and I'm trying to play real life in Kerbal. That's weird. Yeah, look at that. Look at them move that thing. That's crazy, dude. Kerbal in real life seems expensive. Yes, it does. Yes, that is it. That is that is the right move. The right way to say that. Some grip pads on top of the truck might be enough to hold it in place. No need for docking. Red, I would do that, except I'm kind of worried about fizz warp. Or time warp. If you time warp with a vehicle floating on top of another vehicle, just like gravity holding it in place, sometimes Kerbal thinks that that vehicle is flying because it's technically not touching the ground. And the Kraken decides to eat it. Yeah, so you got to be careful about doing that. Yeah, sure, Captain, if you want to talk about it that way, sure. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Meko. Yeah, the Kraken will think that the vehicle is flying and delete it. Because it's technically not touching the ground. It's touching a vehicle that's touching the ground. Red, I've had some bad luck with that in the past. I mean, grip pads might fix that. They could change it. And, dude, we're messing around in engineering mode. I would be interested to test something like that. We could do it. Sure. I would test that. Yeah, why not? That'd be cool. Struts being on the wrong settings, it freaks everything out. Yeah, especially if you're undocking and docking vehicles. How about telekinetic aliens? Yeah. How about them? How about that airline food? Dude, look at that thing move. That's so cool. All they're doing is picking the booster up today. I say that like it's crazy, like it's some. Well, that's all they're doing today. That's a 200-ton first stage. 200-ton first stage. That first stage weighs more than some rockets, some smaller rockets fully fueled. That first stage weighs more than that with no fuel in it. Heck, the first stage fully fueled weighs more than most rockets. Hey, cool water tower. Oh, yeah, no, it's pretty neat. Yeah, Mech, I think that the Raptors are okay. I think that the Raptors are okay, but you're going to need to inspect it. Where are they controlling this from? Down the street. Jay. Down the street. There's a control room down the street. All the integration is controlled via mission control. That is the real ridiculousness to me about Starship. That there's no person in this picture. No one is in this picture. They are controlling this remotely from down the street. They are putting a rocket together remotely down the street. That's absurd. No one's ever done that. Nobody's ever even attempted doing something like that. You know, you think integration even of like a rocket like Falcon 9. Takes hundreds of people to put one of those things together. All this thing needs is a couple of guys hitting a start button in a computer. That's what Starship is trying to do. It's trying to simplify the whole process on top of being literally the most complicated launch vehicle ever devised by man and fully reusable on top of that. I'm telling you guys, it was just a backfire. They sprayed propellants out of the rocket engine unburnt, right? And they found a source of ignition and it caused a little bit of a pop. Backfires usually don't damage stuff inside of, like, if a car backfires, it usually doesn't damage things. Unless you get some detonation, in which case, yeah, it can mess stuff up, but it's not like going to catastrophically rut a car engine unless it keeps detonating. Yep, they're swinging her to the left. Swing to your left. Swing to your right. Swing to your left. That's your right. Swing to your right. Hey, you got it right. Sorry, that quote from an old show. So true. What would the Saturn V engineers have thought of seeing this process? Cosmic, if you really want my honest opinion, if the Saturn V engineers saw this and looked at it, they probably would have been like, yes, this is what rockets look like in 2022. That makes perfect sense. Actually, they'd be wondering where our Star Trek drive is, to be honest. There's no test fire today, Blackbird. We're just watching them lift the booster up off the pad and put it down on the transporter. That's all we're doing. Last, okay. It's unlikely, but I can't believe canceling Psyche is on the table after missing the launch window. NASA says it's begun a review of the Psyche asteroid mission to examine project and institutional issues that led to its delay from launching this year. Results of the review will inform a decision to continue or cancel the mission. Sorry about that. Sorry about coughing so much, fellas. Your cell phone has more computing power than the Apollo guidance computer from 1969. Yeah, Mark, that's correct. That's a good thing to understand. But you know what an even better thing to understand is? Without that Apollo guidance computer, your phone wouldn't exist. The Apollo program and the Saturn V's digital flight computer put advanced digital computing probably about 20 years into the future. Easily 20 years into the future. If you think about what a house looks like in 1965 versus a house in 1975 or even 1985. 1985, you have a personal computer. Right? You have a PC. 1995, you have a personal computer that's connected to everything else. But like the architecture that's commonly used with computers, like a processor, RAM, hard drive, memory, all that stuff, yeah, that's all thanks to the Apollo guidance computer. Yeah, the AGC, the thing that landed men on the moon, right? Modern cell phones have way more processing power than that, but the AGC is the reason why those things exist. That AGC really was a quantum leap, computing joke, was a quantum leap in microcontroller design. Yeah. We went from transistors to digital processors in less than 5 years. That's absurd. That is absurd. That is an absurd technological jump. Considering that what a computer looks like in 1965 is the size of a freaking bedroom, right? A decent-sized bedroom. And then a computer in 1975 can fit on a desk in said bedroom. Yeah, that's thanks to Apollo. Yeah, the Apollo program did that. Yeah, it looks like that detonation wave blew off some of those covers. Yep. Say that next time somebody says, why do we need to fund NASA? Why should we do that? Why? That's so stupid. It's a waste of time. Okay, you think that's a waste of time? Do you have a smartphone? Yeah. All right. You don't even need to tell them the reason why. Just say, all right, cool. And they'll be like, what does that have to do with anything? And then you could say what I just said. Hello, Super Heavy. Yeah, some of those covers found their way to the ground, Thomas. It's because the overpressure event went up in here. That detonation wave went up inside of this kind of cup thing, and then it blew those panels out. Oh, it's coming down. You can see damage. Yeah, a little bit. It's not too bad. That's just the shrouds and stuff from the overpressure event. I don't think... There probably is some turbine machinery in there, or some wires and stuff that probably need to be replaced, but... See, the thing is that, guys, like, once again, if this was me, I would take each individual Raptor off and inspect it. That's why I think that, you know, Elon said the other day that we're going to launch in August. It was July up until this. I was thinking the end of July, but now it's more the end of August, maybe even September. Because if it was me and I wanted to be sure that this booster works and I wanted to maximize my chances of success, I would take apart. Don't take apart every engine down to the nuts and bolts. Take every engine off and inspect it. Like, inspect it gimbal to nozzle or engine mount to nozzle and make sure that every one of those 33 Raptors is good to go. And all the systems that are down here, the systems that were closest to the explosion. I would want a whole checkout of the booster from top to bottom. What's going on the orbital stand next? Probably this either this booster or number 8, Geek. They likely also remove stuff to check. Yeah, maybe. So guys, I know I'm in the Kerbal directory, but what you're seeing right now is SpaceX deintegrating Booster 7. I thought that would be really cool to show real quick. They picked the booster up off the mount, turned the chopsticks and brought it down. Now they're going to bring it down to the side here. See, they picked it up off of that mount and they moved it back down over here. I'm going to tell my kids this was KSP2, Lowe's. Removed and inspect each engine. Well, that's this weekend. Fit them again on Monday. 33 of them, Tessa. It's going to take some time to do it. Now, I would probably, I mean, yeah, and SpaceX will probably get it done sooner rather than later, but yeah. I would make sure that every single one of these things is good to go, because this was the area that was exposed the most to the blast. Booster seems to be pretty well intact, considering it had a blowout event happen right below it. They fitted 30 or so in one night. Yeah, okay. I know, Maverick. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, sure, Tessa. They'll get it done. Yeah, let's just go fast with inspections. Sure, that's fine. That won't end poorly at all. I disagree with you, Tessa, wholeheartedly. I think now is the time to take your time. You're not trying to go fast. Because you're talking about putting engines together. You're talking about assembling them. You're talking about integrating them to the rocket. That in itself doesn't take much time. You know why it doesn't take much time? Because the engines were already tested. They were already tested. They were already inspected at McGregor. They know that they work. So putting them together won't be that bad. You have to take the whole thing apart. You have to take. I would be taking engines off. That's what my gut's telling me. Take the engine off, just check it over, put it back together. That is a little bit of a different task than, oh, well, they just put 33 Raptors together in one night. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's going to take like a month. You know, even though the launch is going to get delayed by a month. I'm thinking like instead of like a weekend, it's probably going to take a week, something like that. Remember, we're talking about different tasks here. Okay, bringing her down. Locator dowels. See that? Locator dowels, just like what we're using. That's the real life version of hybrid tech right there. How about get fresh engines from McGregor and send those back for testing? I mean, Tessa, they can do both of those things because Booster 8 needs to be put together. You could do both of those things. Heck, that I wouldn't rule that out, that they could just finish 8 and use that while this is being inspected. It's possible. Is Booster 8 running Raptor 2s? All boosters, all starships are running Raptor 2s. From now on. Well, that was a from now on a year ago, 2020. This is all of them are using Raptor 2s. Do they have 2 boosters worth of engines? They should. Now you guys realize the problem that when you remember a little while ago when Elon was like, we need to figure out a way to make Raptor 2s faster or the company could potentially face bankruptcy down the road. That's what he means. If something like this happens and you don't have enough engines to put on Booster 8 because you can't produce them fast enough, how are you going to be able to mass produce Starship? See what I'm talking about? That's what he meant. That's what he was talking about. They need to be able to make Raptor 2s faster, or else Starship is not going to be able to achieve the flight frequency that they're looking for because they literally don't have enough engines. And, you know, we're in the testing regime. You could very much lose a booster right now. In fact, an option is on the table to expend the first super heavy booster and land it out in the water, in which case the motors are probably a write-off if they survive. They're probably going to the bottom of the ocean. So that's 33 engines down the drain. That's a lot of engines. That's why you know, Elon said what he said in that email, that company email like 8 or 9 months ago, where he's like, we got to make more Raptor 2s, we got to make them faster, because if we don't, we won't be able to produce Starship at the rate that we want to. Hey, Arbalest, 35-month resub. Thank you. Do you think the backfire was a planned experience to disaster recovery in case of Hydra failure. No, that was not intended at all, Claudeboy. Yeah, no, they didn't do that. They didn't do that on purpose. If I recall correctly, they've only made 77 engines in total. Booster 8 has 33, 33 on 7, 6 on Starship 24. That would leave 5 Raptor 2s left over. To be fair, they've had time to manufacture them. But someone, you gotta, so think, you're right, you're absolutely right. Think about it statistically right now. If they inspect all these engines and all those engines are junk because the detonation wave damaged the combustion chamber or something, that's very unlikely, right? But say that they have to write off 33 engines. That's half of the Raptor 2s in existence right now, or almost half of the Raptor 2s in existence. That's half of your inventory gone. See what I'm talking about? That's a big price to pay, even for SpaceX. That's why once again, that's why Elon was like, we got to make more Raptor 2s. We got to make them faster. We got to make more of them. Some of the panels it looks like some of the panels may have gotten blown off, and some of the engineers may have been inspecting this too. I'm not sure which one it is. We couldn't see because this part of the rocket is covered. It's inside of the orbital launch mount when they go to move. So they're almost aligned for the dowel pins. These dowel pins should zip in right there and locate the booster so they can attach the hold downs here. Watch. I don't know if, actually, you know what? I don't know if this part of the process is automated. It might be. Let's see. If this beam right there starts moving forward and locates into that dowel right there, then maybe it is. Now, I absolutely 100% agree. That comments with his response to suggestions that they could put new ones on and inspect the others separately. Yes, okay, yeah, I got you. Why are some Raptors covered and the other ones not? The panels were blown off. How far along is 8? 8 already is starting to have engines installed on it, Tessa. It's in one piece. Like the tanks are mated, so it is stacked. It just doesn't have all the other stuff on it, like engines and whatnot. Thomas, do you know if this part on the transport stand is automated? Why did they blow those panels off? It seems like it might be important. The failure modes, Wookie. Failure modes happen. Considering there's no people at the pad right now, I would think so. Yeah, they wouldn't want to leave heavy the thing just hanging right there, would you? We'll see if this is automated. These things should start zipping into place here in a second. If they don't do that in the next 5 minutes, I'm pretty sure that this is something that needs to be controlled when people go there. So, we'll see. I'm wondering if the whole transport stand is automated as well. That would be really cool, actually. Those panels may be designed to blow off to prevent catastrophic damage. I mean, engine inspection covers, Mark, usually would be... That's what those are. They're engine inspection covers. Falcon 9 has a cover like that, too. And it's funny because... some of the early Falcon 9 landings and re-entries had those covers blown out on the landed booster because the re-entry heating burned through and overpressurized inside of like the engine section, and it blew those panels completely off. So I don't think it's meant as a blowout to prevent catastrophic damage, but I think it does function like that if needed to. But once again, yeah, you gotta be careful. That's probably not... If you have an explosion down here, this panel blowing off is probably the least of your concern. I think it's a secondary function. For perspective, SpaceX has put this whole facility and the starships together in less time than it's taken Linus Tech Tips to design a screwdriver. All right. You guys tell me if those things start moving, if the locator dowel will start moving into position, okay? I'm going to actually, I'll put this up on the other screen over here, and we'll get the music back up and running. We'll jump back into KSP. All right. Save. It's going to be the best screwdriver, though, right? Okay, just personal opinion, I think Torx bits are the best bits for screwdrivers. I think Torx is the best. Yeah. I think Torx is... Torx or Phillips head is pretty good. But I think Torx is the best one. Oh god, get out. Alright. I'll get out. You ever stripped a Torx head? I've never done that. I mean, I'm sure someone has. Somebody's gonna be like, well, actually, yes. I mean, well, like, well, then that's your problem, dude. Torx bits give you the most amount of force over the surface area of the bolt. Or nut that, or screw that you're trying to undo. I think Torx is the best one. Just personal opinion. I disagree. They're very good, but I think Donkey Kong is the best one ever. Donkey Kong sucks! The pins are moving? Really? You're not screwing with me, are you? Seriously though, Torx bits make the screwdriver do the most work because you have more surface area touching the screw bit. Seriously, think about it. They're not moving. Ah, screwing with you. We did it again. You can't slip it with a Torx bit and slice your hand like with flatheads. Flatheads is arguably the worst design. But flatheads were also the first design. Flatheads do give you the most amount of surface area to push with the screwdriver. But, yeah, they didn't really think that the screwdriver can slip out and cut your hand open, which everyone's done that. Phillips heads are good, but Phillips heads can strip for whatever reason. Phillips heads strip a lot. Torx, I'm telling you. Torx with all those diagonal edges, all that like when you twist something, right? You're pushing on those diagonal edges. All the diagonal edges surface area adds up, and you can actually put more torque on the screw. That's why they're called Torx bits. That's why they're called that. You can actually Torx bits are theoretically easier to tighten and loosen. That's why I like Torx bits. There's some pretty hard math behind it. It makes perfect sense to me. I've stripped a Torx bit twice. You said someone probably has stripped one, and you were right. Somebody's probably stripped every type of screw at some point. Someone. But I'm telling you, Torx bits are the ones where you can apply the most force to the screw to get it to actually move. Yeah, you need to get good Torx bits, not the hollow ones that are garbage. Yeah, of course. Allen keys are good too. Those are good as well. I'd say, I don't know. Torx are good. Hex heads might be better. Engine 34 is slightly angled. Yeah, it looks like it might be. That could just be a shadow, though. Yeah, hex. You can round out a hex bolt a hex head way easier than a Torx head. Yep. I stripped T5 star bits on laptops. Yeah, it does look like 34 is a bit crooked. That's not good if that's the case. If that's not an optical illusion, that's not a good thing, because the outside ring of boosters or Raptor engines don't have gimbal, which means if it's bent, that means the engine mount is bent, which is not good. We have some Canadian equipment at work and they use this square head. Yeah, that's a Robertson bit. once again, guys, Torx bits allow you to apply the most torque to the screw. That I like Torx bits. Torx bits, I think, are the best. I mean, don't get me wrong. You're gonna every single type of head for a screw has been stripped at some point. Yeah, we're talking about hardware, not other things, right? But oh yeah, there the dowel pins go. They have located the booster. Now this whole mechanism is going to go down. Do we have an estimated launch time? It's probably sometime in August, Luca. Bolts are best unless you snap the freaking bolt. Well, usually when you snap a bolt 2020, it's either because it's rusty or you over-torqued it. You stretched the bolt too much. Seriously though, I really like Torx. Tough Enough has Torx bits on it all over the place, and every bolt pops out. But then again, that's because it's a California truck and it's not rusty, but that's another story. 34 and 53 are tied to 86, which is why they're angled. Interesting. Doesn't matter what it is, it's been broken. I've rounded off a 4-inch bolt before. Exactly, Red. Yep. Torx is nice, but also proprietary. It's more expensive. But I do like Torx bolts, though. I think out of all the types of bolts and screws that I have wrecked over time, Torx is probably the least. So what are they doing? I came in late. I'll show you. So if we pop back a little bit, we go back a little ways, I'll show you. This booster needs to, see how it's on the pad right there? It needs to be taken off to be inspected. So they picked the thing up with the chopsticks. Right? Extractor bits are cool. Yeah, those are useful. And then they moved it. See? I'm playing it backwards. That's forwards. And then they moved it off, and then they brought it back down. See? Let me go back up to live. And now they have the locator pins in. The locator pins are there to make sure that the booster is centered so they can attach the hold down points. See this whole mechanism right here? It's on a hydraulic rail. See the hydraulic right there? Those hydraulics will start lowering down, and they'll lower down with the chopsticks about another 2 to 3 meters. And the transport card attachment point pieces are down here. Actually, it's going to probably go maybe another meter. This whole thing with the locator pins will go down. And the reason why you have these dowel locators here is to make sure that when you lower the booster onto the transport cart, these hold down points attach to the correct spots. On super heavy, hold downs are in between each one of these Raptors. They're on this lip right here. There's a hold down there, and a hold down there, and there, and there, and there, etc., etc. So if we back it up a little bit, watch right here. See the thing move? That's cool. Once again, that's a locator to make sure that the booster is aligned with the transport stand. And now they should lower the locators here. This whole mechanism moves up and down. Like this tall thing right here. That goes up and down, and that should lower with the booster. Guys, you want step-by-step for getting screws and bolts off of things if they're rusted. First step, penetrating oil. Wait 5 minutes. Doesn't work? Get the torch out. Heat up the bolt. Just the bolt, though. Don't heat up anything else. Just heat the bolt up. Wait, after you heat it up, get the bolt pretty hot. It'll burn off all the penetrating oil. If that doesn't work, hit it with penetrating oil again after you've heated the bolt up. Wait 5 minutes, and then try it again. If that doesn't work, get the welder out. Weld a freaking captive nut to the thing and freaking take it off that way. That's my step by step. I always hit it twice with penetrating oil. Once before heat and once after heat. If the bolt still doesn't come out after that, get the acetylene torch out. It's like that meme. Can't get stuck if it's liquid. Saudi Arabia signed the Artemis Accords. And yeah, they have a 5-segment test next week, Novus. Yep. Angle grinder. Why not use an inductive warmer? Is an inductive warmer something that everybody has access to, Nivik? I don't know. What the hell's an inductive warmer? Isn't that a torch? Doesn't the torch do that? Add breaker bar. Yeah, that's right. PB Blaster is my go-to app state. I don't use WD-40. Even though WD-40 is a pretty good penetrating oil, PB is better. WD-40 is designed to... You coat stuff with WD-40 so it doesn't rust. Inductive warmer is cool if you have access to 3-phase power. Oh. Yeah. Actually, fun fact, WD-40 stands for Water Displacement Formula 40, okay? What they were trying to do is in the 60s, the early 60s, NASA and actually particularly Convair, if you really want to know, Convair was trying to figure out a way to prevent their stainless steel Atlas missiles from rusting because they were made out of steel. Certain alloys of stainless steel, despite the name, do rust. They can rust. So what they were doing is they were trying to figure out a coating that they could coat their stainless steel with and not have to worry about it ever rusting. Yeah, WD-40 is a byproduct of the aerospace industry. True story. Aren't you about to have access to 3-phase? I don't think I have 3-phase in the garage, God. It's just well, maybe. I don't know. It's stainless, not stain-proof. There you go, Matthew. That's right. Wasn't it so ice slid off more easily as well? Maybe that was a secondary thing, MotoKid, but they were trying to keep the water off of the booster because they sat in a silo and stuff all day, right? But yeah, that sounds right too. Displace the cryogenics off of it so the ice comes off. That sounds right as well. I mean, that would be something that happens if you coat the booster with WD and then you tank it and then launch it. Do you want 3-phase? I mean, yeah, 3-phase. I'm eventually gonna save up to get 3-phase. That would be nice. In the garage, that'd be really good. Makes me wonder if SpaceX is going to have to coat Starship Super Heavy. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. That big of a garage and no 220 service? I don't know. I know it's... I never went and looked at the plugs. I know that the garage has 50 amp service, which I know that's not really a lot. It's got 50 amp service on because the garage is on a separate circuit. There's another circuit breaker in the garage. And it's 50 amp. I know it's 50 amp. I don't know if 50 amp is enough for 240. It might be. I don't know. Yeah, Kyron, I'd have to go look. I mean, 50 amp is enough to run a welder. I can run a welder with that. That's not a problem. But I don't know if, like, I could run a welder and a bunch of other things all at the same time. I don't know if you saw it, but I sent you a DM of the vertication solution I was trying to explain earlier. It's not urgent, but when you have time, you may want to take a look. That's the thing. I got to do it now, or else I won't do it. I'll forget. I have it up on the second screen. Let me see. You can 3-phase at 50 amp, but you need to check your zoning codes. Okay. Someone with your solution here, this is all one vehicle, right? So if it's all one vehicle, how's that any different than lifting it up with two cranes? Hey, Alucard, what's going on? Actually, you know what? We should go back into playing KSP. They're just going to lower the booster back onto the stand. I think we're good. I'll go back into playing Kerbal in a second. Less parts, ideally less complex. But you're opening up yourself to snap dock. What happens when you undock one of these things? Yeah, okay, Tessa. Mm-hmm. Waking up, how goes your day so far? It's good. This is all one vehicle. If it's all one vehicle, that's no problem. But we're dealing with a scenario where it's not all one vehicle. These double docking ports here are opening you up for a snap dock right there. If you dock the booster on its transport to the pad first, well, the pad isn't docked to the crane. The pad is a separate vehicle, dude. You need to make the pad a separate vehicle for vessel hierarchy. I hate doing double docking ports like that, man. It opens up the door to snap dock. Anyway, I'll keep this open. Like I said, I have it open on the other monitor. If they do anything else, I'll tell you guys. And watch, right when I switch back to KSP, they're gonna start doing stuff. But anyway. Alright. So, the booster has its rear attachment bracket, right? We're figuring out ways to take my first stage vertical, and I'm thinking a 2 crane system would be the right idea. Let me just measure something here real quick. I'm trying to measure the distance between the cranes. So 6, 12 meter. So each one of these is 3. 3, 6, 9, 12. 24. 25, 26, 27. Yeah, okay, right there. 26. About 26 meters away from each other. Just something to think of. Something to think about there. Hey, Joe. Love the look of the first stage. Thanks, man. Glad you like it. Okay. So if my gantry crane is right here, right? If the crane is right here, I'm thinking, give me a second, fellas. I'm thinking about this. I wonder, are we going to go at the pad? If the pad is right here, we can lift it up and then go up and straight up and over. If the pad, we could put the pad, if the pad is right here, that means that I have to make something go off the side of the gantry crane, so I'm not sure I want to do that. Again, and once again, we have about a 26 meter difference here. I need a crane that can articulate 26 meters, give or take, in one direction. Like, this crane needs to be able to go this way, and then that crane needs to be able to go that way. What I'm trying to do here for the people that are checking in, I'm trying to figure out a way to be able to take the booster using a two crane system to get it vertical onto my launch pad. I have a launch pad, for the people that are wondering, that's similar to this. Now, how NASA did it with Complex 34, that's what we're looking at here. They brought the booster in sideways. Hey, Kuro, 43-month resub. Ooh. What happened there? They brought the booster in sideways, and then they lifted the entire booster up, and then they tensioned one line and kept the other one slack, so the booster went like that. We could do something like this, but we don't have... This would be hard to do without cables. We'd need cables to do that. Cables... Not a good idea. Yeah, Alucard, this could work. What I'm thinking is opting for a second crane design, but I'm thinking instead of the mobile crane being here, I put it on the corner of the gantry crane. But once again, that would mean that this distance here and that distance there need to be 26 meters. That's going to be a little bit difficult to do. Why aren't we just using a verticator? Part count. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm rifling through different crane designs and what would be the easiest way to do this. So, yeah, once again, I'm going through the different crane designs in my head. So, what type of articulation do we need for this? So, if the cranes are directly in line like this, so I have my secondary crane right here, and the primary crane right here, right? And we both make it, so this crane can pivot all the way to like where my mouse cursor is right there, and then that crane can pivot over from like where I am here to the pad right there. We move both cranes into position. I attach that one first, and then we attach that one second. Now keep in mind, the cranes are all one vehicle. They're attached together, so we don't have to worry about snap docking. So now what we do is once both cranes are attached, we undock that from the vehicle. We undock the booster from the transporter vehicle. We lift it up. We retract this so it gets the booster to go up like that. And then the booster's going to be like this. right? And then as that happens, this crane needs to go forward. And it shouldn't have any problem going forward, but then when the booster is completely vertical, like that, that means this crane needs to be like that. Oh. Oh. Okay. I don't want to be a jerk, but what if you have a booster on its side and not on a vehicle? I don't want to be a jerk, but what? I don't understand. Booster on its side. What do you mean? What do you mean, Ren? How many hours do you have in KSP? Nivek, 15,000? And then the crane, we detach this crane right there, and then the crane lifts this thing up and places it onto the pad. Release it and let it swing in time warp to cancel pendulum momentum. Novus, yeah, that would work. But using time warp to stabilize stuff out, especially on the surface, is a very bad habit to get into. So think about it like this. So the B2 stand, all right, say they got that S1C completely vertical, right? And it's penduluming around a little bit. Okay, let's time warp. Think about taking the entire B2 test stand, lifting it up about 3 feet, and then dropping it back down onto the ground. Would it be fine? Maybe. Remember, time warping reloads physics, and sometimes that means Kerbals drop stuff back down onto the ground. So, I don't like using time warp, right? Because, once again, it would be like part of your integration being lift up entire B2 test stand 3 feet off the ground and then drop it. And then hope that your integration is going to stay the same. I don't like time warping to fix stuff like that. It's not a good habit to get into. Time warping, scene reload, stuff like that, quick saves, they break things. Every time, dude. We actually proved that. We proved it. We proved that quick saving and time warping and stuff can actually introduce failure modes into your design. So something that worked the first time you put it out is not going to work the second time if you quick load it and do the exact same thing. It introduces failure modes. Time warping does that. Everything does. Yeah, it's not a good idea. So instead, how about a piece between the docking port and the hinge so that the hinge is further away from the rocket when it goes vertical? Toothless, I think that might be what we have to end up doing. That might be what we have to end up... Yeah, yes, that would work. That would also make the lower crane's travel distance a lot less. But now, what does this look like? See, here's what I'm thinking. Like, do we make it look like that? Do we have our lower crane go left, right, and our upper crane go forward and back? That's how the VAB works. And that would make it so we can bring our rocket in from the side. But that would make it so we need a little bit of a wider crane. But if we put them in line, it'll end up looking... if we do it in line, it'll end up looking... We'll get a building that looks more like Ariane 6. We'll get an integration building that looks like this big wide boy building like that. I don't know. Which one do you guys want to do? would you do the lower crane as a guiding crane without pushing force, or will both cranes put force on the core structure? They gotta lift it. I assume you don't want Energia style. Well, Energia's horizontal integration smirks. I want to avoid horizontal integration if I can. Even though this dual crane system might actually be the key to doing horizontal integration correctly. Ironically. Okay. So, Toothless, the quick and easy way to solve that problem. The quick and easy way to solve that problem is either design a bracket that custom fits to this thing, or just on the other crane, put a little bit of an extension there before the pivot. So, literally this. That's it. That should fix that problem so the gantry crane the second crane doesn't run into that. Yeah, that is the quick and easy way to solve that problem, and that's a crane side thing to fix. So that will work. I know that'll work. That'll work just fine. I'd have to strut up that bracket to make sure that it doesn't bend, and we might end up needing to do. We might end up having to do a bracket like the space shuttle. Not exactly like the space shuttle, but here, let me show you. The shuttle has an L-shaped bracket that's designed to do exactly what we're talking about. If I go into shuttle research pictures. You see, Toothless, you notice how the shuttle's integration points? Not integration points, the pickup points. The aft ones are right here and the forward ones are right there. See how they're lower? Interesting, right? Well, let me show you. See? Look at the bracket. L-shaped. Because now that doesn't really necessarily like explain why one's lower than the other. I bet you they did that to get the 2 points coplanar with the center of mass. But that's another story. But see how it has this sucker right here? That thing? I can make that. That's no problem. We can make a bracket like that. That's easy peasy. Imagine it breaks and falls. Ugh. So they would roll the shuttle into the VAB, and if you look, there's pivot points. There's a pivot point right there, and then there's a pivot point right there. They would pick the shuttle up vertically with the 2 cranes and do exactly what we're talking about. Lift up the front crane and then slide the other crane in one direction. And the shuttle would get completely vertical, and then they could pick it up with 1 crane and then move it after undoing the second crane. You'd undo the second crane, and the second crane attached right there. How did they attach it to the rocket? Like, what stopped it from falling off? Sorry if this is a dumb question. Actually, Alleviate, it's their gigantic locator pins that are on the shuttle. So the shuttle had a locator pin up front for the forward bipod strut. The bipod strut is not as structural as you might think. The bipod strut basically had a huge bar of metal coming off the top, and that bar would slip into the shuttle. There's actually a little tiny hole in the thermal protection system for the bipod strut on the front of the vehicle. It's right there. See it? You see how the tiles go around that? There's a little hole right there for the bipod to fit in. It fits in a major structural point. Note that the bipod strut is attached right where the landing gear is attached to, because landing gear need to be strong because they need to hold the vehicle up, right? So it's basically just a pin that fits into the shuttle on the external tank, right? And then there's an explosive bolt that goes horizontally through that pin. Or it's not, I don't think it's an explosive bolt. On the shuttle, I think it might be just a mechanical detach. It's just basically a dowel. Like, if this is the pin that goes into the shuttle, there's just a dowel that goes in, and the dowel just pops out, and it slides out. And then integration is literally the reverse of separation with the crane. The 2 aft attachment points, those are the ones that are structural. They're way stronger than the bipod strut. They are dowel pins, though. It's just a pin that fits into the shuttle's fuselage. Similar to like if we had 2 RCS balls facing upright on the external tank and then 2 Kraken bearings on the shuttle. Literally exactly like that. Those aft attachment points are behind these doors right there. The shuttle had two retractable or like hingeable doors right here, and during ascent they were open because that's where the ET and the fuel lines attach. But you obviously can't have a hole in your thermal protection system on the way down. So after the shuttle separated from the ET, those doors closed and they locked shut. And the locking system on these doors, the funny thing is that the way this was engineered, I've read about these before. The way that was engineered, Alleviate, is that the only way to get that door back open is if somebody crawled inside of this frickin' thing and opened the door up manually. Because why do you need a way to open those doors again? One and done, right? Because you don't want a hole right there. Interesting, right? But the pins that are behind here, the dowel pins that are back here, the locator pins on the back of the external tank are way bigger. It's like the one up at the front of the tank right there. If you see the pin, you can see it right there. Or actually, no, that might just be the attachment bracket. There's another bracket that goes right here that has the pin on the end. That pin is probably like, I don't know, 2 to 3 inches. The ones on the back are like 10. I should have a picture of them somewhere in here. This is my master shuttle folder. It's my secret stash. Yeah, see, there's the doors back there. The front bipod is where Columbia's problem originated from. Yeah, the foam that was attached to the front bipod strut. Exactly. See, there's the locator. Actually, that locator pin is a little bit bigger than 2 to 3 inches. That's like 4 to 5 easily. But see, there's the locator. And you can see that they have a special piece of TPS right there. The hypersonic flow just flew over this. Plasma didn't get up in there. There's no door or anything for that. It's just a hole in the bottom. But it's a small hole, so it's not that big of a deal, giggity. I'm trying to see if we can find the locators. I should have a picture of them in here somewhere. Oh, twins, Basil. Twins. That picture, though. Slick 6, my beloved. Such a good idea. I have so many good pictures in here, dudes. That's one of my favorite pictures because not only do I like the shuttle and the Airstream behind it, but we got a Hilux, a square body, and a W200 all in the same picture, and a Ford Econoline back there. These are all vehicles that I would drive, yes. Especially that one. Especially the one in the center with the wings on it. Here's the SRB integration. I can't believe it. Where is it? I know I have attachment pictures in here. There's the launch mount and everything. Mate teammate. Guy with M16. You guys want to hear something funny? The reason why I saved this picture is because Ford decided to use the space shuttle as an advertisement for how aerodynamic their vehicle was. I'll repeat that. Ford used the space shuttle as an advertisement for how aerodynamic a vehicle can be. Yeah. Coincidentally, the vehicle that they're advertising looks like a brick. Yeah. Okay. I don't think that word means what you think it means, Ferd. There we go. There's a picture of them. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of grainy, but see, Alleviate right here. See these 2 pins? Those are the locator dowels. They're huge. They're like this big. And then behind them is the umbilical attached for the fuel lines. That's the oxidizer line right there. That's what this little loop is. And that's the hydrogen line right there. And then to the insides of each one of these things, there's like a bunch of electronic connections and sensor connections. There also is an outlet line on here. There's a way for hydrogen to flow in, and then there's a way for gaseous hydrogen to flow out on both lines. Anybody know why? It makes an airstream for the cars behind it. It's savage. That's Ford in a nutshell. Yeah, not too smart. Pressurization? Why? What are they pressurizing? What are they pressurizing, dudes? They're pressurizing the external tank. To simplify the external tank, because the orange tank gets expended every time with the shuttle stack, to simplify it, the shuttle engines actually produce gaseous hydrogen and gaseous oxygen. Some of the hydrogen and oxygen from the shuttle engine goes into a tap-off, and that goes back out the bottom of the shuttle. And then if we find a good picture of the external tank somewhere in here, the external tank has pressurization lines. They have pneumatic lines going up the side of the tank. One of them turns in right here and goes into the top of the hydrogen tank, and the other one goes all the way to the top of the LOX tank and in. The shuttle engines have tap-off gases that keep the tank, the external tank, pressurized. That way you don't need to put COPVs or anything inside of the tank. The engines produce the pressurization systems for the shuttle, for the external tank, because the tanks need to stay at pressure. The reason why they need to stay at pressure, one, is because of structural. The tanks are pressurized for structure, just like a soda can when it's full is harder to crush than a soda can that's empty. Same exact idea. They use pressurization for structural rigidity. Second of all, if you're draining fuel out of this tank and you're up in space, right, and you have vacuum out here and you're draining the fuel, the tank could literally implode on itself if you're not venting correctly. You need to put something in there as you drain the fuel out, right? You can't just drill a hole in the side of the tank and have atmosphere flood in while you drain the fuel like what they do with a gas tank. A gas tank on your car, if you have a gasoline-powered car, has a vent line. And when the engine pulls fuel out of the tank, right, because the tank is sealed up because it's a gas tank, right, you have a vent line that goes to atmosphere and air comes in as you're pulling the fuel out. Now on a rocket, you really can't do that because rockets operate in places where there's no air. So how do you keep the tanks pressurized? Well, sometimes, like Falcon 9, for instance, has a bunch of helium tanks inside of its big fuel tanks. There's tanks inside of tanks. Sup, dog? Heard you like tanks. And those tanks have helium inside, and they vent helium gas into the tank while it drains the fuel to keep the pressure high. You can't do that with the shuttle. I mean, you could. Right? You could do that with the shuttle if you wanted to, but that means your external tank is now more complicated. And the ET is the only part that you don't get back. So they wanted to make the external tank as simple as possible. Autogenous pressurization and a gas tap-off line from the shuttle engines was the way they solved that problem. It makes the design a lot simpler. Fast forward to today. Remember this thing that we've been watching for a little while? Oh, wait. See those lines that go up the side of Super Heavy? Guess what those are? Yeah, autogenous pressurization lines. Starship and Super Heavy both use this same exact idea. Now, they don't use it for the same reason that the shuttle does. Super Heavy and Starship use these to simplify the design. Because if you're operating a Starship on Mars, you might not have access to helium on Mars because you're on Mars. And if you're on the moon, you definitely don't have access to helium because you're on the moon. Right? So they simplified both of these designs as much as humanly possible. And if you're going to simplify it for Starship, you simplify it for Super Heavy as well. See those lines? Autogenous pressurization lines. Look at Starship on the top. What do you think those lines do? Those are AP lines going up the side of Ship 24. Autogenous pressurization. Keeps everything nice and simple. If your engines produce the ullage gas, that gas that you put, sorry, I forgot to define it. The gas that gets put into the tanks as you drain fuel is called an ullage gas. All right? It could be helium, it could be nitrogen, it could be liquid, it could be gaseous methane and gaseous oxygen like it is with Starship. It could be gaseous hydrogen and gaseous oxygen like it is with the shuttle, right? If you have your engines producing your ullage propellants, it simplifies the whole thing. It's a much easier thing to handle. And SpaceX needs this thing to be as simple as possible because it's frankly crazy. This is a nutso design. And I say that in a very endearing way. I am by no means a skeptic. I think Starship should work. I think it should work just fine. It's going to be a hard problem to get done because it's something new, but new things in aerospace are always expensive and are always hard to figure out. Pretty cool, huh? Dude, I could talk about the shuttle for days. That is by far and away my favorite launch vehicle. Starship will probably replace it because Starship is going to be able to do everything that the shuttle was supposed to do, but the shuttle was still the first. Oh, mama. Yep, autogenous pressurization. Very smart idea. Question, will there be a redesign of Starship for Mars missions? Don't know. Probably. At some point, Geek, yeah. That's a lot of pictures. Anyway, back to our crane integration. See, this is the kind of stuff that nobody talks about, you know? That's the kind of stuff that doesn't really get mentioned too often. I love learning about that stuff, and I love teaching you guys about that stuff. That's fun for me. Indeed, Demon, yeah, indeed. Indubitably. Okay, so the problems with the extension here is crane side. That's a gantry crane thing. So we have the attachment points for the front and back. Now, let's think about this for a second. The aft attachment bracket. Do we need that to be... Should we make it hybrid tech? I'm not sure. As long as it can lift off my mother-in-law, it's my favorite. Yes, I said it. Cell phone? Okay. You know what? We'll keep it simple for the double crane design, at least initially. I don't think an aft bracket like that is going to be needed. In fact, I'm pretty dang sure an aft bracket like that is not going to be needed, so we'll just roll with this for now. I'll leave the cranes there just as kind of a placeholder. Make sure that our cow controller didn't get erased. It didn't? Perfect. Okay, so now, what's this transport truck going to look like? So the first thing we need to figure out with the transport truck is where the heck is it going to attach to? Is there a reason we aren't using hybrid tech on the engine side of the crane? I don't think it's needed, Brian. I mean, you know what? We probably are going to have to end up doing that, but Brian, honestly, that's a crane side problem. I'm trying to design the stuff that just for moving the booster around. This is the attachment bracket, right? And then we also need the horizontal transport vehicle. And then after that, we need to design the vertical transport vehicle for moving the booster around when it's vertical. But yeah, let's do the horizontal transporter right now. But yeah, we're probably going to end up needing it in some way, shape, or form up here if I'm thinking about this correctly. Could be wrong though. So yeah, I might need to do a quick hybrid tech job in here, so just RCS in there. But once again, that's crane side. So where are we going to attach the horizontal vehicle? You know what I could do, guys? I have that umbilical on the side of the booster. That's the umbilical for fueling on the pad. What we could do is take this thing. We could take it and we could attach it right here. And I could put another umbilical down here. We could put it down low. then when we're going to horizontally mess with the booster, I could just have a hydraulic with a docking port right here, and then we could reattach to the booster. Should be pretty straightforward stuff. This is vanilla, Luca. I use just the 2 DLCs for Kerbal and then a custom flag pack. If you want the flag pack with the numbers and the letters in Old Glory, just type !flag in chat, or !flags in chat, and you could get the numbers and letter packages. I have a bunch of cool stuff for the flag pack. We have, I have Russian characters, I have American or English characters, I have a bunch of different colors, I have a bunch of different patterns and stuff. The flag pack's cool. My buddy Graham made it for me. A viewer in chat, in case anybody needed it. Yeah. So yeah, this is all stock KSP. Yeah. See. Okay. So what are the downsides of having this? Of having a transporter truck like that? I'm not sure if there is any. Would that screw with the hierarchy at all? The hierarchy would shift from that to that. Both of those are 1 degree of separation from the fairing, so that shouldn't screw up any symmetry nodes. And so is that one's on the symmetry node line. Thanks, Karmas. I'm thinking, dudes. I'm thinking. Yeah, that shouldn't mess up stuff too much. I'm kind of worried about these weird radial docking umbilicals, but there's really not enough, there's not any space left. There's not any space left to hold this thing in the right place. I really like your passion for space. Thanks, Vinge. I really appreciate that, man. Yeah, no, I really love this stuff, dude. I can't get enough of it. It's pretty rad. I've been studying the same spaceflight topics for the last 10 years, and that is in no way sad. That's not a joke either. I'm quoting Anchorman, but also, every time I come in here, I learn something new. Good, good. Learning is good for you. Your brain likes that. Yes, please do that more. Sorry, wrong pipe. Turns out that when you try to intake liquid and breathe at the same time, it doesn't work. It must be a bug. Hardware glitch. The reason I ask is you are doing much more complex building than I've ever seen others do. Luke, I have 15,000 hours in KSP, man. I've been playing KSP at the very least like 40 hours a week since 2015. It's my job to play this game. That's how this stream makes a lot of money, talking about space and playing KSP. That's what I mean about coming to the... We've been playing the same game for the last 10 years, and that is in no way sad. That's not an exaggeration, man. My brain is learning about the spy in TF2. Hey, whatever. Since that's the attachment point right there, we're gonna have to build the attachment system for the truck there as well. All right, so let me take a look at transport vehicles here. Oh, hey, they let Super Heavy down. Cool. Nice. So, on Saturn 1B, it's just literally a cart. That's it. It's just a cart with some wheels on it and pivotable wheels on it. It literally is a wagon that moves the damn thing around. There's a cross-section picture of it up here somewhere. Hello. Hello. Yeah, see. It's just a freaking, it's just a cart. That's it. And it's a cart that you tow with a fifth wheel. Interesting. I mean, your boy can do a cart. That's no problem. All right, let's do this. So, no, not a Clydesdale. Give me this. What's the length we're dealing with here? I know it's an SRB. Just they make really good structural points. Yeah, 2 Clydesdales long. Huh. I'm thinking again. Processing. Process them. Captain, take them to Camp Fort. Roger, roger. I don't want to make it a trailer. I don't want to make this thing towed. It needs to be a self-propelled vehicle. And it can't be very many parts, but also this booster is 78 tons. It's pretty friggin' heavy. Alright. I know what we want. The Delta 4 transporter truck. That little guy. See the thing that says ULA on it a bunch of times? Now, I don't know if I can make it do that. I don't know if we can give it the articulatable legs like that, but we'll see.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Liam? EJ knows where he is because he knows where he isn't. Wait, where am I? I'm not good with computers. How did I get here? I don't know nothing about the computers. My mom got one. She put a couple games on it. Let's go. G.I. Joe. Alright, now where's the booster's center of mass? So the COM indicator is right there. And I'll give you guys another reason if you wanted enough of a reason to download the flag pack, right? So let me just get rid of that for a moment. Get rid of the boosters. And then get rid of the crane stuff for just a moment. Where's the center of mass indicator on this payload? It's right there, so set flag. Give me the checkerboard. Give me the gash. Yeah, come on, no, give me the gash. And you're long? There. We have a center of mass indicator right there. So that's the center of mass of the booster with its bracket attached to the front. So we have a good COM indicator right there. That's going to be critical for our wheel placement for our transport vehicle, because obviously we're going to have we would want more wheels in the back, right? We'd want more wheels in the back because the center of mass is over there. I know where I am at all times. I know this because I know where I'm not. That's right. Gorlami. Excuse me. So if I went to try and do my center of mass indications now, it wouldn't be correct. It would be the center of mass of the vehicle with the booster. Sometimes getting individual center of masses on stuff is good, and using flags to mark it is even better. Now we know. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe! Now, difference or deviation and a variation, which is called error. Here. We're here. We might as well.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event that the position that it is in is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation. The variation being the difference between where the missile is and where it wasn't. If variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be corrected by the GEA. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computer scenario works as follows. Because a variation has modified some of the information the missile has obtained, it is not sure just where it is. However, it is sure where it isn't, within reason, and it knows where it was. It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. And by differentiating this from the algebraic sum of where it shouldn't be and where it was, it is able to obtain the deviation and its variation, which is called error.
Everybody got that? I have, if that confused you, I got another thing that can explain what I'm talking about.
For a number of years now, work has been proceeding in order to bring perfection to the crudely conceived idea of a transmission that would not only supply inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal gram meters. Such an instrument is the turbo encapsulator. Now, basically, the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it is produced by the modial interaction of magneto-reluctance and capacitive diractance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panametric fam. The latter consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes so fitted to the ambifacient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented. The main winding was of the normal Lotus O delta type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator, every 7th conductor being connected by a non-reversible Tremie pipe to the differential girdle spring on the up end of the Grammys. The turbo encabulator has now reached a high level of development, and it's being successfully used in the operation of Nofertronians. Moreover, whenever a fluorescent score motion is required, it may also be employed in conjunction with a drawn reciprocation dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it.
Everybody got that? I'm as impressed as I am concerned. All right, cool. Yeah, side fumbling. We can't have side fumbling. We have to prevent the side fumbling. I need to find a way to sneak some of this terminology into a customer repair invoice. Please do that, Bill. Yeah, please do that. Anyway, now that that's out of the way, Okay, so if we were gonna do something, build something like the Kamag, it would actually be, that would actually be a pretty useful vehicle to make. But I'm worried about the part count. Hello, Ms. Lady. Oh, it's interesting. The vehicle transports backwards. So it transports business end first. That might not be a bad idea. I wrote main bus B undervolt as a check engine light description for a failing alternator. What did you put for the solution, Bill? Ecom. Try SCE to auxiliary. SCE to aux. What the hell is that? Alright, so before we get into the wheels and stuff, let's try to figure out where we want the holder to be. Let's hit the road. Somebody suggested the idea of using grip pads, the crudely conceived idea of using grip pads to hold this. I actually don't think that that's a bad solution. This might work. We gotta find a good way to cradle the dang booster. Maybe using something that long is not the right solution. The little I-beam thing will account for its shape better. The M650 beam, I think. Why do you always use grip pads the wrong way around? Because it's closer to the pivot point, dude. See where the pivot point is? Grip pads will work on either side. They're not directional. They'll grip on this side as well. That's where the locator point is. That's where its center is. It makes it easier to line up on an absolute axis. See what I'm talking about? Instead of trying to eyeball it and be like, oh, okay, maybe that's right. I know exactly where I'm placing the pad because it's right on the locator. See what I'm talking about? It's It's a good question. These guys, Mammon? Well, how would we... Perhaps. Alright, so I'm just trying to make a cradle for the first stage here, and I'm wondering if I'm wondering if I'm ever gonna stop freaking coughing. Sideways so that ship rests against the ends and the center. Sideways? Same vessel collision is on the fairing. Yeah, you're right, it is. So we do need to hold. We gotta hold from the fairing. Yeah, not that. Because if I enable SVI on that, it's gonna clip into the fairing and it's gonna blow up. Thank you, Toma. Good call. Mammon, I'm not sure I... I'm not sure I like this. Yeah, I see what you're trying to say. Yeah, no, that's not a bad idea. But then again, I did switch it over to the fairing. I mean... So, like, something to understand is that these polyagonal edges are not the collider box. The collider box might be a different resolution to... The collider box might be a lower resolution to optimize for optimization purposes. So we got to be careful with that kind of stuff. Is there a rocket launch today? Yeah, there should be. 8:44. So in about 2 hour 15, something like that. We're gonna go all the way till the launch. I actually should probably take a break. You guys want to do some space news in the meantime? I mean, we've been doing a lot of space news pretty much already, but... You can do space news, you can do Kerbal, do whatever. I kind of want to keep going with this while it's fresh in my mind, though. Is everybody cool with that? Everybody got that? See, Mammon, look at this. Check this out, dude. So I'm up at the point of the tank, not selecting anything. But if I go to this point right there, it selects the tank. See how the tank's highlighted in green? The collider mesh is half of this. or double one of these segments. So if I'm looking at this right, the collider box should be...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The collider box is hexagonal. No, maybe not hexagonal. Hold on. It could be octagonal. Hey, Flykin, 33 months. Thanks, man. So the box goes like this. It's half the res. It's half the model resolution. So... bear with me for a second here. Yeah, Inch Black. Contact's a great movie, dude. So that's what our collider box looks like, for the most part. The collider box is half the resolution, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's a 32-sided thing. That means this is 16-sided. The landing legs look nice. Thanks, Nuclear. Have you seen them work, dude? They work pretty well, man. You haven't seen them work? Oh. I'm gonna have to show you. So that's the shape that we're dealing with for the most part. That's the collider. Collider looks like that. Did you give up on chess? Didn't have the time, Excessum. It's not that I don't want to play, it just, yeah. I didn't give, I mean, I don't have any time to play, especially with moving and stuff. Moving killed that. I don't have, something I was just doing in my spare time. It's still a fun game and I still enjoy it, but yeah. Is it 12-sided? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, okay. It is 12-sided. So that means this is a 24-sided mesh and this is 12. That could give us some clues as to how we should make our cradle, because that's the contact patch that we have. So I think we should use these right here. And I'm pretty sure that the fairing is the same. But that is that's good to know. It's good to understand that. How about a nice game of chess? Greetings, Professor Falcon. Shall we play a game? Hello, Joshua. Strange game. The only winning move is not to play. Oh yeah, that looks military. Definitely military. That didn't come from Protovision. You guys are so dumb. I figured this out all by myself. Oh yeah, Melvin? What would you do? The first game on the list. Go right through Falcon's Maze. Sorry, I love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies. Mr. Potato Head. Mr. Potato Head! Back doors are not secrets. Yeah, but there's a girl over there. You're talking about our back door. You're giving away all of our best tricks. We're gonna have to test all this dang equipment sooner rather than later. Okay, that could work. Now, how are we gonna hold up the back end of this? Is there anything with SVI down here? No. Did you ever get the hybrid Kraken drive to work? Could say that. Yeah, dude. Yeah, we got some pretty good stuff figured out. The hold down points. How? How would we do that? Make a copy of the launch mount, just the structure. Yeah, but hired, then the engines are inside of a ring. They're inside of a ring, so how would we get that to work? I rewatched the VOD and built along with you and recreated Yeet Stick 3. It works as advertised. Oh yeah? That's the... Was that... That was the Time Scepter one, right? Yeah, that did work. Oh, the small one. Nice. Yeah, the small one's... Dude, that... I think that's the one that's the smoothest. Has the most potential. Just the bottom hold down point. Yeah, but won't that give this thing a pivot point, Wookie? It'll want to twist off the end of the mount, especially because the back end of it is over here, the center of mass. So physics-less parts only interact with other physics-less parts? If you tell them to, Bob. It's not so much that physics-less goes against physics-less. I make the hinges out of physics-less parts because physics-less parts don't drift. But if you have same vessel collision enabled on a physics-less part, it'll collide with a physical part as long as the SVI is on. Oh, nice, Cloud Boy. There you go. Physics-less. Say physics-less parts 10 times fast. Physics-less parts, 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 physics-less parts. Died. Shut up. I was on a roll there. I was on a roll. Developers, 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 developers. Yes. Physics class parts. Physics-less farts? Ew. So... Okay, if we attach to this hold down point, that's designed to hold stuff this way, right? So okay, so that means we need a cup. We need one of these, or two of these like that in mirror, right? Now, that thing is not really designed to hold that way. It's not really designed to work like that. And those parts could pop. Now, what do I have for same vessel collision down here? Is there anything that has SVI? I'm wondering what happens if I set SVI on the fairing. Is it going to blow up? Is there anything down here that's going to use same vessel? These use same vessel. The hold down points use same vessel. I can't do it up here because there are flip parts right here that do use same vessel collision to hold that whole leg in place on the way up. Now there's right here. I don't think there's anything on here with SVI that's gonna freak out. So the fairing could do it with same vessel, and this back tank could do it with same vessel. And if that's the case, all I really need is just another one of these. But see, we got to be careful with those grip pads now, because how are we going to set the booster down on there? That'll work. We'll unify them between front and back because they're both attached to the fairing. Okay, that's good, but the other thing is that we still... The grip pads are all fine and dandy. We set the booster down that way, but there's still... I know Kerbal. Even with the grip pads, this thing is going to want to twist because that's just how Kerbal is. That's what it does. So we're still going to need to find a way to locate this. So hold down points might not be the worst idea. Attaching to the hold downs. Like I said, we need a way to locate it. We need a way to make sure that the booster doesn't rotate like this. Put a thermal bearing on the side. Hold down points on side only. Oh, I see what you're saying. So like just 3 down at the bottom. You know what, Hired? You gave me an idea. You gave me an idea. the idea is this. So that's a hold down. We know that's a hold down point. Give me 2 hold down points in symmetry. And before we do that, give me 4x radial. And then rotate. We need to rotate the entire booster 45 degrees. And then, where's the ones that are mirror? This is the one that's in 4 times, right? Yes, it is. Okay, so take that. Take these hold down points. And put them right here. Now, they're not hold downs or anything. But they're locator dowels, so the booster gets aligned correctly. If I have 2 locator dowels here, right, and then a little U-shaped ring up there, the locator dowel's in the back. We could drop that side down first, drop that side down second, right? After this side is down in position, we undock that, then drop the second side down in position, undock that, and then we dock to the umbilical right there. The ground side, well, the opposite of the ground side umbilical right there. That'll do it. That does unfortunately add 4 more parts to the freaking booster, which already has a ton of parts on it, but... Now see that one right there. Get the ones that we have in mirror. Hey Robotical, what's going on? I'm just working on ways to move the booster around and ways to pick the booster up. I have the crane umbilical, or the crane points where the crane attaches. I have those figured out. Now I just gotta figure out the rest of this. Are we sure that's absolute snapped? Like a return system without leaving the junk to detonate below. How did you surmise that from what I said? Why not use the hold down points? Well, Bob, how? The hold down points are designed to go this way. And we're putting the rocket down on the vehicle this way. See what I'm talking about? That would have been a smart... See, that would have been something that would have been good to solve when I was engineering the hold down points, but I didn't think about it. Damn. You said booster. I'm figuring out ways to transport the booster around. Yeah. So, if I had just moved the hold down points this way a little bit, we would have been able, we could have gotten at the hold down points up and down like that. That should have done that. But the pad is already, well, we could redesign the pad. That's, we could move these down just a smidgen like that, and then we might be able to cup this thing. I've never tried to cup the RCS ball that way. But that should work. But see, we're still bumping into that just a little bit. It should just fit. Yeah, but the hold down point was right here originally, Alex. It's right there. That's where it is on the pad. Which is why I was looking into a potentially different solution where I just have integration points right in this blank spot right here. That would hold it. But they aren't load bearing here. They're there to stop rotation. They can be both of those things, Wookie. We don't need... That is the load bearing. If we did this right. Understand? But it's added mass, is it not? 2 RCS balls? Two RCS balls is added mass? This boy's fueled like fire, so stop melting, ladies, because this boy's hotter than hot. He's hot, hot, hot! What was that? It was bad. It had nothing, no energy, no fire, no nothing. You know I got a show to run, and it must pop, pop, pop! So tomorrow from 5 to 7, would you please act like you have more than a 2-word vocabulary? It must be green, okay? Okay? Can I talk to you for a second? Yeah. I didn't come here to play Pumbaa on the radio. So tomorrow from 5 to 7, you're going to give yourself a hand. Green? Double green. Excuse me. I don't know, man. We've already added a ton of parts to the first stage, and we're at 468 parts. I mean, keep in mind that has all the cranes and everything on it, but I guess 2 more physics-less parts really aren't that big of a deal. But if we do have the physics-less parts there, if we do have them there, I really kind of wish they were more spread. So, like maybe out here or something. But that might collide with the fairing, because you got to remember when we set this thing down, it's going to be a separate vehicle. So that would make it so maybe I should put the thing like up here or something. And then the transport vehicle. That seems to be out of the way of everything. And all I would need to do is just take that panel that we have there in 4x symmetry, just the special looking panel, right? Just replace it with a square looking panel, and that should get us what we want. Commandment, calm down, dude. Calm down, buddy. So how much have I missed with space news? There hasn't happened yet. Hokey, I haven't really jumped into space news yet, dude. We watched Booster 7 get lifted up off the pad and put down, but I kind of let Kerbal go a little bit late on purpose because we got a Falcon 9 launch happening in about 2 hours, so. Falcon 9 people clap. Yeah, remember how sometimes there's a guy that guys, I told you about people in chat that come in and they start talking to you for 2 seconds and then they just go off and just type whatever they want in chat? Yeah. There you go. We actually figured out that that's a real person. I thought it was a bot for the longest time, but it was actually a real person. And that person was like, yeah, I just like typing what I want in your chat. I'm like, what? And it didn't ever cross your mind that this might be a dick thing to do? Like, no? Yeah, I'm going to go into somebody's stream and just talk about what I want to talk about. Oh, okay. Hey, Brahamis, what's going on? Yeah, Hilness, but people do that all the time, right? But they come in and they're like, hey, how about that Formula 1 race or something like that? Or, hey, how about that NASCAR race? Or, did you guys see this current event or something like that? Some people just come into... that happens, dude. The guy just comes into chat and just starts literally having a conversation with himself in my chat. It's almost like the guy's like browsing Instagram or something. Or Twitter or whatever, and just, oh, Elon tweeted something. Elon Musk. Oh, I see a tweet from Mark Zuckerberg. Oh, Jeff Bezos. Oh, look, climate change. Okay, let's keep scrolling. Oh, Instagram whore. Okay, all right, next thing. Oh, Formula 1. Rocket launch. Like, yeah, it's very strange. It's very, very strange behavior. And then, now that I've said something, it stops. Never mind. I can do that if you want me to. No. See what I mean? Dude, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do at this point. I just... Alright. Commandment, what are you talking about? Like, are you? See? What am I supposed to do with this? What are you doing? I don't understand. I don't know what's going on. I'm not even mad. I just don't get it. It makes me laugh, dude. It's pretty funny. I don't understand. I don't know what to do with my hands. Like, I don't know, man. Just whatever, guys. Just let it roll. Just let it roll. Just ignore it. Just let it roll. We'll take care of it. Just like, all right, okay. A, like, hopscotch. Like, all right. Thank you. Okay, you do that. Chad, please don't start doing that, please, please. I can't do it. I can't do it. Don't do this to me. My boat. Guys, you know what I'm thinking? It might be better to just pick up on the damn hold down points. It might be better to just do that. I don't know if that's going to work. Hi, Brimo.
Can I press you to take a break soon?
Yeah. Yeah, we could do that.
Alright.
Why? What's up?
My folks are going through their garage.
Oh.
So.
Garage.
Garage.
Right now?
I mean, if you could, like, in the next 10 minutes-ish?
Yeah, I'll think about it.
Really?
Yes, I will go on break in the next 10 minutes-ish.
Okay, thank you. I'll think about it means that you won't do it.
Because I don't want to.
Well, don't be a bum, okay? I need you to.
It's because I don't want to. I'm in the middle of something. I'm gonna get in trouble. See this, fellas? This is a lesson in how you don't relationship. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do what I just did. Trust me on that one. But I don't want it. I don't want it. Shut up. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe move this. Can we move it one tick down? If we move it one tick down, that should be enough clearance. And then move that down one. But see, now that's going to cause a problem if we try to grab at it that way. Have you decided how you will integrate the vehicle? Yeah, we had a whole conversation about it, Nuclear, a little while ago. I'm gonna try to do something a little bit different, dude. And I think this is a good way to do this now that I'm really thinking about it. So I have a 2-axis crane, or just two gantry cranes for the most part. Right? You have one bridge crane that lifts up the top of the vehicle, and then I don't know why it's not in this diagram here, but you have another crane, which is part of the same gantry crane, right? Just one here and then one kind of hanging off the side. We grab this one first, and then we secondary dock the back of the stage, and then we pull the thing up, and then we turn it vertical like that. That's what I'm thinking. I think that'll work, especially because we're using a secondary docking port. I think it'll do it. So, I have the inner stage cap like Freedom, Nuclear, like the Freedom rocket and Condor and everything else. That's pretty normal. That's my front integration point. And then my back integration point, we should just be able to make it a nice simple docking port. That should work just fine. What I'm trying to do now is figure out what would be the right way to for the hold down point to work. You know, maybe we shouldn't use panels. Maybe we should move these down. I got an idea. Maybe I'll just use a strut. Use a strut and get it aligned. And now the reason why I'll do that is because the strut, the back half of the strut is not very glidable. Oh, hold on. Crap. Hey Yuri, what's going on? Is it just the secondary strut that's not? I don't know, that is pretty dang glidable. I thought the back part of this doesn't really glide very well. I could have sworn. Huh. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I need like a physics-less part to hold this thing in place. Is there something here that's not glidable? Flags aren't glidable, right? Are flags glidable? I don't remember. I think the flags are only glidable if they if you set them to be like a panel. I think wasn't there a whole thing about that? Oh, I really wish I remembered now. Then I could just take that and we could set it like that. Not really, RJ. We talked about there's a lot of theory crafting that we got done today. I guess we'll test that out. Anyway, we're gonna have to do some lift tests soon here. And then what we can do is look for a picture of a gosh dang hot dog. That's not bad. That ain't bad. Especially since I think we can get away with this right here. Get rid of that. Take this thing. Put it in 2x symmetry. And then center that. And now keep in mind, fellas, this is not connected. This is just kind of hanging there for a second. And what I'm going to do is we'll end up putting this thing in there. Oh, it's just like one too much. So like here, let me rotate that out at 5 degrees. That should be good. these things are just going to be strutted to my RCS hold downs. My RCS are attached to the SRB, and then if I run a strut in here, right? We just figure out a way to run a nice strut in there. This will hold the booster. So we have a U-shaped bracket up front and then a Y-shaped bracket like the Space Shuttle external tank up there. And then if we can get this to work with flags, then we're going to be sitting pretty, actually. This is going to be pretty good. I don't know if the flags are collidable anymore. I think they might. I think they are collidable, but I can't remember off the top of my head. You know what? I'll just put that there, and then I'll leave myself a note. Okay. Now, if we grandparents strut those together, we grandparents strut those together, grandparents strut that, this thing should be nice and strong. And now what I have to do is make sure that when we save this, right, first of all, I got to make sure that it saves in the right folder. Then we can go in here and then the launch pad. I moved the hold down points down 1 tick. So if I move them down 1 tick, that's going to raise the rocket and its umbilical point up 1. So all I need to do is just move that docking port up 1. And that should mean that everything here is good to go. That should all fit together. Yeah, moving the hold down points down 1, but not the docking port, means that everything stays the same except for the docking port. And then I just need to move the docking port up once. Perfect. All right, everything is unified. Honestly, an idea I had was that if you can make a vehicle that can pick it up vertically, you could use the crane to lower it instead of needing the transporter to be strong enough to do that. Yeah, the transport vehicle is just designed for transporting. That's about it. Anyway. Alright. Fellas, I'm going to take 5 and we'll jump into space news. Brimo needs me for something. Yeah, I will. We got a lot done. We got a ton more theory crafting figured out today, and honestly, building it is the easy part. It's just the theory crafting, getting all this stuff to work together. That's what we got to do. So like the outstanding stuff that we need to finish right now is the gantry crane. Gantry crane needs to be finished. We need to figure out the best 2 crane system. We need to finish the horizontal transporter, and then the vertical transporter. And then here's the good part. All this integration stuff that we're using right now, that we're using for the first stage, we can use for the second stage. So like the vertical transporter for the first stage, we could use that for the second stage. Right? I could use that as a transport vehicle. Like, so we have multiple use here. Point that I'm trying to get at is that one, like, you have to theory craft out a certain amount of things, and then once you do that, everything else should just kind of flow together. So like the pickup point for the first stage, we could use it for the second stage. It works exactly the same. Like, we don't need to redesign anything, which is cool. And then the payload fairing is the same way. We got to figure out how we're going to put that payload fairing on there, but that shouldn't be too bad. With hybrid tech, it would be pretty easy. That Kraken drive powered craft to transport it? What? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But that's a lot. We got a lot of good theory crafting done today. And the horizontal transporter, believe it or not, the big parts are the integration stuff. So we got to test integration. I got to test it by lifting the rocket up and putting it back down. We can do that. That's no problem. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow. I'm going to take a break here for a moment. Now, keep in mind, guys, we do have Falcon 9. There's a Falcon 9 Dragon launch, so an uncrewed Dragon. So SpaceX 25, the resupply mission to the ISS, is going to be in about an hour and 30 minutes, give or take. So I'm going to take 5 here. I'll put on a video. I'll take a break. I'm going to go grab a snack. And then we'll jump into some space news. And we'll jump into some space news, and then Let me just make sure I got the pictures up. I got all the Space News links that we have already. And then we can go right into the launch, and that'll be a good cap for the stream, I think. Okay, so let me get a video on here.